You are watching the Vodka stream.
What's happening, everybody? Doesn't look like there's anybody here. Oh, hey, there's somebody. It's a placeholder. Huh? What is happening? What is going on? Why does, you know what? That's what's going on. Hold on. I didn't fix my camera. Need to fix it. I'm blurry. I didn't realize how blurry it was. Is it better? I don't even know. Hold on, guys. There we go. Hold on. There we go. Better. Just realized I was blurry. It's a little blurry right there. Probably still on blurry. I'm sorry. Anyways, guys, what's happening? Who's out there? What is going on, guys? Already disliked, huh? How dare you, sir? How dare you? It's okay. Good evening, Mark. How you doing? Had to wear it. Had to wear the jersey tonight and the hat. It's currently 2-0 Giants right now in the 5th inning. Got the game on over here. Of course, I gotta watch. I'm gonna have to have it on. You know, it won't distract me. It won't distract me. Don't worry. But it is playing in the background there. What's going on, Alexi? How you doing, Luke? How you doing, sir? You're listening to James Bond Essential. Oh, there you go. Yes, good, Scott. Hopefully, you're joining later. Talk some Bond, James Bond. Going on there, Mark? Good to see you. Nice. Sit back and grab some snacks. There you go. Do it. Do it. Ahoy, ahoy, Mr. Jason. How you doing? Always good to see you. Hope everyone's good. We got Mama Film Junkie here. Hi, Mom. Go Giants. Ah. Have a good show. Good Dodgers. Yeah, well, no. Not right now. Not right now. So, yep. Who else is here? About them Red Sox? Yeah, I know, man. That was a good game. I had to change it, though. I didn't see the end, but, you know, what can you do? What can you do? What's going on, guys? I'm sure we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. But, hey, let me pour my drink here. As you can see, I wanted to represent some James Bondness tonight, so I picked up a martini glass. I did pick up a shaker, but it malfunctioned, so I'm just going to use my Yeti. I'm just going to use my Yeti mug here. I'm going to go ahead and pour myself a vodka martini. Shaken, not stirred. To Daniel Craig, end of an era. I got plenty in there, that's for sure. That's going to be a lot of martinis. It's going to be a lot of martinis. Got an olive and everything. There you go. So cheers, guys. And cheers to Daniel Craig and his last James Bond, which I enjoyed, of course, and my full review will be out tomorrow, as well as my spoiler review, because, yeah, there are some spoilers you want to talk about. Anyways, cheers, guys. Yeah, tastes like vodka. That's mainly what a martini is, just vodka with a little, vermouth, tiny bit, just like a little, barely anything of it. When I looked up how to make it, I thought vermouth was like a significant ingredient, but it barely is anything. When I watched how people made it, it's basically you just wanted to kind of coat your ice in there, and that's about it. And then you got the olive, which I'm not a fan of olives. I'm not an olive fan, but you know, I wanted to do it right. So, there it is. I know I can't pronounce words. You know I can't. Vermouth, something like that. I know. You know me. It's like last night. And I said that James Bond drives an Aston Martin, not an Aston Martin, an Austin one. So, you know, what can you do? Vermouth. There we go. Make a Vesper. Much better. I'm sure a Vesper would be better. So, yeah. I know. A Vesper Martini has lemon twist instead of an olive. Yeah, that probably would have been better, but don't you have to, to peel the olive? Yeah, you have to make that the little garnish, little peel the olive garnish, and I'm like, it's just easier to stick one of my little toothpick things right into an olive. So I thought that was a better choice. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Not too shabby. So hopefully you guys are having a good day. I'm having a good day right now. That's for sure. Shit. Still 2-0. Still good. Logan Webb is throwing one hell of a game right now, so I'm enjoying that. We'll get Jordan in here pretty soon. Actually, he's backstage right now, so we'll get him in here in a little bit here. So we'll get started talking and everything. Let me do something here. Hold on. Make sure I got everything. But yeah, hopefully you guys are doing good. My Friday was pretty. It wasn't bad at all, really. Work hasn't been that crazy. It's about to get crazy again, which sucks, but what can you do? And but yeah, it wasn't actually too bad. So actually, let me not do that. It wasn't too bad. Work today was pretty good. And yes, I know there's some info that came out today, which everybody was talking about. And I'm sure we'll have some conversations about it. But you know what? It's a lot. I mean, it is a rumor. It's not concrete information, but I always say that if you're going to listen to a scooper, RPK probably the one. I mean, it's not like he bats 1,000 or anything like that, but you know, when it comes to scoops, it's like, all right, we'll see, maybe. And you know, some of it does make sense, but I mean, the reaction of it all is just it's insane when it comes to that. But I was more thinking about, you know, we have Christopher Nolan. It's locked in, confirmed that Cillian Murphy is going to be playing Oppenheimer in his movie. We have David Fincher. It's going to be doing a movie with Fassbender and Tilda Swinton. We got Jake Gyllenhaal that is in negotiations to do a movie with Guy Ritchie. All I'm saying is, when it comes to some of my favorite directors, W's all around. W's all around. And even Zack Snyder himself. There was like a piece of news that came out that, yes, at the beginning of the year in California, they're going to be, of course, shooting Rebel Moon, which is fantastic. So nothing wrong with that. That's the way you got to look at it, guys. No doom and gloom. No doom and gloom. Let's not do the doom and gloom. Doom and gloom is no fun. But I know a lot of people always dwell on the doom and gloom of everything. And I'm just like, for God's sakes, why? Why do you have to do the doom and gloom? Don't do the doom and gloom. Come on. Come on. Let's not do that. All right. Let me get my guest in here. He's been on the Vodka stream before, but wanted to come back and talk about some things. So let me set my tweet. Has joined the stream. All right. Is that the right? Yeah. All right. Let me get him in here. All right. It's Chainsaw Reaction. Jordan, what's going on, sir? Hey.
Hello. Hello.
How you been?
Oh, I'm tired.
Oh, shit.
That's
sorry.
all good.
Sorry to keep you up so late.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
All good.
Okay, good. Well, thank you for joining, man. Appreciate it.
No problem. No problem, man.
Yeah, it's been a little bit since we've talked, so it was about time. And of course, you had a nice little project that I think you actually talked about when you were a guest the first time on here.
I think so. I think because last time I was on was the Robert Meyer Burnett episode.
Yes, yeah, you joined late on that one. You joined the panel. Yeah.
Yeah. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was a nice long conversation. Really like talking to that guy. I could talk to that guy forever.
I mean, all the knowledge he has, it's crazy. So yeah,
so much knowledge. I was just like, I don't even need to talk. I just want to listen to that guy.
Because you just say one thing and he'll just go.
Yeah, he'll just go. He just keeps on going, man. I would love to have him back on again. But you have, let's see. Yeah, you have a new project coming out, which is, of course, a Star Wars motion comic. Mm-hmm. And let me see. I forgot to pull it up right here. Apologize.
Good.
Well, I was going to pull it up right here, but I'm not logged in on my stupid laptop. But tell us about it.
Well, we've been making Star Wars fan films the last number of years, live action, and a fan reached out and was saying how he wanted to animate the films we've already done. And I'm like, how about you do one that we haven't done, like an original story? So I gave him a script, and he's like, all right. So when I wrote it, I made it really short, not a lot of dialogue, and he kept saying, so do you want to add more to this? I love that shot.
It's a good shot. Good shot.
But like he was like saying all this stuff, and I'm saying like, just add more stuff to like whatever's in the story, just add more to the visuals, because I didn't want to add too many dialogue moments. Mm-hmm. So cool. He worked a lot on that to get all that stuff to where he wanted, because he kept sending me rough drafts of it.
Yeah. I know. I watched it. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
It's pretty damn cool.
And I found the music. I'm like, I got to use this music.
Yeah, it's good music too.
Yeah.
Really, it's a good teaser. It's a damn good teaser. Ah, the duel.
And I never had a title for it until I was making this teaser.
Yeah.
I never had a title.
It just kind of came to you as you were editing it.
Yeah, because it's all about a fight. So
that's going to be happening tomorrow, man.
Yes.
That's cool. What time tomorrow?
I don't know yet because I have a bunch of videos I need to schedule out because. So I'm watching Squid Game on my channel.
I still have to watch that.
Yeah, it's crazy. And so I have that.
Yeah.
And then Trivium dropped their new album today.
I saw your video that you posted. Yeah.
Three videos in a row. I'm like, I still got 3 more to go, but I'm just trying to figure out all the time. So it's gonna be tomorrow evening.
Yeah.
But I'm excited for people to see it because he's been working on this thing since February, I think, maybe even before that. Maybe when we were shooting the last one, he was actually like working on it, and he kept sending me like drafts of it, and then it would randomly cut to black when I know it's not done because I know the script, and I'm like, he's like, don't worry, I'm still working on it. And then literally every single time he sends me a copy, he's like, okay, watch it, but that's not it. And he keeps going back and adding stuff. He's just like, and that's what I like because a lot of motion comics, I was doing research on it before we kind of collaborated on this idea, and a lot of motion comics are just the camera just kind of pans over a picture. Yeah, and there's no real movement.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's like a comic book panel that kind of leaps off the page, and then it kind of pans in or something like that, and you might see a little bit of movement, but it just kind of just makes it look 3D almost.
Yeah, and so for him, the plan was to have voices. Unfortunately, we can't have the voices for it, unfortunately, which is a bummer. Yeah, but I'm working on another project which we will have voices. And I'll tell you that in a second, but I know you'll like it. So he put a lot of work into all the movement because he's like, I don't want to, as he said, half-ass it. Yeah. So I'm really happy with it, and I can't wait for people to see it because the shots I showed him, like, should I show this shot? I guess I should because I want to show the motion. I want to show some of the duel, but I don't want to show too much because there's a lot of cool shots that he added in that was not in the script. Oh, but really? He's like, yeah, because originally he had like one bad guy besides the Sith in the teaser, Darth Zahn. He had like one other bad guy. He created like 3 other guys to add in just to have them. So it was really cool.
But see, that's always good though when like you're collaborating with somebody and all of a sudden they just put in their ideas, and sometimes it could be like, what the fuck is this? But it sounds like it was something like he was like, there needs to be something else in here. And then when he ran it by you, were like, oh my God.
Yeah. Sometimes he didn't even tell me what he was doing. He just, he's like, trust me. Yeah. Yeah. Well, because he kept asking me early on, he's like, this is a short script. You don't want to add more dialogue to it and stuff. And I'm like, no, let the visuals speak as well. Don't let the dialogue narrate it. Like actually show more. So he added way more fights, like an actual fight sequence to the fight itself. It's way longer. And he really just takes his time when it cuts to another scene. Instead of just cutting right to like what the script says, he's like showing certain shots, wide shots, like what a movie would do. And I think it's really cool because he spent all that time drawing it out and mapping it out. And he showed me behind the scenes of him like working some stuff and how he was layering stuff on top of each other. It was like really cool.
Dude, it's how, because I've dealt with, just even designing some of my stuff, just the artwork on my, and I've tasked some guys to do it. And it's always interesting too. Like even for instance, for the Batman, the Fanimated art, I remember just like talking to that. I was like, hey, so basically just put me and Scott on top of the building, just like how Batman is at the end of the intro. And it was just like, and I'm like, okay, I'm pretty sure he could do it. And then once he just showed me, and not only did he just show the image, all of a sudden he sends a GIF of the lightning strike and it just going from shadow to bright. And I went, dude, I wasn't expecting you to go that far, but like,
that's awesome. It's really cool. When you shared it, it was like, what?
Yeah, I was like, cool. Dude, he just nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. That's Alessandro, Mask of Shy. And then when it came to the other shot where we're in the spotlight, at first it was a little back and forth because at first he had Scott wearing a Superman shirt, and I'm like, well, it's a Batman show, so just change it to that. Yeah. And it was like instant. All of a sudden it was like a day later, he just boop. How about this? And I'm like, perfect, you got it, you nailed it.
Well, that's the best thing about it too, because the guy worked on it for, his name's Charles. He worked on it for about maybe a week or so in terms of getting the character designs down.
Yeah.
And I just told him, look at Darson, because this is a prequel before any of our films, and just look at that. And he basically took our outfits, made them even better because we can't afford really good stuff, and he made it even cooler. So I'm like, awesome. So you mentioned Batman. I am collaborating with this guy on a Batman motion comic.
Oh, really?
And
there we go.
The title of it,
Mhm.
it's a weird title, but it will make sense.
I like
once
weird
it's out.
titles. Yeah.
Batman Amnesiac.
Amnesiac, huh?
Yes.
So Batman losing his memory a little bit, or what's going on?
Or maybe something is taking memories.
Ooh,
I had
okay,
this
I like
idea, and I'm like, yeah, I gotta write this.
Yeah.
Batman, of course, is in it. Alfred's in it. Commissioner Gordon's in it. Batwoman and Batgirl. Batwoman Kate Kane. Batgirl Barbara Gordon have to have Barbara. That's where I am.
Given. Yeah.
And Tim Drake Robin, and that's all I will say who's in it, because there are some surprises.
I'm sure there is some cameos, maybe, or something. Other characters, yeah,
maybe. Like,
So-
I'm going to have an open audition for fans if they want to audition for voices, and reach out to other people that I've met through these films over the last number of years if they want to audition for voices. And that's going to be tricky because if I hear someone's voice and I'm like, oh, they'd be good for a character that I haven't announced, I can't really. I gotta trust that they're not gonna say anything, because like I don't want to spoil it if there's people that are actually interested in it, you know.
That's cool,
So,
man.
I'm excited. I'm about 3/4 of the way through the script, and I'm always looking at it because I'm always worried the Batman dialogue isn't gonna hit well with people. So I'm trying to make it the best I can, because everyone else I can kind of get away with it because they're not brooding and dark and people know Batman like some of these other characters. So I can't go like, Batman has to say things a certain way.
Yeah.
like there's a thing where Tim says to him is he's like, hey, can I tell Aquaman about this? And Batman just starts walking away, and he's like, well, can I? And the Batman interrupts him, no, and then just gets in the Batmobile. I'm like, I feel like that's something he would do. He wouldn't just he would just like, I didn't hear you.
Just put his foot down, just like no. Yeah. I mean, I would say, when you reference even Batman the animated series, even like the later ones when it's like the Batman and Robin adventures and stuff. I mean, some of the dialogue is not that great, but there's sometimes there's some really great dialogue in those. Just going through it, Scott and I doing that, just going through like those episodes and just really paying attention to the dialogue. I mean, we'll have fun on the cheesy episodes when it's like, and there's some cheesy Batman lines. There definitely is, but there also is some really good dialogue on some of the big. We did Feet of Clay. There's just a lot of good dialogue that's going through there. A lot of good story going through there.
I think that's the best part about comics, and especially like shows that really are serious about telling a story. Dialogue is most important. Visuals can be great, but if your dialogue isn't that great and you're not really expressing these characters and you're not really engaging with the audience and really making them care, then your show's a failure, in my opinion. Or the story you're telling isn't as good as it could be. Exactly.
You hear that, Titans? Sorry, I'm having a difficulty getting through Titans season 3. I'm just saying, a little difficulty getting through Titans season 3. Some of the dialogue. Woo!
Yeah, I think it's doing better than the first 2 seasons, but I hear you.
Yeah, it's got some moments. It got some moments. But it's funny. But it's funny too, because like I was really like, okay, where is season 2? Season 2's got me. Let's go. And then of course, season finale. It just shit. You didn't stick the landing.
Are you caught up on Titans right now? Are you?
I haven't watched the last episode yet. So.
But you saw the episode with Donna and Tim. Okay.
Yes.
Well,
when they go into the afterlife, whatever the fuck.
Her referencing her death. Just the way she's so angry. I'm like, I wonder if this is the writers saying we understand, or the actress going, I need to vent. Yes. So let me vent.
I know. She literally was just like, you saw how I died. And she was like frustrated with like, it was everybody. She might as well just looked at the camera and said, right, guys. It was stupid.
I'm Wonder Girl and I died at a carnival.
Yeah. Getting electrocuted.
It would have been different if Donna was killed by, say, like somehow Deathstroke killed her.
Yeah.
Something. Okay, but at carnival, after everything's already finished up, oh no, that thing's falling. And instead of pushing the people out of the way, she pushes them out of the way and holds it. Like, you could have pushed them out of the way.
Yeah, I know. Isn't she fast? She can actually just go whoosh, 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 whoosh.
They show that every episode this season, they've showed her running and showing how fast she can be. And she's like, nah, I'm just going to hold it. I'm going to hold the electricity.
And then, but why would even the electricity just?
And then literally Wonder Woman rides the lightning in Wonder Woman 84. And like Wonder Girl can't stand some lightning.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. I know. Oh man, she literally rides the lightning. I wanted to hear that rip.
Oh yeah.
I wanted somebody to dub that. I wanted somebody to dub that on there.
Metallica just shows up as
right.
playing.
Just yeah, that'd be badass. But yeah, I'm having a little difficulty, so I'm going to catch up this weekend. But I need to catch up on Squid Game, Midnight Mass. I mean, there's so many things that people keep talking about.
Midnight Mass.
Yeah, I hear it's fantastic. I mean,
have you started it yet or no?
I haven't even started it yet. See, that's the thing. I need to catch up. I know I'm so far behind on things just because, last weekend it was just my birthday weekend and it was just basically going out every night or both nights and then recovering in the morning. But I should have been recovering watching something, but I, for some reason did not. I did a lot of sleeping and napping and stuff. So
I remember our first stream when I was first on the Vodka stream. We talked about Hill House Bly Manor.
We did.
Yeah. And this is Mike Flanagan's best work in terms of TV. Midnight Mass. It's that's what I keep saying. Yeah. Pure
master. I keep on seeing everybody say it's a pure masterpiece.
And then now he already has his next show already lined up in Netflix. They already got him again.
Yeah, isn't he doing Edgar Allan Poe's Raven or something like that too?
I don't know. I know it's an Edgar Allan Poe poem that he's adapting for the series. Okay. It's just so funny because Netflix is like, we can't lose this guy.
Yeah,
he is too good.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if I think maybe they haven't revealed it. They just said it's an Edgar Allan Poe.
I think they did announce it.
I could have swore I saw Raven, that it was actually the most popular, I guess, Edgar Allan Poe. Oh, it's the fall of, let's see, Scott's got it right there. Fall of the House of Usher. So,
yeah, that's it.
Okay.
People are already making like fan art and stuff, and he's like really excited to get into it. Yeah, I mean, he's a genius. He's so good at
what. Well, I mean, Dr. Sleep, right? He did Dr. Sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you remember that movie Hush? Did you ever see Hush that he made?
Hush. What was that about?
Deaf woman out in the woods.
God, it sounds familiar, but I don't think I did see it. No.
Well, it's funny because his wife, who's of course been in all of his shows, she plays the woman, and then there's a woman you're gonna meet her in Midnight Mass, and you're gonna hate her. But she plays, I think, a friend, and she comes up and she's holding a book called Midnight Mass, saying, I just read your book. Because he's been trying forever to make it a book. He tried to turn it into a movie, and then Netflix is like, we'll take it.
I mean, this is what I love, because didn't the same thing happen with Squid Game? I thought I heard that the creator of that was trying to pass it around everywhere, and he kept getting turned down for like 12 years, and then finally it's here, and it's a fucking hit. I mean, this is what I love about. I mean, and when people talk about streaming and when they want to say that it's not as good and blah blah blah, and it's like, but it opens up so many doors for like these sleeper. I mean, there's going to be a lot of garbage. Sure, there's going to be garbage. It's just going to happen. You could go in Netflix and just find the most B-roll shit ever, but you get these little hits that just come out of nowhere. And then it's all word of mouth, and they just blow up. And that's what I love about all this. And I love the fact that he's getting that recognition now, because then people are going to go, oh, wait, this guy directed the sequel to The Shining. Well, shit, I got to fire that thing up. And people are going to find that movie because I enjoyed the shit out of that movie. Director's cut, of course, better. And I'm going, yes, please watch Dr. Sleep, because people slept on it, pardon the pun. It was like, come on. It was a great movie. It was great.
It's just crazy how it is. I mean, literally, it's like, I think Netflix just pretty much just picks up and just says, okay, we'll do your show or whatever, because they don't know what's going to hit. Because Squid Game, I had not heard a peep about that. I had no word about that whatsoever until it blew up all over social media.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for that, I would never have heard the show, because it popped up on Netflix once. So I think that's when it was starting to get traction, but no one was talking about Squid Game like back when it released. It was like September when it released, and no one heard about it. So it's one of those things where Netflix just doesn't know. And Netflix movies, a lot of them are crap. But their shows, they have a lot of great shows that people are discovering over time, or they just don't realize they're that good, because there's so much stuff on there. You don't know what to pick. Yeah. Because like I just go on there and I'm just watching like stuff I've already seen, because I don't know.
Exactly. I know. There's sometimes where I go, okay, maybe this will be cool. And then I'm like, I'm like halfway through going, geez, this is very, very B-roll, very B-roll. And then And then it's, we got the new Resident Evil trailer that just came out, and I kind of I went like, okay, this trailer sucks. First off, it's not good. It could be fun. I never was super into Resident Evil, but I did play the first couple of games a little bit with friends. And, I did not, when it came to the Paul W.S. Anderson movies, the first one I enjoyed, and then it just got ridiculous because Paul W.S. Anderson, my God, he gets ridiculous sometimes. But, as long as he keeps on putting his wife in movies, I'm all for it because I love her. But, so then when I watched this, I went, okay, the VFX, whoa.
It's all over the place.
Yes.
Like some of it's really like, okay, someone's like, oh, what? Like they didn't think that through before adding that in.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of crazy because like, okay, the Resident Evil franchise years back when it finally wrapped up, no one cared. Like people stopped caring after those movies. So I guess they're trying so hard to get another franchise going. And I just feel like, and I also hate it too. You click on the trailer on the YouTube channel and it plays like a little 5-second thing. Here comes the trailer. I know. Because I clicked on it. I remember, because I've been reacting this long, I remember clicking on a trailer and had the little green thing pop up.
Yeah.
That
doesn't happen anymore, huh?
No, it's all about shot. The monster is like Resident Evil. Like, I know, I clicked on it.
I hate that. I hate that now when you click on a trailer and it goes boom,
and they show the final shot in the trailer, they show it in the beginning.
Yeah, I'm like,
what's the point?
Yeah, I do miss the, this trailer has been blah 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 for all.
They do that in theaters still, but not on YouTube anymore.
Thank God. I can't. Once they start doing that in theaters, I'm gonna be like, oh shit, here we go. No, they won't do that. But I don't get why they do that. Where they have to show you a teaser to the trailer that you're about to watch.
Because I think the upload is also what they use for the ad that plays over other videos.
Gotcha.
So when people have that 5-second thing before they skip it, they put in that little thing so that you're like, oh, this is an ad for that. Okay, this is a trailer ad. If I click skip, because it stops and shows the logo right as the skip ad pops up. If you can skip it,
that's true. That's why.
That's why, because they're using that upload as the same thing for ad.
But why not just upload two different? You would think like I thought there was like, okay, you have your initial upload, but then you can also have, if you're gonna have an ad. I don't know how it works when it comes to posting an ad on YouTube.
You go to Google and there's like a specific way to you advertise your video, and you can advertise your video on the side of other videos, or they can be on videos itself. You kind of dictate that, but it's with the YouTube link, so they have to use that same upload.
Okay, so it's more of a YouTube thing, and they're just kind of optimizing it.
But it also helps their views on that video, because if it's an ad, it also helps increase the views. So they just use the one. It's a pain. It's a pain because that's their way of having it play on other videos as an ad. And for me, I pay for YouTube Premium, so I don't see that crap. So for me, it's like, but you just can't find a version of that with all that stuff cut unless you find someone else who re-uploaded it, cutting it out. Which is like, why would you at that point? Just kind of shut your eyes.
I don't know, but it's always fun when especially when you're doing a reaction video. It just, and then you press play, it almost scares you because it's like boom, 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 boom. And you're
like I have to check the audio sometimes. Like Jesus.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Oh man.
But yeah, that trailer. No.
Yeah, it was not that great, and it was just kind of like, all right, man, I'll give it a shot. But yeah, you would think that it's Resident Evil. It's an existing property. You guys have it. You're rebooting it. You want to be you want to do something with it. You want to start a new franchise with it. And I don't know. I saw people that thought it was great, and I'm like, all right, good for you.
It's interesting because they waited till now to release a trailer for it.
Yeah,
like it's coming out pretty soon.
Yeah, so
they waited till now to put out a trailer.
Yeah, I know. It kind of makes you wonder when that stuff happens. It kind of makes you wonder. It's like, what's your problems, reshoots? What's going on with that?
Or they have no faith in it.
Or that. That's true. Yeah. Oh God, dude.
That drink is making me hot. I'm sweating over here.
Is it? What kind of drink you drinking right now?
Banana pudding. I can't even think of the word moonshine.
Oh shit! You're drinking moonshine? Holy Lord! Yeah. Banana pudding.
Yep.
I mean, it sounds delicious. I mean, banana pudding is delicious. But
that hit back hard.
Oh man, stuff's gonna give you COVID.
Oh.
Oof.
Jesus.
right.
I had nothing else to drink.
Okay. Well, hey, I mean,
Yeah.
that works. I know I'm over here drinking a martini. It's a little rough myself because I'm not a fan of olives, but I wanted to stay true to the James Bond
Nice.
of all this. And I was like, all right, I'm going to make a vodka martini. Did you see No Time to Die?
I did not know.
Okay.
I know my stepdad is going to freak out when he sees it. He loves James Bond. He's going to lose it.
Were you big on the Daniel Craig Bonds?
They're pretty good. I mean,
Yeah.
and it's kind of crazy how like it's been so long since we've been waiting for this last one because he was supposed to be done last year, and he's had to wait this long for this one to come out and I get it too, because the budget and everything and the marketing they already put into it, it makes sense why they had to push it off because like we can't release it now.
Yeah. It's the same thing with Maverick also, it seems like when they didn't have another spot to put it. It's like, Warner Brothers had their entire library can go on to their very own streaming service, sure. And then Disney has their thing too. But it's like when it comes to some of these other ones, Paramount, MGM, they had nowhere to do it. What are they? Because there was like a while there where they were thinking about selling it to Amazon. There was rumors that it was going to sell to Amazon at one point. That probably would have been a mistake because I think now after Venom coming out and doing gangbusters, Shang-Chi kind of really just started really kicking ass.
Oh, yeah.
And then now we got Venom, and then now we got No Time to Die. And No Time to Die, started off international. It's weird because even Dune is doing fairly well internationally.
I was about to say, Dune is doing good right now. And I'm wondering how Dune is going to do here because a lot of those markets that have Dune internationally, they don't have HBO Max. Yeah. Like, it's not available. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens when it comes out. And it releases on my birthday, by the way. Exciting. So I'm wondering.
You're a Libra too, then?
I don't know. I don't keep.
I don't know. Yeah, October.
All I know is that every single time I'm in the theater and I see the Dune trailer, I'm like, shh. Whoever's with me, I'm like, I gotta watch this shit. This is magic here. It's so good. And I don't know the source material. I bought the Dune book. I have it back there, and I keep looking at it. I'm like, that's a big book. I'm like,
it's a tough read. I'm like halfway through it. It's not like something I just crack open all the time. Like get back in because it'll get exciting, and then it just gets like, whoa, okay, really just deep. And I'm like, God damn. And then, usually it's at night when I read this. Home run, Giants. That's right. Sorry. I just saw it right now. Sorry, Dodger fans. Who was it? Chris Bryant, you beautiful bastard. I see you there, Scott. Don't worry. No, but it is a little bit of a tough read, Scott, especially when it's all said and done. I've done my work. Both my work, my show and everything. And so then, I try to, I crack it open and like halfway through it, just when it's not super exciting, I'm going, whoa, I'm starting to nod off, which is good. That's what you want to do when you read because you want to, you want it to help you go to sleep. Yeah. And to be honest, something Dune does, but when it gets exciting, and there's many parts where it does, and I'm going, and what's great is the anticipation for the movie. When I'm reading some of these scenes, I'm going, this whole scene right here at this dinner party, it's gonna be good to see on the big screen with all these people. And then it's great that I can visualize all the actors now. When I'm like, when I first cracked it open, I'm like, okay, who's playing so? And I'm looking at IMDb. I'm like, all right, so that's Oscar Isaac. He's Leto. Okay, we got Gurney right there. That's Brolin. Sweet. Obviously, Timothy Chalamet is Paul. It's like I get who everybody is. So that does make it a little easier, to be honest. So, but yeah, it can be a little bit of a tough read. But I think I'm almost to the point where the first movie ends. So I think I'll be in good shape when the movie comes out. And then I'm going to rewatch the David Lynch one just for shits and giggles.
I haven't seen that one. I was thinking about watching it, and people are like saying don't. Yeah. I get your point about reading though, because like I finished 2 books back to back pretty quickly. There was a couple of issues I had with certain things, but I'm now reading a book, a Marvel omnibus, an actual book omnibus. It's the X-Men and the Avengers Gamma Quest omnibus. It's like a 570 page book, and I'm reading through it, and I'm on the first book of the omnibus here, and I'm like, wow, there are just certain paragraphs in here that just don't need to be here because it's over explaining stuff you already know, like the way Storm is using her powers or the Incredible Hulk. I'm like I already know, like, because I'm waiting, because like there's like long chunks of time where no one's talking, and I'm like, okay, so you're trying to overly explain action or overly explain how Storm can fly in the sky and create clouds, or the Hulk gets meaner and angrier and how his veins are getting, it's like, I got it. Get to the dialogue. I want these people to talk to. I want these people to talk, because like there's certain chapters I'm like, all of it's talking. They're just talking back and forth. They're getting information, and we're moving the story along. And then there's like bits where it's like, okay. It's frustrating because I'm like, I want to read a story here. I don't want to read about how Storm can fly and how this reminds her back in this one time. Like, I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's got to be. It's interesting when they take, especially when you're reading an actual novel with all this stuff. Like, I remember reading the Death of Superman novel version before. I actually read that before I read the actual graphic novel version or the comic book version. And it actually, I remember I read it twice, and it actually, I should read it again because now, I mean, that was back when I was like third grade, fourth grade or something like that. And I remember it being good. And I remember the cover was, the cover is just like it was a beautiful cover. And it was funny too, because I was at the comic book shop a couple of weeks ago, and I almost picked up the novelization for Court of Owls. I kind of want to pick it up just to see, because I haven't read that story in I don't know how long, but I kind of want to read like the novelization of that. It's because that's such an interesting story. And especially since the Batman might be touching a little bit of that. We don't know quite yet, but I kind of want to get familiar with it. Yeah, I know. I kind of want to get familiar with that. How much are you looking forward to that trailer? Oh,
I'm so excited. I cannot wait because now they're done shooting.
Oh yeah,
they're now
we got a full movie they can actually put in that.
They're just strictly in post-production at this point. But I'm wondering if they'll wait. Did they already do reshoots, or they have not done reshoots yet?
I haven't heard anything about reshoots because usually anytime that one of these damn movies do reshoots, people start freaking out. So
yeah, so my guess is if there's going to be a reshoot, it's going to probably be the end of the year because they're getting close to release. But I'm excited because, like, with what they had 25%. Because we talked about this last time.
It's true.
They had 25% of the film shot, and of course, I think at that point they weren't filming at that point, or they had just started back, so they had like hardly anything to show. But they had a fantastic trailer with just 25%. So now they got a full 100. So I'm wondering what direction they're going to take it, because they've already set the tone with how they opened the trailer with Gordon and then Batman just walking in the crime. Because we talked about how that hasn't really been established that much in the movies in terms of live action.
You never really see that. I mean, like you kind of saw it a little bit in like Batman Begins, where he shows up at a crime scene, but he just kind of shows up. He didn't just walk into an active crime scene where there's FBI agents. And then
The Dark Knight, the bank scene, he shows up and the officers leave because they get out of there. Gordon won't talk to him.
Yeah.
But it never was like an establishment of like they're all on the same side in a sense. Like there might be some cops who have some issues, but it was never a thing. So I think Matt Reeves was trying to make a statement.
He definitely was. And I think
I'm doing this.
Yeah. When it comes to the next trailer, we're gonna get the plot, because if you think, I mean, we kind of get the plot in the first one, but it's mainly okay. The Riddler apparently is killing people, doing something, and then Batman's trying to figure it out, and he's somewhat tied to it. And then there's, we briefly see the Penguin, but this time and briefly see Catwoman. It was a bunch of just like, it was for what they had. It was like, oh man, it's just such a fucking it was just such a chef's kiss of a trailer for what little they had. So now we're gonna get more dialogue. We're gonna finally probably see Andy Serkis as Alfred, and I'm like, can't wait to see what he looks like.
It's like a thing too. You got to think like they had like compared to actual other trailers that come out where they've already done shooting and that then they put out their first trailer.
Yeah,
25%. It looked that good. Number one, because they beautifully put it together. They found a way to make it really work. But also, two, Matt Reeves shot the hell out of everything we saw. Like, it looks so good. So anything they could have showed would have looked good because he just knows how to shoot a movie. Exactly. He knows what he's doing. And then I love how that shut up pretty much everybody about Robert Pattinson as Batman. Like he put that nonstop punching sequence just because, okay, you don't like my decision. All right. He's going to beat the shit out of this dude.
Yeah. And then instead of saying I'm Batman, he's going to say I'm Vengeance. You're going to hear that little bit of Batman voice. I think we'll hear a little bit more Batman voice in the second trailer.
I hope we hear Bruce and Batman.
Yeah.
Both.
We're going to probably hear both.
Yeah.
I think we'll hear an exchange. We'll hear an exchange between Bruce and Alfred, and Bruce and Selena, I believe. We'll get more Penguin, and then we'll also get more of that score. We'll actually get the actual score.
Oh, yes.
because we know that what's his name is he's been shooting it, or he's been recording it, playing it. We saw that he's been at work on it, so we're gonna get all of that too. And apparently, it's like 2.5 minutes. I mean, who knows if that was like an actual runtime? But my God, it's gonna be. It's funny when it was all like said and done. I remember it was like just because work and everything's been crazy. I thought DC Fandom was this weekend, earlier like this week or something. I was like, oh shit, I gotta wait another. Oh God,
for
some reason I thought it was the weekend after my birthday weekend, and I was like, oh man, now it's gonna be another week longer. Oh shit. Damn it.
I just wonder what surprises we're going to get, because they're very clear about, well, we're announcing all these people, but we got more stuff that we're not telling you.
I know. That's going to be interesting. I mean, fingers crossed for maybe another Superman Henry Cavill. Who knows? That seems like it can be a long shot. Air cut, a lot of people are talking about it.
Okay, I was going to say, did you hear about this air cut thing?
I don't think that's going to happen there. I hope I'm dead wrong. And I've been saying this on my show when people ask, or have I talked about stuff that Ayer's put out. I go, I don't think it's going to happen, but I hope I am 100% dead wrong. And if it does, I will gladly be like, that was wrong. And it cannot be more happy being wrong about this, but I don't think it's actually going to, I don't know. It's just, to me, it just doesn't seem like it's going to happen. But
do you think it's going to happen, or do you think it's not going to happen at DC Fandom?
I think it's going to happen. There's going to be an announcement sometime, but I just don't see it happening at DC Fandom. The announcement at DC Fandom. I see it sometime next year. I don't know. And there's not. I mean, and it's not like this. It's not like Zack Snyder's Justice League. It doesn't need $70 million to finish. If anything, it needs less than 10. 10 would be the max. And probably like even 8 would be the max. 7, I don't know. Where he just needs to, they just need to re-put it together. Maybe add a couple of visual effects that maybe weren't finished on certain scenes they cut out. But I just don't, and they're not going to, I don't think he's going to have to reshoot it or like add additional photography or anything like that, unless they allow him to do it. And he had like some idea like Snyder did, which I'm like, I'm all for that. If he wants to add like another scene like Snyder did, I mean, come on, let's face it. That Nightmare Joker and Batman scene was fucking amazing. How did you like that scene? I don't think we really even talked about the Snyder cut.
I don't think we did. It was crazy because it kind of fit so seamlessly with everything else that was already shot years ago.
Yep.
And just seeing Ben back, it's like, oh, this is what we needed.
Yeah.
I was kind of like, I love the trailers leading up, and they revealed Joker in the trailer. I found it kind of interesting how Jared went in a different direction with the voice.
Yeah.
Like he went a different direction entirely. And I'm like, that's interesting, because I would have thought he would have stuck with Suicide Squad in terms of the voice. Maybe not so much that over the top, because time has changed now. Like everything's just gone to crap. But like, I would have thought he would have kind of kept with like that. But the fact I think he had a second chance to do something else with it.
Yeah.
So he said, okay. And I'm assuming Snyder and him talked about, what they were going to do with him and how he's going to look and what he's going to be wearing. And they probably figured out the best way to approach it's Jared's Joker, but it's a newer kind of version of him.
Yeah, and I think Zach even talked about that. It's a road weary Joker, like he said. It's not, and they did have discussions about that a lot. Where it's like, yeah, this is not the gangster Joker that was driving the fucking Lamborghini, sitting at a club all blinged out and whatnot. This is now he's lost Harley Quinn.
Yeah.
He's seen some shit. He's seen some crazy shit, and now he's just like, he doesn't care if he dies or not. I mean, that's what's so great about that scene. Is just the fact that when Superman shows up, he's just like, we're gonna die. Like, you're all gonna die. He's just laughing about it. As opposed to just being scared. And all he wants to do is just, even though he's teamed up with Batman, it's like he just wants to push his fucking buttons. That's what was so great about that scene. Was like, man, it was just like, I mean, talk about just when you think about Joker and Batman cinematically, I mean, obviously you think about the Dark Knight interrogation scene, which is still top notch, but this iconic. Is not, to me, for me, it is not far behind. Like that exchange, because of the setting and because of the fact that, we have Batman dropping an F-bomb, threatening to kill him. Yeah. I mean, it's just such a beautiful thing, man.
Was Was there any truth behind Margot Robbie was going to try to be in that sequence, but it couldn't work out due to scheduling, or is that?
You know what? That's
crap?
One thing I would like to find out. I'd never asked the man himself, so
I would love to know, because I don't know how that would alter the scene, because obviously you couldn't bring up her death, but just having Margot's Harley, Jared's Joker, and then Ben's Batman in one sequence, like in a scene,
Jesus Christ,
would be crazy.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I don't know. I don't think Zach even said anything about that at any point when he was doing promotion of it. I mean, the only thing I know that was that when it came to Jared Leto wanting to do Joker, he wanted to do more. Like apparently, he was like way back into it, like, and to the point where they were pretty much done with the movie. And Jared's like, "Hey, so are we gonna do this me killing Robin scene, or what's going on?" And it was like, or something like that. Because we know that he wants to do that scene, and we know that Zach was like, "Well, there was a plan for the sequel to actually where they had that, where basically all the characters who were surviving, they were going to talk about their point of views." Batman. I mean, that's what sucks, that we're not going to. I mean, hopefully, who knows? Maybe we'll get it. Who knows? But just the fact that you would actually have a scene where Batman and Joker tell their different perspectives of the killing of Robin. I mean, my God, can you imagine that? I mean,
that'd be really like insane, because it would. It's a whole new perspective on an iconic moment that changed the Batman mythos and changed the Batman lore. Like it's a big moment. It's a big
moment. And then the fact of the matter is that, it's for this story. It's not Jason Todd. It is Dick Grayson. Like, because, Zach wanted to make it hit this story. It's not going to be this grand, huge story. It's going to be, he explained the first time he was on here. He was just like, he thought it would impact Batman more if it was Dick, not Jason, which does make sense. And I know a lot of people, there's some people that did not like that idea. I don't even think I liked that idea at first too, because just being a Batman fan, I'm like, nah, it's got to be Jason, because it's fucking Jason. And then of course it could lead up to Red Hood. What's going on? And then we got Titans that tried to do something like that. I'm like, not sure if it actually nailed it, but okay. Anyway, but I'm like, I really understood the fact that he was like, well, he was just trying to make this story. You have this Batman who's in his mid 40s, pushing 50 maybe, and the fact that he lost that child that he did full on bring in, who lost his parents too, that child. And as opposed to, I mean, a lot of people have a different debate about it. I've seen debates about it a lot, where some people that are for it and some people are not about it. I see both sides, but I see where Zach was coming from it, with his story. And I think it's something different. It was like a little bit fresh. And the fact that would be added to, the fact that it is the Dick Grayson Robin, and they would have that exchange in the nightmare world. Holy shit.
I mean, it's interesting too, because I think that makes it kind of tracks with how Bruce was acting when we met him in BVS, because he didn't have a second Robin when Dick Grayson left to go to Bloodhaven to become Nightwing.
Yeah.
Didn't happen. So for him, everything changed that night. Dick Grayson is now dead. There is no second Robin. He can't pull himself to do it. And even Hardboiled Entertainment says, even in the comics, Bruce has said that if it had been Dick Grayson he'd lost, it would have driven him over the edge.
Yes. And because if you think about it, if you look at the source material, like, Bruce probably looks at Dick Grayson as an accomplishment, because he took this boy in, trained him, and turned him into his own person. And he went off to do his own thing, still alive, kicking ass in his own city. So it's like, all right, that was an accomplishment. Can you imagine if that didn't succeed and he pulled this kid in and he fucking died, got killed by his arch nemesis?
It's the first time he does it. He brings in this kid who experienced a similar situation that he did when he was a kid.
Yeah.
And it fails.
Exactly.
And so at that point, it's like, he could have thought to himself, if I never had taken this kid in, he would never went through what he just went through from the Joker.
Yep.
I mean, because Jason's introduction is completely different.
Oh yeah,
in terms of
totally is. And, just different personality too. It's like, So I mean, it totally makes sense why Snyder was like, you know what, let's just cut to the chase on this one. And but of course, WB wasn't having it. Is there what other trailers are you looking forward to when it comes to fandom?
Oh my God. Pretty much. What I'm looking forward to the most, besides, of course, the Batman is Young Justice Phantoms. Season
nice.
4 of Young Justice. I cannot wait. I was someone back in 2016. I was on my Twitter account tweeting out, renew Young Justice, bring the show back. I made 2 videos. I was like, I was like, because it was on Netflix. I was like, binge watch the show. The creators like, binge watch the show. Let's let Warner Brothers know.
I remember those campaigns. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I'm heavily gonna invest in that. I'm curious to see what they're going to show, because I know that leak thing came out from The Flash a little while ago, that leak thing. I wonder if we're actually going to get something else because that leaked. Because I'm thinking they finished shooting today. They knew they were finishing today.
They get a scooper that just goes, hey, guess what? This is what's happening.
Well, not that. But,
you're talking about
but the fact they finished shooting.
Oh, yeah.
Like the film is wrapped.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, since that thing leaked a little while ago in terms of what they were probably going to show at Fandom about the movie and behind the scenes.
Okay, that's what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm thinking they're going to put out a teaser because
they have to.
That thing's already out there. People have already seen it. They might re-air it, but I'm thinking they'll go, oh, by the way, here's your first official teaser for The Flash.
Yeah.
And then boom. Because, I mean, all they'd have to do, because teasers are normally like a minute long or minute 30, like they're short. So just do a short little teaser. Don't show too much. Just, you don't even have to show Michael Keaton. You don't have to show him. But
now they will. They have to.
Well, they will. I'm saying, like, for the first teaser, if they want to surprise fans, because what we know, they're like behind the scene look of Shazam: Fury of the Gods, behind the scene look of the Flash, behind the scenes look of Black Adam. It's like surprises. Drop a teaser for the Flash. Shazam, I think they're still shooting that, so maybe not. Black Adam, same thing. I don't think they're ready to put out a teaser for that yet.
I think they might put out something. They have to put out something for Black Adam.
Well, I think behind the scenes, though, and I think they'll show off, Black Adam, like The Rock in a suit. We're going to see him actually wearing it.
Yeah, we'll definitely see Keaton in the suit, I think, too.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, they definitely, like I'm agreeing with you. I mean, when the leaks that happen, sometimes you just wonder, like, it's just, who the fuck leaked this? Like, how could this possibly happen?
I was wondering that too, because that thing was everywhere. I'm like, who found this behind the scenes discussion about the Flash? And everyone's like, where did this come from? And someone just said, I think this might be for DC Fandom in a couple months. They're like,
yeah. And then I was wondering, I'm like,
how did they get it?
Yeah, it's just it is kind of strange, and it's almost like Bill. I mean, even like what I've just talking with people behind the scenes. Some of you said like, yeah, I think it came from Warner Brothers, and I'm like, you think? He's like, well, look, if you think about it, it's like they showed the Batmobile, the Keaton Batmobile in the Batcave. Look at the size of the Batcave. They literally built that stage, and it was funny too because this person I was talking to goes, think about that too, because they're investing a lot into this. This shows you that Michael Keaton's not doing a one-off because they're literally building his cave. You think they're going to use that for one movie? Fuck no. They're going to be using that for something else too. Whether it's Batgirl, probably there's going to be some Batgirl, who knows? And then Batman Beyond, that's what I kept hearing too. It's like he was trying to push to get that Batman Beyond either movie or series. I don't know.
They're thinking it might be Batgirl Beyond with
I know. I don't really like that idea though. I don't like that.
I don't know. I just think that your point is because I think they're leaked set photos.
Yeah,
they're probably putting it out there.
Yeah,
it's free marketing. Hey,
it really is. Like, I mean, there's smart people that go like, "Hey, guess what? You want to build up hype for this? Just throw a shot of the monitor out there that like who the fuck? How could you just take a picture and then someone just post it on Reddit? I mean,
because anybody can make an account. I bet somebody over at Warner Brothers will send a photo. Okay, hey, post this. Make an account. Post it on these subreddits because they all know what's being said over there. They know what's happening. They know what's happening with DC EU leaks on Reddit and all that crap. They know. I was thinking about this too. I think they might tell people who go around and take set photos because when they went off to go shoot at what would be presumed as Wayne Manor, like they immediately knew they were shooting over there. It's like I bet someone tipped them off saying get some photos of Wayne Manor because people are going to they're shooting at Wayne Manor because people are now talking about the movie.
Yeah, not everything's a leak. There's some things where it's just because
they're controlling it.
Exactly, because in the age of the internet and they know it can spread like wildfire. It's like anytime that something like that happens, guess what? It's on the trending page, and it's like, come on, you can't tell me that this is not building more hype for the movie, and it really is. I mean, and then it'll even turn people around. I've seen people that go like, I wasn't excited about this, but Jesus Christ, I've seen this. Wow, and it's like, that's that. There you go. You just got another ticket. sold right there.
There you go.
Just from the lead. And then, that's
especially nowadays with how movies weren't doing that well because of everything going on. Yeah. So now it's like we got to get people excited to come back to the movies.
Yes.
So
God. And then stepping off the movie topic, man, 30 years, Black Album, Metallica, and they're back playing shows again. Have you been watching those clips?
Yes, yes, they're so good. Like it's so weird because they had Harvester of Sorrow, I think from their first or second show back, and it was weird hearing it because they slowed it down, but it was slow to the album like tempo.
Yeah,
and it was like, this is interesting because I'm used to them playing it so fast.
Oh yeah, especially when you watch like that Seattle fucking concert. Geez, 89.
Well, it's like nowadays, like 2018, 2019, they would play songs way faster and.
Yep.
Okay, but it would also cause them to be a little sloppy, especially Lars, who wasn't. But it feels like Lars is really practicing a lot. But those shows have been really good, and they're opening with Whiplash. He's just going on and doing the Whiplash intro. It's like so cool, and they're playing a show tonight. Because like Kirk posted a photo of him wearing a mask, saying, "I'll see you guys," and wherever they're playing, and they're playing at a festival, I think. They played the Black Album from Struggle Within to Enter Sandman. So that was cool.
Dude, I know when I saw the on Twitter, they posted Struggle Within. That might actually, I don't know. It's debatable, but that's one of my favorite songs on the album. It really is, just because it's so fucking fast. It's got so many good, and that solo is fucking crazy. And
then the riff after the solo.
Yes.
And it's funny because every single Black Album related video they post that riff section. Yeah. And they repeat it again.
It's such a good riff. Like I remember like when I just back in the, in my high school days, I remember playing that song, just a solo for my buddy on the phone. Landline. Remember those kids? Landlines. Because I was like, dude, you have to listen to this solo. It's crazy. And then, but it was like, he was like enjoying it. And then I remember when that riff came out after it, he went, oh, like I heard him go, wow. Like I heard him say that. I'm like, yeah, isn't that riff crazy? And I'm like, yeah. That's why I'm like, that's might be one of my favorites. It could be like it's top up there on Black Album. Let's face it.
And it's so sad that song was never played until 2012. It's really crazy because like
never fucking played that live.
It's insane, but I think it's because they even talked about this too, because they were being interviewed around the time they started playing the Black Album in its entirety, and they were saying how we were trying to learn this stuff. We're going like, what were we thinking? Like, especially like Don't Tread on Me, like just the way it starts. It's like, what were we thinking? Yeah. And it's like, you guys were saying the same thing about Injustice for All. Like, what were you thinking when you were like trying to like relearn and figure out how to play Freight into Sanity? What were you thinking back then? Because that is all over the place in terms of tempo and time signature changes. It's like, what?
Freight into Sanity, when it goes off, when it does that fucking going off and it goes, and then it just goes off and it's like riff after riff after riff solo. It's like, what the? But that riff is so great when it does go off. That
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's so good. And it's so good that the first time they play that live, it actually came off somewhat decent. Because other times, Lars, when he hits that, he starts to play that part and he fucks up. And they're like, what are we supposed to do here? And then that part, Freddie's like, down, like that. They do like that build up. There's a Lars every single time misses like one. He's just like like he's like, oh shit. And you can tell like they're all like, damn it. Like it's timed out. We know how many hits, and he always misses it. Yeah. They start the riff and he goes, oh
oh man, I know. But I mean, but it is funny because the beginnings of some of these songs too, it's like you can't even like, you have to just play the track, or like even with Struggle Within, the way it starts, it's like, you got to play something over it. And then they have to come in and start playing it. It's like you can't actually play that. There's a lot of Metallica songs that seem to be like that, where you watch it live and you go, that they're pumping in the actual album part of that, and then they have to lead into it.
It's like they tried to do that with Dyer's Eve. They actually played it when they played it for 2004 for the first time, and throughout the rest of that tour they're playing it. They would play dun dun, and then eventually like, okay, so when we start playing it again in 2009, which they shouldn't have done that, it wasn't that good. They would play the intro tape.
Yeah,
and interestingly enough, when they started playing the Judas Kiss live for the first time, they played the intro. When because they didn't play it that much, but when they played it in my 2009 show, they actually just played the intro tape.
Oh, okay.
Dun, 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 dun. And I'm like, it's weird because I remember seeing a video online earlier that year of them playing it like at the intro as is and just playing the whole song. And I'm like, oh, okay, they just play the tape now. Okay. Like I was like, oh, this is interesting. Fight Fire with Fire and Battery, you have to play the intros. Blackened, you have to play the intros. You can't.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a cool little like when you start off, like if you start off with that. I mean, every time I look at like Binge and Purge, whatever in Seattle, I mean that's what they. But then when they come in, it's just like it's like holy shit, like it's so much faster than the actual album,
because it's like Injustice for All. It's like dun dun dun. It's like all of a sudden it's like dun 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 dun. It's like, oh god, there are explosions everywhere. It's like, guys, calm down. It's gonna be okay.
Oh, I know. And then they even do that now. I mean, it kind of sucks because I love the bass riff of All Nightmare Long, but they even do the intro track to that. They don't play that anymore, but it's just it's like I want to see Raw prop it on his, prop it up down and propped up and just playing that riff because it's such a cool bass riff, but they never play that actual live.
Here's what they should do. And I just now thought about this.
Okay.
Maybe because I've been drinking. They need to write an instrumental song for Rob to go crazy on the bass.
Oh
he knows what he's doing. Uh-oh. Video went out. Sorry. So stupid. Yeah, I'm using my iPhone 8 as my webcam, and sometimes it goes out. But anyways, I was like, watch this happen, and it did. Yeah. But he could go crazy on. I'm not saying copy Call of Cthulhu, let him go crazy, but I think because with Suicide Redemption, he played the intro, and but he's not really doing anything bass wise.
Yeah,
he's just playing do 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 do. It's like, okay, actually give him a bass solo. Because he kills it on Orion and Call of Cthulhu, he nails it. He just goes crazy like Cliff did.
Even like in the beginning of, I saw even recently, he did My Friend Misery, just that opening. Yeah. Oh, it was beautiful. It's so melodic.
Just the way he plays it, it's like, just give him the I mean, I know the opening of, what was it, Man Unkind? I think that has like some bass in it.
Yeah.
But let Rob just let him shine. Let him have his moment because he's killing it. I'm not saying he's playing it as good as Cliff because Cliff's on another level, but Rob is killing it in terms of honoring Cliff and playing these songs that he wrote.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing against Jason either. Jason was great, but I mean,
Jason's My Friend in Misery. Have you heard the original My Friend in Misery that Jason wrote?
Oh yeah.
It's so good.
There's a concert. I think there's a concert that he does. There's a concert where he plays that opening. I think it's and then he goes off and he just starts going on his own little thing. And then
they did it in Cunning Stunts, and then they did it back in the 1991 or 92 show.
Where Kirk and James just come in and they're just sitting there and they start playing what song?
Lives to Die.
There it is.
But like My Friend in Misery during like Cunning Stunts in the 1991 or 2 live show, he was playing My Friend in Misery. He was playing his original version of it. Which was really cool because, I mean, he thought, okay, well, we did an instrumental for Injustice for All. We're going to do the instrumental again. And it didn't happen for the Black Album, which I think it should have. I think that would have been interesting. They should have
kept that going. They really should have. There was something. And I'm glad they brought that back when Death Magnetic came in. It was like, all right, they got to do it. And then they did Suicide.
So now we have to manifest Metallica to do it again for the next album. Which we know they're working on it. We know that they've been working on it.
They had to be working on something. Yeah. And it's crazy too because, I mean, God, these guys are pushing like 6. I mean, shit you not, last weekend, my it was something, I was, after we got done drinking, of course, we're back at my buddy's house drunk and still drinking, by the way. And it's funny because, my buddy Chris, he's a big metalhead. So like, we're always like listening to different music and stuff. But my buddy Johnny was with us. And for some reason I was just like, I brought up Metallica and I'm like, hey, they still got it. And he was like, and I was like, all right, motherfucker. I put up Spit Out the Bone. I'm all, listen to this. These are men in their mid 50s. And I played it. And, when it started opening, he goes, oh, okay. Whoa, okay. And it was just like, he was like, oh shit. And I was like, yeah. I told you. Yeah, listen to this whole thing. Listen to the riff changes. It is insane. Like
and then Lars wrote it.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
Lars,
I'm like,
Lars wrote it.
I know. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, when you watch a play it live, I've seen it play live, not as good, but yeah, you know, still.
I think the live premiere was the best performance they've done of it. Because like I think they were like really polished on it. Because I remember they for months they were getting ready to do it.
Yeah.
I wonder if the next album is gonna do that again, or if they're just gonna go. We're gonna go more, because I feel like with the Black Album is a good
reload.
Yeah, I kind of see Black Album in terms of like, because like Now That We're Dead, I think that's kind of like where they may go, our Moth in the Flames. Nothing too fast, but enough to get us.
It's still got that dent, you know.
Yeah, the chug.
That
chug.
Yeah, I know. I love watching the behind the scenes, and like James, like, oh man, I wasn't ready for the chug. I got to work that out.
I got to get the chugga.
Yeah, that's what he said,
or something. He's like, I got to get chugga shape. And there's one thing people keep pointing out to. I laugh so much. Lars is talking and James is sitting there on a stool. Rob is over here, and James is just sitting there, just like staring out into nothing, holding his guitar. And then Lars is just talking, and James is acting like he can't hear anything. Yeah. He's not even alive. People are like, James is just waiting to be told what to do, and then he'll start doing it. Like he's just like a robot, just sitting waiting. It was so weird.
It is. I know exactly the video you're talking about because I watched that too. But that's what's so crazy about those two dynamics. And I mean, even like James said, I mean, I remember when James did you watch him when he was on Rogan? By the chance? Yeah. I mean, I remember him saying like, hey, you know, he's my brother. I love him and I hate him, you know, and it's just like he has, and I'm like, yeah. When you watch Some Kind of Monster, I mean, you see the demons come out and you see like, how the fuck have these guys been together for so long? But at the same time, when you see them, that's what I love about when they release the videos of them making the songs is you just kind of see they get in that sync together. Like they just get in sync. And it's kind of funny because with the last album with Hardwired, it seemed like it was the three of them. Kirk was not really there. He just kind of came in and just did his part, which was kind of interesting. But Rob was there and kind of keeping up. But
Rob was like there trying to give ideas. I think Kirk had lost his phone with a bunch of ideas, so he had nothing really to contribute.
Yeah, that's right. He did say that, right?
Yeah. It's crazy. Like
that'd be cool if he gets those ideas back. You know?
Yeah, something, or at least starts remembering them. The Death Magnetic stuff's great. Hardwire stuff's great in terms of the behind the scenes stuff. I would kill to have some behind the scene footage of like Ride the Lightning or Master of Puppets.
Oh my god! If they had something like that.
When they talk about that back then, they talk about how they go into the studio back then with all the songs already written. They just have to record them. I would still love to see that, because I'm wondering, because there was a thing about where Cliff was just adding all that stuff in the beginning of Damage Inc. with the bass swells. He kept adding stuff into it as they're recording. So like I would love to see the process of Cliff trying to figure out how to add more bass swells to kind of harmonize itself, because he like had original version, then he kept adding more harmonizing bits in the swells of Damage Inc. leading into the actual dun. And it's like I would love to see Cliff just sitting there, just like recording different swells and just adding it in.
Yeah,
I would just love to see that kind of stuff, because there's also a thing too about the second riff of the second part of Welcome Home Sanitarium. They're saying that Cliff wrote that. He wrote it on a guitar, and he played it on the guitar, and no one has a photo of it, and I hate it. I want to see that so bad. Just a photo of him with a guitar going, "This is how you play it."
Yeah.
And every time they play it, I'm thinking like, Cliff wrote that. You guys are playing Cliff's riff. That is so cool. And I learned how to play it. It's so fun.
Oh, I'm sure it is. I mean, like my buddy who I was once roommates with. I mean, there'd be so many riffs that he just, just like, all right, play this one, play Ride the Light, play Whiplash, and then he'd be like, oh, how does it go? And then he would just like learn how to play it, and it was just, oh man, it was just amazing seeing that, like just somebody I know just like busting it out real quick, and then just kind of just like, how does it go again? And then we'd just play it, and then he would just start strumming, and then just kind of learn it as it going, and then you could tell he was having just like a lot of fun with it. But it's funny too, because even like the most popular Metallica song, which is Enter Sandman, it's like that process. I mean, some people might not even know. It's like the fact that Kurt wrote that, you know, but it didn't go the way that it does in the song. It went but then Lars came in and said, "You have something there, but do it 3 times before you go into the other one." It's like,
because it would just keep playing the ending over and over and over.
Yes. And then that ended up being their most popular fucking song.
All because Lars came in and went, change that, and he went, all right, because I wonder if they would have kept it as is, it probably would have had a different outcome.
Yeah.
Because it would have had a different feel.
Yeah.
Because it would just keep ending over and over and over. Because that it's like, okay, that sounds like the ending of the riff before the repeat.
Yeah.
But they're just playing it over and over and over.
Yeah. It's just amazing, like crafting a song like that. I mean, that's just what it is. I mean, that's what Lars was always good at. And then when you see them talk about it, I mean, I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about when he's telling James, what if we go back to the, you know, and you go back and he does this like his little hand gesture and he's just like, you go back to that first one and I'm like,
let's go to that riff before the chug. It's like, what? Like, I hope that James understood that because he's like,
and he does.
Which one?
That's the thing is like James does understand it. That's why they're so in sync when it comes to that. So that's why they come up with these crazy songs and these crazy changes. I don't know how they do it. It's I don't know. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
I forget what song it was, but he had mentioned, let's end it like that. The ending of Bleeding Me. And he goes, wah, nah, nah, nah. Like he starts like mouthing out the guitar part. It's like the ending of Bleeding Me. And James is like, do you remember that? And James is like, yes. Like, it's like, I don't know. Like, cause they're just trying to figure out on the spot. Cause because they were so used to going into the studio with the album already pretty much done in terms of songs written. They just have to record it. But in this, they're like, they have their own studio. They can just work all the time. So it's like, we're seeing the actual writing instead of them going in and going, okay, let's record it. It's a very different process.
It's weird. And then it's funny too, because even with the last album, Hardwired, literally the self-titled song wasn't even part of the tracks. They were like, we need an opening song still.
It's crazy how they went, none of these are openers. Because realistically, they're not. There was no real opener on the album without Hardwired. Like Moth and a Flame. I mean, Moth and a Flame would be interesting, but it's not.
No,
I don't know.
It's not. It's good where it's at. Fourth song. It's a fourth song. Good. Yeah. It's fourth song, right? Yeah. Because Atlas is second, and then
Atlas Rise.
Yeah.
How does it feel on your?
Yeah. No, but it's like it's just funny how they're like, we don't have an opening song, and then they just automatically go, all right, well, let's just come up with something, and then they do, and it's fucking, it's nuts. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. And
you are correct, sir. Yeah. Hardwired, Atlas Rise. Now that we're dead.
There you
go. Flame. Yeah.
Yeah. See right there. I mean, I'm pretty good at like when Metallica goes out, I memorize the song order.
We better get another double album. That's all I'm saying. We better get another one. We've had a lot of time. Trivium dropped 2 albums during this whole situation. Metallica, give us 1 double album, please.
Jeez.
That's all I'm asking.
God, that'd be insane. I know. It's like go out with a bang. I mean, that's what I wonder. I'm like, how much longer are these guys going to go? You know?
I mean, finding out that James is 58 right now, and he sounds as good as he does, and they have the 40th anniversary this year. I was trying to get tickets, and it's so hard to get tickets.
It is, yeah.
Because they're not even selling them properly. You have to have an account on Metallica's website as a 5th member, and then you have to submit that you want the opportunity to maybe buy tickets if they give you the chance. So you have to submit, and then they're going to randomly select you. And then I got sent an email about a couple of days after saying, nah. I'm like, damn it. Because I guess regardless of it being in like mid-December in California, and I'm all the way across the other part of the whole, I don't care. I would have spent the money because I'm like 40th anniversary.
You have to be there. I know. I'm like, come on. I gotta. Yeah. I know. I'm gonna have to like look into it. I gotta. Just gotta. I mean,
I would hope that they record it for a DVD or something.
Oh, I'm sure they would. They have to.
I hope because 30th anniversary should have gotten, but they had so many. They had 4 nights, so it's like they couldn't really do that. I mean, they probably could. They could release like a big box set of like 30th anniversary Blu-rays of all 4 nights, but I feel like just doing 2 nights.
Yeah.
Do a big Blu-ray compilation of both nights because I'm assuming they're going to do a different set each night because I'm assuming they're going to have guests and other things going on. Jason's probably going to be there. It's going to be big. So release it. Like it's kids. They're filming it in the same place they did S&M 2.
Is that what? Really in that same spot?
In the same arena. Yep. So they're going to
I
go back.
remember watching S&M 2 and just this was when the pandemic like really just was like getting into it. I was watching it one night and I'm like, are we going to be able to do this again? I just that was my thought. I'm like, this is awesome how this is, what they're playing right in the center and like everybody just it's
crazy because I was thinking of that too. Like you see stuff that was coming out releasing around all this and you're thinking they could never do this again.
Yeah.
But not properly until they got everybody vetted and making sure that everybody coming to set is A-okay.
Yeah.
Other than that, no, they can't do this. But like out in public, like a public thing like that. But with this, I mean, they've already made it very clear when you sign up that everyone's going to be required to show a vaccination card. Like they're going to do everything they can to protocol it. I'm like, okay, whatever. Like it is what it is. Like because I want to go. Like, I want to go to see this. It's 40 years because I was kicking myself because back in 2011 when they had the 30th year, I was in a place where I couldn't afford that to even go. But now I'm like, I can do it. And they didn't give me the opportunity. Oh, who knows? Maybe some will pop up. I don't know, but it'd be amazing.
Figure something out. We got to figure something out. That'd be
something out. Go.
I'm trying to remember like the last time I saw them. Yeah, it was. I don't. It wasn't the 30th. It was after it. It definitely was after it. But it was. God damn! It's been a bit. It's been a bit since I've seen them. And I'm like, God, it was over at Ontario actually, and it sounded beautiful. And I remember it was funny because me and my buddy. It was funny because. Man, I tell you what, I always had the best of luck when it came to winning Metallica tickets on a local radio station that's over here, KCAL. Twice I've won Metallica tickets. It was crazy.
Nice.
Like, there was one time where you had to call at a certain time, and somehow I just magically, and it was the Summer Sanitarium Tours when they had Limp Bizkit, and that was horrible. People booed them. People threw beer at fucking Fred Durst. It was hilarious. And it was actually an awesome concert. Linkin Park was there too, I believe. Yeah. But then I took a piece of shit car and it ended up dying on me, and I had to like leave it there and get towed. And it was a long night. It was really bad. But then the second time it was funny because I bought tickets, and this was when it was at the new arena over here in Ontario. I bought tickets, got tickets, and I was like, cool. But then the radio station was doing a whole ticket thing again, and they were doing a contest where they were playing 4 Metallica songs sped up, not like sped up like sounding like chipmunks, but just like like kind of like that. And I remember this is when I was still a cable guy, and I remember I pulled into this apartment complex where I had to like go fix someone's cable, but I was like, all right, I sat in my van and I went, okay, let me listen to this. And sure enough, it was like I heard it and I was like, and I instantly knew all 4, and I called in, and the person on, who answered the phone goes, okay, if this next person doesn't get it right, you're next. Sure enough, they got it wrong, and I just fucking got on the radio, and I was like, all right, it's this. I don't even remember which songs it was.
I'm about to say, do you remember?
No, I don't remember what I was so excited. I think one of them was Blackened. I'm pretty sure one of them was Blackened. Maybe one of them was Am I Evil too. Also, so I don't know. But I just named them all, and sure enough, bam, got them. And I'm like, but I already got tickets. I was like, so I had to I sold them to my buddy's brother, and it was like we all ended up going. They were on the opposite side, but it was such an awesome concert. But what was funny about it was the fact that you're drinking beer. And you don't want to miss the show, so you don't want to be in the bathroom line suck. So it was great because all of a sudden it just hit. Like it was like halfway through the concert, I'm like, oh man, I have to break the seal. So I'm like, all right, they're going to be playing one sometime, and the lights will go down. And as soon as they go down, I'm going to piss in my big ass beer cup. And sure enough, when the lights went down, I heard boom, bam, boom, bam. I went down, crouched down. And I fucking pissed in a beer cup, and that was the only time I had to pee that whole time. Other than that, I was good for the rest. But I just remember doing that. I was I was ready for one to happen because I knew the lights would go down, and sure enough,
that was smart because it was funny because we had talked about this on the first stream we did. That I was telling you about how there was people at the 2017 show this couple next to me literally was there, and they're all excited, and literally the woman was just gone. Half the time she was drunk, and they didn't know where she was, and the guy had to keep leaving to go find her. And it's like, guys, you're missing it.
I know,
you're missing it.
I like drinking during a show, but I want to enjoy the show. I don't want to get shit-faced.
Because I was sitting there next to them, and they were like talking about, they haven't seen him in a couple of years and all that. And all of a sudden, it's like she started drinking way too much, and then literally she's just gone. And I'm like, wow, you wasted your money. Like, especially that guy is still like, you both wasted your money.
Oh crap! I'm
assuming that she was probably throwing up. I'm guessing.
Probably she was probably in the bathroom most of the time. But it's like, why would you want to actually do that? Like, I mean, I went to the last show that I actually went to was actually sorry, I was trying to send links out to get the panel in here, and I sent the wrong link out. So yeah, I was like, whoops. So I was like, that's what it actually is. Sorry about that. So that's what I was doing right now. But no, I went to it was a metal show that was over here, and Slipknot was going to be the headliner. So I was like, sweet. But what sucked about it was one of the guys we were with got so completely wasted, and then he got my buddy so completely wasted. So I had to be like a babysitter, I had to be a babysitter, but then I was a little tipsy myself, and it got to the point where like his friend got to where like he was getting threatening, Yeah, it was not fun. It was definitely not fun. And it's just like, and I miss Slipknot. I was there for mainly Slipknot, and I saw like 3 songs, and then that was it. And I was like, come on.
I want to see them live. They seem like they're killing it right now.
Phenomenal. They're phenomenal. But we're going to go ahead and bring in Mr. Scott McClellan. What's up, sir?
I was wondering how long it was going to take you to read the freaking DM.
Dude, I'm sorry. I don't know. You know what? I had the wrong screen up. I had an old screen up. That you know what? That link you got was actually for a post show that I
was about to say. It said ended 23 minutes. So it's like, that was a short broadcast, whatever that was.
Yeah, I know. Sorry about that. I was like, damn it. And then I was like, oh, I sent that out to a couple people. It's like, shit. I was like, oh, no. So what's going on, sir? What are you drinking?
This is my Woodford Reserve.
Okay, that's probably delicious.
Oh, it is. It is, and I've actually been sipping on the. I mean, this is a sipping whiskey, and bourbon, and I've been sipping on it pretty much this entire show because you don't chug this stuff like.
No, you don't.
No, you pour about 2 fingers, and you nurse that 2 fingers for a while now.
Well, you know what's funny is like during my birthday, it was like the first place we went to dinner. It's this Italian place, and my friend Kathy was like, "What shot do you want?" And I was like, "Shot." And then I just told her I was like, "Jameson." And so I got a Jameson in a shot glass. But I'm like, you know what? And I told her I was like, "This is not you don't shoot Jameson, you sip it." So I'm like, with my beer, it's good with a beer. Like you get a cold beer and you just sip it with it. I'm like, that's what I do. And she was like, all right, that's fine. We'll get a shot somewhere else when we're not, because we're about to eat. I'm like, I don't need to get like, I haven't eaten since lunch. Let's not go a little too crazy. Let me get some carbohydrates in me first, and then we'll do some shots. So I'm gonna sip on this Jameson, So yeah, Jameson's also another one. You got to sip it. You got to sip it.
Why would you waste it by shooting it? I mean, seriously.
Yeah. So what's going on, man? And how's your week been?
Infinitely better after watching No Time to Die last night.
Oh, yeah, I know. God, my God.
I have been dying to talk about that movie because there is so much love for the franchise.
There really is.
In that film. I mean, one of my tweets that kind of blew up today was I was literally on my way to the theater. I finally bust open my copy of Hans's soundtrack album because I still want, I could listen to it digitally, but I wanted to listen to the CD. I have a CD of every individual James Bond movie score. And so I popped the CD in. I'm driving the 15 minutes to the IMAX theater to meet my dad because my dad and I were seeing this together. First time we've seen a movie together in like 2 years because Ford versus Ferrari was the last movie we saw together in IMAX.
Wow.
Yeah. That tells you how long it's been since my dad and I have seen the movie. And I was listening to track 2, and I was like,
wait a minute.
Wait the hell a minute. I know that melody. And so I'm just driving to the theater going, what's going on? And I recognized it, and then there's the line in the movie that, like literally like hangs a lantern on the melody you're hearing. And then there was another old school melody later on in the movie, and I hear it in the movie. I hadn't gotten to the soundtrack album yet, and I'm sitting there going, where the hell? Okay, which movie is that from? And then this morning, I was on my way to work. I was literally backing out of my garage, turning the wheel and I go, I know what movie this was. And then I realized that both melodies were from the same movie, and I just was like,
I remember you posting about that, and I was like, that Hans Zimmer. Jay.
Oh no, I think the tweet said, "Hey Hans Zimmer, I heard what you did there."
Yeah. So he basically showed some respect to some older.
Some great John Barry.
Yeah.
John Barry score. And then you go and watch the movie, and I was in here going, my dad and I spent the whole movie like, hey, you see that?
Yeah.
like there's Easter eggs all throughout this movie. And it helps that Craig is already my favorite Bond.
Oh yeah, mine too, man.
I mean, it's just, and it was fun. I was talking to people at work today, talking to the movie. It's like, I am now old enough that I have seen start to finish in theaters 2 Bonds.
Yep. I don't think I saw all the Pierce Brosnan ones, but I did watch every single one. Like, I mean, GoldenEye, I don't know how many times I watched that. And of course,
that was my first Bond movie in theaters was GoldenEye.
I don't think I saw it in theaters, though, to be honest. Did you see that, Jordan? Did you see GoldenEye? Or you were... Pierce Brosnan was my first Bond.
I don't remember. There's only certain movies I can remember. All I know is that just hearing you gush about this movie, my stepdad's gonna lose his mind because he loves.
He's a Bond fan.
Yeah, he's a huge Bond fan. Like he's one of those guys that just doesn't talk much. He just kind of listens.
Hold on, guys. I just got to say this to Dodger fans. That's right. 4-0. Giants win. And in comes Mr. Ray. You're feeling good for me. I know your Tigers aren't there, but the Giants won 4-0.
What was it? Okay. Yankees lost the other night, so that's a win for mankind. Like whenever they lose. So they're out of the playoffs. So I was happy with that. But yeah, the Giants, it was crazy. Like, they were talking about the win totals. It was like, what they won 105?
107.
107. Like, what kind of – that's a crazy –
what's crazy about the NL West is the fact that the Dodgers won 106. It was just like they were right behind them, but they had to do that one-game wild card just to get into the playoffs. And it's like, that's baseball for you. It's like, but now we got the 2 best teams of baseball playing. And I'm sorry, Dodger fans, Jose, if you're out there, my mom, if you're out there too, 4-0 shutouts. Sorry, I just had to do that. Yeah.
No, do not apologize. Yeah, like you have a team. We've been over this.
It was funny. It was like right as Scott came in and we were talking about Bond. I'm like, oh shit, they won. And I was like, And then I was like, all right, let me compose myself. Let's hear what Scott had to say. And then I was like, all right, well, hold on, guys. Before we start more of the Bond talk, I have to celebrate. So, nice. And that was my celebration right there. So, cheers, everybody. Cheers. Shaken, not stirred. Yeah, I took the olives out because I cannot stand olives.
No, that's why I love a Vesper, because I can't do the olives. I thought
I'd be okay. I thought I'd be okay, but I'm just like, nope, it's not good. That olive taste is just not good. I wish I did the Vesper. I really did wish I did that because I like a little lemon flavor. That's fine, but fucking olives are gross, man.
So I haven't seen No Time to Die yet, but it was thinking about this as you were talking. Like, Casino Royale is the first Bond movie I saw in theaters.
Oh wow!
Like, I've only seen
Constantine was the first DC movie you saw in theaters.
The first Bond movie that I saw was actually Tomorrow Never Dies. That's the one I saw. I didn't see Golden. I saw GoldenEye on video, And then I saw it when it was on like HBO or the fuck.
So
but then I was like, I was all set. Yeah, I was like on cable. Yeah, probably did too. I don't know, but I just remember going and watching Tomorrow Never Dies on it. That was like the first Bond movie I saw in theaters. Yeah, it's a good one. And then of course they got what World Is Not Enough, right?
World Is Not Enough, and then Die Another Day.
Another Day.
It started.
Die Another Day is the only Brosnan one I haven't seen yet. I have like not.
It's the one with Halle Berry.
Yeah, it's the one with Halle Berry, but it's also the one that I left the theater going.
Wasn't that the one where he got in captive and it was like 20 years later or something like that? Or
no, yeah, he gets captured in North Korea. Yeah,
and then it was like 15 years later or something like that.
It wasn't 15 years.
It was way too much, right?
It was like 15 months. It's probably like 15 months or something.
Oh, okay, maybe.
But that was also, and that was the one where like that had Madonna doing the title song.
She did the title song.
And she cameoed in the movie too.
Did she?
Yes.
See, now there's a question that I want to ask. Like as far as Bond, okay, Bond themes, right? Your top 5. Come on.
Okay. Top 5. This is easy. Okay, Bond easy. Themes. Okay.
All right.
In no particular order, I'm just going to say the top 5. You Know My Name, Chris Cornell for Chris.
Oh God, that's really good.
Shirley Bassey, Goldfinger. Yeah, that one's definitely up there. I'm gonna go with. Here's the trick. It's not in the credits, but I still love Louis Armstrong singing "We Have All the Time in the World" from On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Mm-hmm.
Carly Simon singing "Nobody Does It Better" from The Spy Who Loved Me. And then after that,
come on, let's say Adele. Didn't she do Skyfall? Right?
She did Skyfall, but that was one that like a Skyfall was one of those that didn't sing for me.
Really?
Just listening to the song, but it worked great watching it with the opening title sequence.
Yeah.
Yes.
So honestly, I think I'm actually going to round up my top 5 probably with Tina Turner, Goldeneye.
Oh wow!
I was waiting.
No,
for
that's
that one.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
But you know what? Billie Eilish doing this one was actually pretty damn good too, and that opening title was really good.
That was Billie Eilish's one for this one was one of those that a year ago when it came out.
Yeah.
Because they released it when they thought the movie was originally coming out.
We've already heard the theme for a year.
A year.
She's been performing it and shit.
Well, and it's already platinum selling. Yeah, and the movie literally came out today.
But just to hear it with the opening sequence.
Well, and when I waited a bit, and I started to listen to it, I think yesterday on my way to the movie, and I actually bothered to listen to the lyrics.
Yeah.
And that really worked. And then once again, even if a Bond theme doesn't sing for you as a track, the ultimate redemption is, but does it work when it's played during the opening title sequence?
And that's what you got to do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's arguably more important, truthfully. Like, it's arguably more important that it works with the title thing. I am very partial to Live and Let Die. Paul McCartney. I'm very partial to that.
Oh, yeah. I just don't like the movie, but I love the song.
No, I like the movie. I
have a thing against the Roger Moore era. You know, my favorite Roger Moore movie is For Your Eyes Only. The song's not that great, but the movie. I was actually talking to my dad last night because once again, when you get with Bond and my dad and me, it's the cars, and there were some great cars to look at.
Like an Aston Martin.
Oh, don't.
I know. When I said that, when I watched the video, I was like, man, I first said Qantas of Solace and I said Aston Martin. I was like, I'm leaving it. It's raw. It's my first reaction. I was like,
and I was the first person to give you shit about it.
Yeah, I know. And when you did that, I was like, hey, but I also said Qantas of Solace too. I didn't because I know,
but the Aston Martin was the one that got me. I was like, dude.
I know.
See, Roger Moore. I first started getting into Bond, like I've told you before, Scott, TBS.
Yeah, we got TBS
the
all the way.
Marathons, right? And so like. The Roger Moore movies just always seem to be on. Maybe it was because he made some. How many he made?
Oh but no, he made the most movies. So
yeah. So anytime they'd like start the rotation,
a lot of
again,
people think that Connery did, but no,
he made like 5. Connery made like 5, right?
Yeah.
5 or 6.
Hold on.
Not counting Never
don't
Say
even
Never
know.
Again.
Not counting Never Say Never Again. We're doing Dr. No, From Russia with Love, Goldfinger, Thunderball, You Only Live Twice, and Diamonds Are Forever.
Which that's another theme that I am partial to. That's Shirley Bassey's other theme.
Oh, she also did Moonraker.
You're right. You're right. She did do Moonraker, yes. But I do like Diamonds Are Forever. I really like that one. But no, I just grew up like more movies are like the ones I started with. And he's not my favorite Bond, but he's like my first Bond, right? Because I think I saw For Your Eyes Only and Live and Let Die first. And then I saw A View to a Kill. There is no order in terms of like how I've watched any of these movies like at all. And it's entirely possible that I saw all of those before even seeing GoldenEye, even though I knew about GoldenEye first because it was the one that came out in theaters when we were like formative age, like what was it, 96?
96,
95.
so it was like freshman. Well, so basically it was like either 8th grade or freshman year of high school.
Right. Yeah. So like that was, but I don't know, man. I don't dislike the Roger Moore Bonds.
When you watch them all, I mean, it was funny too because there was like a moment during the pandemic where you try to save some money, and I was like, I didn't have any cable, but I got Pluto TV. I don't know if you guys have heard of Pluto TV.
Oh yeah, I've heard of it.
I love Pluto TV.
They literally had
a channel.
They had a James Bond channel as well.
It's still there. Yep.
Okay, good. And then I was like, oh, you know what? I need the Bonds that I haven't seen. Let me see. And I just would have that on in the background. And it was just like catching up on some of the, even like they had the very first James Bond. Who was that? Who was the first James Bond? I can't remember his name. Yeah, see,
you mean the one? Do you mean the one for that TV that sort of TV adaptation of Casino Royale? Is that what you're talking about?
Maybe that's that one. I don't know. It probably is that one. Yeah,
because that was the only one before because that's part of the reason that it took so long for Eon Productions to make Casino Royale because it took them that long to get the rights back to that book.
I remember hearing that. Yeah. But that's got to be the one he's talking about. And I don't remember that actor's name.
Yeah. He was an American too, because they called him Jimmy Bond.
Oh no.
That's right, they did.
No.
I'm not lying.
Oh man.
Oh no. Yeah.
Oh man. But I mean, that's just where, that's where it kind of all started. But then they realized what they had right there. And it's just, and it's crazy. I mean, we won't talk anything that happened since, it's still fresh and you guys haven't seen it or anything like that. But I mean, it's an end of an era. It really is when it comes to Daniel Craig, even though I've always, I think a lot of people agree. It's like every other one. It was interesting because it's like Casino Royale, just top notch. I mean, that opening scene, that parkour where he's just chasing that guy down before,
rundown.
Dude,
that's how, because that's, sorry, I apologize, but that's like my favorite David Arnold piece. Like, because David Arnold did the score for Casino Royale, and like African Rundown. That's why I know what it's called because I've listened.
Because the name of the track on the soundtrack. Yeah, right, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
David Arnold. My favorite track of his is his arrangement in Casino Royale for the Bond theme. The one at the end when he shoots Mr. White and he goes, who is this? And he shoots him, and then and of course the track is called The Name's Bond, James Bond, and it's my favorite arrangement of the Bond theme because he's got the bongos going. It's like he went to town, and it's so funny because David Arnold wrote all of the Brosnan movies too, and it just like he kind of found a new life when he took over for the Craig movies.
Man. Yeah. See, I mean, just that opening sequence. That's where everybody was kind of like going, "Oh wait, this is a different kind of Bond. This is not the Bond that we're normally like used to. This is a Bond that's just going to get down and fucking dirty and just go."
And I absolutely loved that about the movie, and that sequence like prepares you immediately. Like when you see, because that's the great part about it is like seeing the difference in the guy he's chasing and like all the crazy parkour and the acrobatics that he's like. The best one is that one where he jumps over the wall and Bond just runs through it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Just the whole, and then like there was that one where he got on the platform and the guy was doing all the acrobatics and he's just like, whatever, hit the switch and like the platform goes down. Like he had to think of like raw like ways to match what the other guy was doing because he couldn't do that, and it worked. He caught the guy.
Even before the parkour, I'm talking. For me, it's always been that black and white pre-title sequence.
Yeah, that's great.
When he's sitting there and it's just like. Because I had been reading the books, so I got the whole rundown about the fact that because they never explained that the reason they're called double O's is because you have to have 2 kills to get the designation, and so I love how they just explain it in the opening scene. He goes, "Oh, the first one made you feel it, did he? Don't worry." The second one is easier. Yes.
He didn't even say easier. It was just...
yes, considerably. And just walks out. Well, and then, of course, the way that they go into the gun barrel sequence. Into Chris Cornell's song. I was like, oh, this is fabulous.
Because he's like, your file shows no kills, and it takes 2. And just seeing the juxtaposition of like, how difficult his first kill was.
Yeah.
So it's one of those cases where when he says, made you feel it, did he? You see why. You see what happened. I mean, that scene might have been the inspiration for the bathroom scene in Fallout. To be honest with you.
Oh, yeah, totally. Yes.
And it was, it's a brutal kill. It's a really brutal kill. And
it's messy too, because because it's like he just can't do it. And the track on that soundtrack, I love it because the track is called It Takes Two.
Right.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's a great movie. And then Kwame had the writer strike issue.
So
I still like it.
It's not. It's not terrible. That's the thing. It's like, even though like I said, and then of course you come back with Skyfall, and it's like, oh shit! Now we got like a whole other level of like, we're getting into deep Bond. Like this is just keeps going, and it's like now we're getting just the way that they go deep into it. And we're actually getting into his past, what his childhood was like, and just getting into that. And then and even the action and everything that was going on. And then you get to Spectre, and when Spectre came out, I remember just kind of going, okay, they're trying to incorporate some of the old type, because obviously you got Blofeld, and you're trying to ground some of those crazy Bond villains into this, I guess you could say, which wasn't bad because it's Christoph Waltz. Come on.
Right.
I know, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And they even said that they were trying to intentionally bring back in some of the they were trying to bring the gadgets in. Like the whole idea was we've earned the Bondisms.
Yeah, like by the time you get to Skyfall, Q is here.
Q is here, yeah.
But Moneypenny is here, and you have the traditional M, right?
Yeah.
Which I saw, you see all that coming, right? Especially when you figure out what's going to happen to Judi Dench, which I did like.
By the way, I should have seen it coming sooner, and I wanted to voluntarily revoke my Bond fan card because they call him Mallory.
Yeah.
All through the freaking movie,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm sitting here going, and then when at the end when he walks into the office, I just went, Mallory. That's his freaking name in the books, you idiot.
Dude, it was the same with me when Eve talked about how she was taking a desk job and she walks in. It didn't hit me until she put her coat on the rack. I was like, oh my God. And I started freaking out in the theater too. I was like, do you know who that is? Like I was looking at China, do you know who that is? It's Moneypenny. And then she said it. So I hear you on that.
It's just, but you were so engrossed in the movie that they're telling you the whole time what's happening, and you're not paying attention. And then it happens, and you have that fanboy moment of, yes.
Oh yeah, no, you did the fist pump at the end for sure. But that's the other testament to that movie is it was so engaging and Javier Bardem just like top 5 Bond. Seriously,
so creepy,
dude. From like moment one,
yes,
he's one of the creepiest Bond villains on Earth. Seriously.
I think Mads Mikkelsen was also just like, he wasn't creepy, but he was just that whole thing with the eye and everything, and just damn, and the way that he would just do that stare. That poker game was One of the best.
How
moments.
could you make a poker game so freaking suspenseful?
Yeah. And then when James thought he had him, He's like, oh, I know his tell. But then it's just like, nope, you fucked you. And then, and then almost getting killed, almost dying, and then coming back to play the rest of the game.
Right.
It was like, okay.
That last hand.
Yes.
Nearly killed me.
And not just poker. Texas Hold'em?
Yes.
You made Texas
Hold'em? Casino Royale has one of the best Bond lines, I think, because, obviously drinking this all night. I love the fact that they did a perfect play on the shaken not stirred, because he goes up to the bartender after listening, and he's just like, he orders a martini. He goes, how would you want it? He goes, do I look like I give a damn? He doesn't even say shaken, not stirred. He just goes, do I look like I give a damn? He's so pissed that he doesn't even say his iconic line of shaken, not stirred. And I was like, so good.
And I remember the Bond purists hated that.
Oh,
they were so mad that he did that.
There's gonna be some Bond purists that also are not happy with this movie too. But I'm like, oh, come on, you have to open it up a little bit. It can't just be.
Oh,
yeah.
And this movie and this franchise bringing in Jeffrey Wright as Felix Leiter
again. Yeah.
Oh,
all throughout. He's just when you see him on screen. I mean, I've seen.
Well,
obviously,
it's also the first time the same.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, it's also the first time that consistently the same actor has played Leiter. Literally in every other movie, every time Leiter showed up, he was played by a different actor.
Didn't David Hedison play him more than once, or am I wrong on that?
I
might be
honestly
wrong on that. I don't know.
Okay, hey, I'll admit, I don't
know.
Because he's played by a different guy in Dr. No than in Goldfinger.
I mean, Wright's definitely played him the most, consistently, because this is what, 3 movies?
Yeah, because he was in Quantum.
He was in Quantum.
Was he in Quantum?
Yeah.
So he was all 3, right? Or was he not in Skyfall?
He wasn't in Skyfall.
He wasn't in Skyfall.
Yeah, that's right. Skyfall he was not in, but yeah, he was in.
And he wasn't in Spectre either, was he?
Nope. I don't think so. I don't think he was in Spectre either. So
he'd
been gone for the last 2 movies. But yeah, and that's the other thing about Craig's movies, and I imagine that No Time to Die continues this, but the idea of his 5 films are rather linear, more than any.
You need to watch all 5 in order.
Exactly, which is not the case with any of the others. You don't have to watch.
You don't. Yeah. So, I mean, that's what I like about this is the fact that he actually had a full arc all the way through. Because I mean, there's things in here that are inconceivable, and all 5 of them. And I love the fact that we actually have a full-on arc of Bond, and it comes to completion, and you're just like. And that's why I think some Bond purists are kind of going like, but it's like, I mean, and I wonder what they're going to do next. I really don't know where they take it next. It
honestly reminds me of the same problem that I run into with Trekkie purists, because a lot of their problem is that they want the show to continue to be episodic and villain of the week like the older shows were, and they don't like how Discovery and Picard are serialized. And have what you're talking about with a continuous story. And it's the same thing here. The purists want to go back to not having to have an order to watch their Bond movies.
I know.
Which is so funny because the books were in an order. For most of the book, literally
these people don't read. Come
on. but as someone who did go back and read all the books, it's really funny because the end of From Russia with Love leads directly into the beginning of Dr. No, which leads into Goldfinger. Watch the Dr. No movie and listen to the conversation that Tanner, M, and Bond have, when he goes in and he gets his Walther PPK for the first time and all this stuff. The dialogue they're having is actually supposed to be referencing the end of From Russia with Love, because You remember the scene at the end of From Russia with Love when the crazy specter Russian lady has the knife shoe and she's trying to like trying to kick and stab
That's
Bond
one
at
of the
the end.
Connery ones I haven't seen yet.
Okay,
I'll see. It is on Pluto TV though, so I should.
No, I'm sure it is. Yeah.
well, it's From Russia with Love is actually top 3, top 5 for me.
It's
Like
one of the
it's
good
my.
ones.
I've
it's my-
heard more
Yeah,
than a
it's one
few
of the good
people
ones.
say that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's a good one. But it's kind of funny is because in the books, it actually ends on a cliffhanger that continues into
the
Dr.
next
No.
book. There you go.
Yeah.
But they didn't want to do that. Jordan, are you failing? You want to take off? You look a little tired. Are you
No,
okay?
my wife just texted me saying I'm watching you right now. So I was just like, usually she's asleep by like 10.
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm surprised that she's up right now.
All right. I was just making sure. I know you said you were a little tired. I didn't
Well,
want
I mean, I've only seen a few Bond films, so I really have nothing to contribute. I've only seen a couple. I really need to give the franchise more attention because, like I was mentioning, my stepdad loves the films and like he's excited to see this new one. And for me, it's like I've only seen a couple, like just sporadically different eras, like different actors, and it's like I need to really give it more of a chance because people keep saying how good they are. Some are,
I wasn't huge on it either. Like I said, when it came to Bonds, it's like Pierce and Daniel Craig. Those were my Bonds. But then I haven't seen all of them. But like I said, I have gone and jumped into taking a dive in some of those past ones. But he definitely will enjoy this. I think but like I said, some Bond purists might not like some of the things that happen in this movie.
Well, when Scott was saying there was like a bunch of Easter eggs, he's gonna love that.
Yeah,
like he's gonna love seeing all that.
There is stuff that like the whole time, like my dad and I were sitting there, and I went, you know what that is, and then there'd be another one where I'd be like pointing over like in a corner on the screen, going, we saw an IMAX, so thankfully. The thing about seeing something with Easter eggs and IMAX is that it's also
you can spot all.
You can spot everything.
Yeah.
And so I was thinking of going, hey, you see that over there? And my dad was like, yeah.
It's like a highlight book. Like remember when you had to like circle?
Yes.
You're like,
okay. I'm gonna love that seriously. Like,
I
love Easter eggs.
Yeah,
I love Easter eggs so much. Those are so good. But yeah, there's not really. I don't think there's really like a. Like if you want to jump into it, man, I don't know that there's really like. I mean, other than what we said about Craig's Bond being linear, so maybe you want to start with Royale with him. But as far as the others, you can start wherever. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I would almost just recommend if you. I would almost say do a chronological watch just to watch the evolution of
the film
franchise.
Yeah,
it's a lot of movies, but yeah.
Well, it's been around for over 60 years now. So yes, there's been a lot of movies.
It's just as many. I think Marvel finally caught up to how many Bond movies there are.
Yeah. No, but like when it comes to this movie, I mean, it's a long movie, but you don't feel it. Did you feel it, Scott?
Oh no. There's too many. It's too well paced that but that's the thing is that here's another thing, and Ray, you're gonna love this. The cinematography.
Oh, fuck.
This movie.
Oh yeah, who's the DP?
Oh, gorgeous. Who was the DP?
Yeah, look at who the DP was because it's gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
Oh my God. I mean, like there's times where you're like, all right, cool. We're going to catch our breath. We're going to have some dialogue. And then all of a sudden, bam, something happens. You're like, all right, here we go again. Bond has to fight somebody. And it's just like,
okay.
I've never heard of this.
Yeah.
Linus Sandgren.
Okay. He's won an Academy Award for cinematography.
Well, that makes sense. It was beautiful.
And he's currently working on Babylon with Damien Chazelle. And he did Don't Look Up with Adam McKay, which is going to be on Netflix later this year. So, all right.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Cool. He did American Hustle, Joy, La La Land, First Man.
First Man.
Yeah. First. Oh, so he's basically
worked with. Yeah, he is.
He's his cinematographer. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Totally. Those movies are all gorgeous, man. So
okay.
I know he's.
All right.
Yeah, this movie is shot very well, and I mean, I haven't done my full review yet, but man, Ana de Armas, man.
Okay,
so Scott, how adorable and sexy was she? And just like
adorable and sexy are the two
perfect
adjectives.
Okay, because
for any movie she does.
Yes, it's like she knew how to pull that off perfectly, because it's just like she's like this supposed new agent, and she's just kind of like nervous and blah blah blah, and there's like it's a great exchange between her and Bond, like, and I knew like she was only going to have like a scene, and sure enough, because anytime you saw the previews, she's just in that dress and whatever the hell, but that scene, fantastic, and she's fantastic. She shows her action, like, I mean, she does some kicking, she does some shooting. It's great. And like I said, she's just so hot, but also just so adorable. My God.
And the track that plays.
Yeah.
Ray, you're going to love this. If you look on the soundtrack, the track for their scene is called Cuban Chase. Listen to that. Listen to that track.
You can tell where it takes place.
You can definitely tell that it's Cuban.
I can guess how it sounds already, and I can't wait.
Oh, but there's a crazy twist that happens too, where you're just like, what the fuck? Like, there's some oof.
And that's another thing, because the thing about like I think all the Brosnan movies and then the Craig movies, you've got the two writers. You got Wade and Purvis, who are always like the first writers on all these screenplays. And you get the idea that basically they're there to come up with like the Bond plot. Like, who's the villain? Who are the characters? What's the mission? And then especially with the Craig ones, there's always been 1 to 2 co-writers who you get the sense of, we handle the dialogue, like we write the characters. These other two guys just worry about the mission, and then we make the because Corey J. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm trying to pronounce this director's name, but
Scott? Not easy.
Fukunaga, I believe.
Right,
Terry Joji Fukunaga. I believe.
Yeah, he and Phoebe Waller-Bridge or Bridge-Waller.
Phoebe Waller-Bridge. Yes.
Yeah, they co-wrote it, so you can really get the sense that they brought all those beautiful character moments that are in the. I mean, Craig gets to act his ass off in this movie.
He does. Yes, he does.
And so you can tell that they and Phoebe Waller-Bridge, you can really, the female characters just get a little bit more finesse in this movie.
Oh, dude, what's her name who plays 007? I can't remember her name. Who's also
Lashana Lynch.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who's also, I did not like her in Captain Marvel.
Oh, she was barely in it. She was barely in.
Yeah,
Captain
I love her in this.
Yeah.
I love her in this, and it just kind of shows you that, hey, good script. Yeah, that's what it is. Because Captain Marvel, I'm sorry, it is not good script. It's not good writing, and there was not much to deal with. And she had that weird wig. I don't know. Here, she's a fucking badass.
She is. She really is.
Dude, she acts her. And then it was funny too, because there was like that. I don't know if you guys saw it. The comparison, like that people are making us think about, like Bond, like on a motorcycle, girl behind him, holding on to him, and then he's like
because it was Michelle Yeoh from Tomorrow Never Dies.
But then they've showed it like, things have changed now, and I'm like, all right, I'm not going to comment on this because of context. What's the context when you actually see the context of why Bond is on a moped holding on to her? It's like, okay, there's a context. It makes sense, and
what was okay?
Because Bond is now he's holding on to the woman who's driving
the moped. Oh,
Bond's now being emasculated. It's like in the scene, totally not emasculated at all.
It's the never-ending cycle of stupidity.
Yeah,
yes,
and I knew that was going to be the case too. I was like, all right. When I saw people making us think about that, I'm like, I want to know the context. I sure as shit know it's not going to be your guys' context. And
dude, that is the buzzword for like anything.
It's fucking stupid, man. Everybody wants to get mad about everything. And I'm like, you watch the scene and it's still like Bond is still going, he's still, I mean, if you look at that shot, he's still got his hands. He's having a good time because he's got his hand on this girl's hips who's got some good hips. It's like, come on, guys, Jesus Christ, still Bond. Very much,
right.
But I won't say the actual context. I don't want to spoil it.
Your whole thing about like everyone's getting mad at everything. It's like the thing now. Every time there's a new movie filming or a new movie coming out, you gotta find something.
Sadly, yeah, we got this whole the whole woke thing. It's like, yeah, I see that, but then we got this counter woke thing that wants to go against everything, and they find it in everything they want to get upset about. Yes. And just like something like this, and even though they don't know the context because they haven't seen the movie, they just want to get upset about it just because of the way it looks. And I'm like,
they got mad at a casting for Indy 5.
Yeah. And it's like,
who was
she's not
who was
replacing
that?
Indy.
I forget her name, but they cast her, and everyone's like, "Well, this is her personal agenda." It's like, guys.
Well, they did the same thing with this. They did the same thing with this because she was like, "Oh, she's going to be the new Bond." It's like, no, she's the new 007.
She's got the number.
Yes, and they play with it the whole story, like. For like most of the movie, they talk about that number. There's a whole thing about it. There's a subplot.
It's a plot. Oh, yes. It's like a plot point in the
movie. So basically, watch the movie.
Yes.
And
which is something that these people never do. They complain. They never actually watch the
they're
film.
making a woke Bond. He's still
and
the same guy.
And then they'll hate watch it. They'll hate watch the movie.
Or they'll say, I'm not going to pay for that. I'm not going to pay to watch that. Yeah. Or what they'll do is they'll find something that isn't worth talking about, but they'll make it seem like it's a big thing because everyone's going to go, wait, what are they doing? And they click on the video to see what they're saying every time. Right. No, it's sad. It's sad
because it's like I don't get it because it's like you gotta there's context for everything, and I'm not sometimes some of the stuff it's like shit, I see what they're doing, but then some of the stuff like right here, there's like a whole thing, there's a back and forth that goes on through a good chunk of the movie, probably the second half on, where it's just about the number. It's about 007, it's just 007. She's not her name isn't Jane Bond or anything like that,
But if she was, it'd be over. Like they would lose their mind.
That would be stupid. But that's what's good about the writing. That's what's good about the writing. It's the fact that they were like, in this one, it's like, James, hey, guess what? After a certain thing, he decided to go off, and guess what? Did they decide to retire his number? Apparently not, because then we got this one. So now there's this whole thing when he gets back into the mix. And it's good. It's great. There's a good back and forth, and she is awesome in it because I did not like her in Captain Marvel at all, and I was worried that I wasn't going to like her here. But it's fun. Like I said, good writing.
I wouldn't use Captain Marvel as a barometer for anyone's acting.
And Rami Malek.
See,
creepy.
You know what? And I'll tell you the thing about him is like, I still haven't seen Mr. Robot to this day, and like I think the only thing that he's been in that I've actually watched is probably The Little Things, because I haven't seen Bohemian Rhapsody either.
Oh wow!
So,
what
like,
the fuck?
You need to see that movie. It's so good. It's so good.
Really good. Yeah. Okay. I mean, he totally. I mean, it's funny.
He won the Oscar, right? He won the Oscar for that.
He won the Oscar. I mean, he did. I mean, he did a perfect, he took over, and it's almost like Freddie Mercury took over him. It's like you look at him, it's like you compare, and you kind of go, they don't really look alike. But then when you watch the movie, you go, hey, he's fucking Freddie Mercury. Jesus Christ. I mean, obviously he's not really singing, because who the fuck can sing like Freddie Mercury?
Nobody.
I mean, Jesus Christ.
Don't try. Don't even.
Nobody could even try to do that. But I mean, that's what's so funny about biopics. Biopics are a tricky thing, especially when it's about a musician, because sometimes she's like, you can't do it. But then you got the Elton John one. And you had what's his name? Taron
Egerton. Yeah.
Okay, so he actually sung those. He actually sung the songs, but it's like,
and people thought that was going to be like Bohemian Rhapsody in terms of like how it was established. And it's like, no, it's completely.
Well, he did a good job of singing, because I guess because Elton John didn't have Freddie Mercury was just on a whole other level. His vocal cords were just
Freddie Mercury was on an octave all his own.
Really. You can't.
And now they're doing an Elvis biopic.
Oh, I know. How do you?
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then you look at when Jamie Foxx did Ray.
I was just about to say he
because
he
could sing.
Absolutely, and the funny thing about that, Dave, is like a lot of people still didn't know that before that movie. Like
they thought he was no, that's him.
He is a man. Like there's so many people that still think of him from like In Living Color or the Jamie Foxx show or like any of his movies, and they don't realize, no, this dude is a massive,
and that's what I love
massive
about that.
talent.
That's what I love about that, because I watched In Living Color, I watched the Jamie Foxx show, and I'm like, I've been following this guy, and I love the fact that like this guy is multi-talented. So it's like there's nothing that this guy can do, it seems, and it's just that's why I love Jamie Foxx so much. If I see him in something, I'm like, all right, yeah, even when he was Electro, it was.
I'm about to say, do not forget his best performance of all time is Electro. Hey, don't forget.
That was not his
But
fault.
he still made his own.
Hey, I don't understand why people. I feel like people sleep on Collateral.
Oh,
I
fuck.
don't understand that.
They do. They're very
Dude,
much.
I don't understand.
You know
that
what?
at all.
Thank you for bringing that up, because the other day it was crazy. Michael Mann's Twitter, he
Oh,
posted
yeah.
an article a couple of days ago about the 20th anniversary of Miami Vice, which
Dude,
blows me away.
People need to fucking revisit Miami Vice.
Revisit
I
that
just
movie.
got that.
Dude.
I just got the unrated version for free for redeeming on Universal
so
Rewards.
good.
I'm going to watch it.
I've always
never
loved
seen
that
it.
movie. I've always loved that. I've never got
Yes.
the hate of that movie. I think it's because it didn't really it didn't have the fucking 80s like blazers,
Right. But
I think people wanted that, but I'm like, dude, he took it seriously. And Colin
dude.
Farrell and Jamie Foxx, fucking, that movie is so fantastic.
Because when I went into that movie, like
Yeah.
I hadn't seen, like obviously I knew about the TV show, but I didn't grow up with it. What
Yeah,
I did
neither did I.
see, what I had seen was Heat. So I went into Miami Vice like, I want you to make this like Heat, and he did, and it was perfect.
Dude,
So
that movie does not get enough. And Naomi Harris is in that too. My
yes,
God,
Naomi
it's
Harris, Colin
Naomi
Farrell.
Harris.
It's weird because I have now seen 2 movies 2 weeks in a row with Naomi Harris.
Yeah,
'Cause she
Venom.
was Shriek and Venom, Let There Be
Why-
Carnage, and then she's Moneypenny.
Why did they not? But and that's the weirdest thing about like Venom with There Be Carnage. They never advertised that she was in the movie. She was just. It was.
She was always on the poster, but like
They showed like random shots of her, but
Yeah,
like it
right.
wasn't like a thing
But
to where they were really highlighting this character.
No,
well, you know what?
So
Did
like
you
when
see,
the movie,
did you see it, Ray?
yeah, I saw. Yeah, I reviewed
Yeah.
it last week.
Okay.
Yeah. But
Okay.
it was,
Yeah.
But it was a case where like when I started watching the movie, there was that part of me that was like, okay, is this like Pirates of the Caribbean where they found someone that looks like Natalie Portman, but it's not Natalie Portman? Or is this actually Naomi Harris? And I'm like,
Yeah.
no, that is actually Naomi Harris.
I was thinking the same thing when I was seeing it. I'm like, is that from? Because I'm thinking like Pirates of the Caribbean, right? And I kept thinking like maybe it's not, because I wasn't sure. And I'm thinking I got to look this up. And once I finished the movie, I'm like, holy crap, that was.
And she essentially looks the same as she did as Tia Dalma.
All I
in
remember
Pirates.
from the
You know what it was?
trailers, it's the shot of when she first uses her abilities and like breaks through the car, like the windshield. That's the only thing I can remember in terms of the trailers where they showed her. Every other thing, it's like they don't show her.
But again, it's they chopped that movie. They really could have done more with her character, because Scott, did you see Venom yet?
I went opening night.
That's
man.
what you did. You did. Okay, so
But
I mean-
I haven't had an opportunity to speak on the movie.
okay, well, I think we could speak on it. It's been a week. We could speak on it. The fact of the matter is like that opening scene. Jesus Christ, that was tough, because instead of doing the de-aging thing, they decided to go, let's get younger actors that kind of look like them, and then put their voices, dub them.
Just bugged it.
Oh my God! I'm like, hey, I remember what Woody Harrelson looked like in 1996. It ain't that.
Well,
He
and
was
that's,
in the movies. Yeah.
and that's the tough part, because especially with him, because he has so many years of like
Yes.
visibility.
It's called Cheers. I've seen Cheers.
Dude,
Since
Cheers,
Woody in
Indecent
Cheers.
Proposal.
Good point.
The guy's been balding since the 80s.
He was on
Yes,
Cheers.
so
That's all you got to say.
Yes.
He was on Cheers. I remember.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that you brought that up, I think about that, because literally, I remember seeing that opening scene, and then they would show the faces of them, the younger ones, and as soon as their face, there goes my video. But they would show their faces, and as soon as they turn away from the camera, then the voice. And you're like, okay. They couldn't even try to lip sync it.
Well, like, did you guys see? Any of you guys seen Gemini Man?
Yeah.
The Will
Yes.
Smith movie.
Yeah.
Okay, so remember what that film did? Okay, that film goes Fresh Prince. We can't avoid the fact that everybody has seen Fresh Prince. So when we de-age him, we have to model him off of what he looked like in Fresh Prince. And it worked.
Totally worked.
Absolutely worked. And
Yeah,
so,
but man,
let's just
go to the last scene.
Here's the core problem. Woody Harrelson is too old to play Cletus. I'm sorry. He's just too old. Because when you think of Carnage from the comics or the 90s animated series that everyone remembers, Cletus and Eddie, they were like roughly around the same age-ish. Like Tom Hardy looks around his age, but for some reason Woody just looks way older.
Tom Hardy's younger than Woody.
But you look at if you look at the wig from Venom in the after credit scene for Cletus that Woody wore, it was terrible.
It was an awful wig.
And then his hair in this movie, which is another wig, looked terrible. Yeah. And it's like, and then what even irked it more, and I don't think it's really a spoiler because everyone knows Carnage is in the movie, but when Carnage talks, doesn't sound like Carnage to me. Like that voice just doesn't work for me. I'm like, no.
So
okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing for me when it came to Venom, Let There Be Carnage. I actually enjoy the first Venom movie. Ray and I have talked about this.
Yes.
I enjoyed the first movie.
I liked it better than this one, I think.
Well, and that's my thing. My criticism of Let There Be Carnage is what detracted from my overall enjoyment. Like, I enjoy the first movie, but what I would criticize the first movie for, it's like they decided, hey, let's cut out all the parts that Scott actually liked about the first movie and let's make a sequel that focuses on all the stuff that he didn't like in the first movie. Yeah. And then also, and I know Ray sometimes likes to dog on me for this, but and so that's me criticizing just the movie as a movie. Like I'm saying, you are shooting this. There are aspects of the filmmaking that, as the movie, I am not enjoying. Like the quick cuts, the random CGI that just seems to be going everywhere, and I can't really track who's what and where. Like basically, it was take that final battle from Venom with Venom and the other symbiote at the Life Foundation and make that the whole movie, and that bugged the ever-loving crap out of me. But then you also take the comic book aspects, because Venom and Carnage were characters that I really enjoyed from the 90s. And then you do things characterization-wise that, yes, we're talking adaptation, but you just, it's like, why? It's like you just did things with a character.
Is this the part that I dug you for? Like, I'm trying to figure out what
it's the adaptation part where you go, well, that's just not how it is in the comics, and you usually go, but I haven't read the comics, so I'm just judging it on the movie.
Okay, but I don't want to. I guess I take issue with. I don't dog you for it. It's just it's a different percent because I have not read a Venom or a Carnage comic. I'm going into this movie same way I did with the first film, blank slate. So all of the issues that you guys have with the changes they made to the characterization mean nothing to me. I don't have the same connection. If I did, then I could appraise it the same way. But I literally just judged it as okay. I'm probably the fairest, or not the fairest, but like the nicest, I guess, as far as like any of us with this movie, because I was trying to figure out, is it better or worse than the first one? And I came out with it's even, because there are things that this movie does that are better than the first movie. And then there are things that the first movie does that are better than this movie. For case in point, I know that you guys may have issues with Woody playing Carnage. He's still a better villain than Carlton Drake. He's still
absolutely.
Yes. Well, I think the point Scott is trying to make in terms of the changes is that you don't have that knowledge going in terms of reading the comics or understanding like different versions of the character. I think what he's trying to say is that this could have been a better movie if they wouldn't have done these changes. If they would have done more,
subjectively speaking, right? Yeah,
that. But I think too, it's like I think audiences came out of Venom surprised, the first Venom, surprised at the movie because a lot of people saying this movie's not going to work without Spider-Man, and it worked with what they were trying to do with it. This film, I think, is only really getting talked about because of the infight between Venom and Carnage in the mid-credit scene.
Yeah,
Like,
I know.
I've
See, a
se-
lot of
I've-
people.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the bad
I've-
part.
I've-
Is like a lot of people are talking about that mid-credit scene,
and
it's like,
it's like that or the Venom and Carnage fight. Other than that, it's like it's just the mid-credit scene.
I've seen a lot of people. Well, not a lot, but I've seen a few people. Basically, the reason they don't like the movie is because Spider-Man isn't in it. Like they don't feel like the dynamic works without him.
And I understand that, but at the same time, I'm like, but okay, you got Tom Hardy. You can really do a lot with this, and the heart of both of those movies is the interaction between him and Venom.
Yes,
and those are great scenes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, especially with this one when they capitalized on it, and I wish they would have did more when Venom is he's so smart and knows a lot about the universe, and when he visits Cletus and he gets a look at the jail cell and is able to figure out stuff, I'm like, there you go.
That's cool. It was a cool moment.
Yeah,
because he's like look, and he's drawing it, and he's like, I don't get it. He throws it. Okay, look at this, and he's trying to let him figure it out. I think that was really cool.
My biggest problem was the pacing.
Yeah,
That movie just felt like it was a breakneck sprint to the end, and I do not personally enjoy this quick cut. Dear God, when do I get to breathe? When do character moments get to happen?
Yeah.
Like it was just like it was like an ADD attack.
When Eddie,
and that was my problem.
When Eddie and Venom like separate, I thought that was great. I mean, like their relationship, like again, that's the heart of this movie.
Mm-hmm.
But they're trying to do like, and when it gets to the point where Cletus gets to break out Shriek, it's like they try to build it up where you're trying to feel sympathy for Shriek, but then when she gets out, you go, no, fuck this. She sucks. Like, what the fuck? You were trying to make me feel sorry for her because she's in the captive, but when she gets out, she's like a piece of shit. And then it's like, they just go, and then like they have this wedding. It's just like bam, bam, bam. Michelle Williams. Why the fuck did she need to be there? Oh, damsel in distress. You know, it's just like
there was no reason for her to be in this movie.
Nope.
Besides, they needed a reason for Venom and Eddie to get back together. Essentially, they're like, and I'm thinking too, it's like the whole cutting thing. I'm wondering if it's because they wanted to cut it down due to the release of when it was coming out around this time. I think that's why.
Definitely did. The thing was cut to shit. I'm wondering how much they cut out.
You think so we're thinking that originally it was longer when under the original plan.
I think there's stuff in the trailers that's not in the movie, and I think just based on how the pacing goes, you can tell there are sections of scenes and probably entire scenes cut completely.
It is a little difficult to believe that Serkis would do an hour and 30-minute long movie.
Yeah.
See, and I've seen his Mowgli movie that was sold to Netflix. So I'm sitting here going, I've seen this man's directorial work before. This movie had no style to it. This movie was anyone could have.
Okay, I'm going to push back a little on that because there was actually
there's a little bit of style. I'll give you that right too. But
the camera movements and some of the cinematography I actually really liked in this movie. I will push back a little on the style thing.
Hashtag release the circus cut.
It was still cut to shreds to me, and that's what I said.
Probably is a circus cut.
Yeah, I know.
This guy just commented it.
That's why I said that. Like even my first reaction, I'm just like, that was my first thing was like, this movie was cut to shit. There's like no way, because there's like stuff, and I get it because and I wish Steven was here because he'd probably be throwing.
He's watching No Time to Die right now.
I think
is that what he's doing? Okay, because
I think he finished it. He would. I think
okay,
but he's So I don't know.
Steven really liked Venom 2, and he goes, well, it just leaned into what it was very aware of what it should have been. And I'm like, okay, I get what you're saying. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, there's scenes where I like the scene where Venom goes to that nightclub and stuff like that. Yes, it's just, it's great. I get that. And I get the, but at the same time, it's just, give me a little bit more of the Venom or of the villain, because you have this line at the end that Cletus says, like, I just wanted your friendship. I'm like, where was that even warranted?
Where did it come from?
Yeah.
See, but I agree. I actually agree with Steven, because that was one of the things I said in my review was that basically, like, the movie didn't betray the rules that were set up in the first film. Like, as far as
how it's coming. Okay.
As far as the okay,
take a drink.
But like
Well,
as far as like the structure and like the setting, but like how one of the things that we liked, Scott, about the first Venom movie is how refreshing it was because it wasn't like the MCU. And it really wasn't like Fox X-Men. It was different. Like it was a refreshing take, as opposed to the assembly line stuff that we've come to understand over the last 13 years from Marvel Studios. So that was what we enjoyed about it. And it, in terms of the tone, in terms of the humor, in terms of Hardy's characterizations, and even in terms of some of the action, is like, okay, the first film did a really good job of laying out how this Venom world works. And structurally speaking, I don't think Let There Be Carnage violates any of those rules. Now, as far as what you're talking about in terms of the pacing, yeah, of course it's quicker pace. It's a shorter movie. And, if I haven't analyzed the trailers and any of that enough to tell you what's missing or what isn't, I will completely buy that there's plenty missing out of it. And it probably is because of when it was released. But to me, again, just looking at it from a movie standpoint and judging it based on what the first movie set up, I don't think that structurally there's anything that the movie betrays from the world that the first one set up.
Oh, I don't think it does
follows.
that. I just know that they leaned into elements of the first movie that detracted from the first movie and then made more of that. So that's why I have a much less I would say I don't enjoy Let There Be Carnage when I would say I did enjoy the first Venom movie.
Even though he gets on the top of the building and yells, "Let there be carnage," and then rolls credits. You don't like that part?
No, I didn't. Well, even though there was a part of me that was like, you're in a cathedral.
Yeah.
Okay, that's like, I at least like the setup of the idea that you have two characters who loud noises is their primary
and they're fighting in there.
And they're fighting in a bell tower. Like, okay, yes. Which reminds me
one of the
of
characters
that Spider-Man scene when Peter gets rid of it is in a church bell tower.
And I really dug the fact that, obviously Cleese is in love with Shriek and then when she screams, Carnage is like, you better shut her up. So he has a conflict within Carnage. I like that. I really dug that.
It was interesting because I don't think they really covered that much in the comics from what I remember.
That was one of those characterization things because because you know how Venom and Eddie have a symbiotic relationship and they always say we are Venom. Yeah. The characterization in the comics, Ray, just for your information, is that because of Cletus's psychosis, he and the Carnage symbiote bonded so perfectly that they refer to themselves as I. So like when they talk about so the whole point of the movie is that Carnage and Cletus end up being at odds with one another when actually it is the polar opposite from the source material is that they're actually so
bonded.
Perfectly bonded that they refer to themselves in the singular.
And I wonder if that would have changed if Shriek wasn't in the movie. Which
is interesting because Shriek does get introduced in the comics, but Shriek gets introduced later in the comics. Like Carnage shows up for a couple of arcs. Shriek doesn't show up until Maximum Carnage. That 14 issue event, and I have the graphic novel. I love it so much. Oh, I had the Super Nintendo video game.
Oh yeah, I remember that video game.
I have some of the original comics when they were releasing them, and I
have all 14 issues. Yeah,
I wish I did. I tried to get all of them back then, but I feel like that would have made it different if Shriek was not in the movie. But
I think it would have.
I did like the dynamic about where Cletus is like, this is the love of my life, and Carnage is like, shut up, stop making noise, and it's like, what's gonna happen here? Because it's causing tension when Cletus is like, I'll do this, you do this for me, I'll do this for you, blah blah blah, and it's like Carnage is actually just using you. He's not actually gonna work with you, Cletus. Like eventually, Carnage is gonna use him.
And that serves to not only does that serve to show a split between them, but it also serves to reinforce the need that Eddie and Venom have to be together. Because
which
that's
I
even
like
the point.
And I like that thematic nature. I just wish it was
More fleshed out, maybe.
developed.
Yeah.
You know, it's there.
I mean, this movie could have easily been 30 more minutes, 2 hours, and I think it would have probably
I don't
helped
know
it.
why?
It probably was.
Yeah, I know.
I'm willing to buy that it was.
And
Yeah,
when you said, Scott, about the Mowgli film that Circus did, it was so good. Like I was like, Netflix put this up. I was actually worried. I'm like, oh crap, Netflix, because Netflix traditionally with movies not very good, but that was
year and a half is
pretty solid.
That.
Well, what was great
solid.
about that? It was like you saw Jungle Book. I like Jungle Book. I thought that was like what Favreau did. Cool. You know, I was like, wow, he pulled off that. Absolutely amazing. Circus was like, oh, I'm going to go by what the original shit is. We're not going to do this Disney shit.
Kipling's original book, yep.
And it was like, you watch that and you go, oh. And then he wanted to go, I want the creatures to look like the actors. And when you watch that, you went, that does look like Christian Bale as, what the, like.
It's definitely
all
interesting.
I'm saying now is that I want Circus to get this Animal Farm adaptation that he's
talking
about. Dude.
Well, it was just interesting because, of course, they were going to go more the Disney animated for the live action.
Oh, of course.
But for him to go the original source material, go more that direction, that's what you should do. Like he should not have tried to do more of what Disney was doing, and it worked. Like it to me, it was successful because of that. Because my wife loves the Disney stuff, so she loved Jungle Book. But when we saw Mowgli, she's like, "Wow, like I really like this." I didn't know how she was going to respond to it. I'm like, "Okay, we'll watch it."
And Scott and I have talked about this before. Netflix has gotten vastly better in the last year and a half with their movies.
Oh, of course.
They just have. But it is important to note that Mowgli wasn't originally a Netflix film.
Oh no, I'm saying when they acquired it, because it was like
there
was that stuff from time to time you hear where Netflix acquired a movie, and then when it plays, people are like, "Okay, weird decision," because they thought it was a weird choice. So when I heard that, I'm like, "Uh-oh," but it was actually a good idea.
Yeah, it's similar to Enola Holmes. It's similar to that scenario.
Oh yeah, that was.
It was
done.
done.
Them both from Warner
I liked
Brothers.
Enola Holmes. That was good.
Yeah.
And now Netflix is making a sequel. Like they're like, all right, well, we have it.
Exactly.
We're 100%.
Henry Cavill's shooting right now for it.
Yeah, I know.
I think.
I saw the picture.
No, we've seen the pictures of him as Sherlock Holmes right after finishing season 2 of The Witcher. It's like Netflix is in the Henry Cavill business.
He is busy because isn't he doing Highlander and he's doing?
When's he going to do Argyle? That's what I really want to see. I want to see Argyle.
He's got a lot of
his new spy thing.
He is busy. He is busy.
He's very busy.
But then we're sitting here going like, we just want to see him as Superman again.
But he's like, Netflix wants me, so I'll go with Netflix.
Same
whatever.
thing with Zack Snyder.
That's what I'm saying. Netflix is like, all right, Warner Brothers, you don't want these people, we'll take them.
Well, it's just.
Well, The Witcher's like one of their biggest shows, so they're going to keep Henry Cavill around and make him happy.
Okay, so Ray, this was an issue that you've brought before, and I'm glad that came up because you've talked about how show me when Netflix builds a franchise, and I feel like The Witcher is the experiment. This is their because they've got season 1, season 2. I mean, season 2 hasn't even come out yet, and they've already confirmed season 3. They've done that anime movie that I haven't watched yet, but it's been on my queue for like a month. They've already confirmed a second anime movie. They're
Blood
doing
Origins.
Right. They're doing that prequel series, and they've confirmed this family-friendly series that I'm like, show me how you do family-friendly in Witcher. I will grab my popcorn and watch this.
Because it's like Netflix is like, I think I was mentioning this earlier in the stream about how Netflix just kind of gambling. Like you just never know. Squid Game is going to be probably their biggest show ever, and they had no idea. Like they had no clue.
Yeah, and
so
even
now it's like
they were shopping around for
with Witcher. They knew that
risks.
They knew The Witcher was going to be big. They didn't know how big. Same thing with Cobra Kai. They acquired Cobra Kai. It blew up. So it's like we got to capitalize now because if they don't, they're going to lose everyone's interest because they're going to move on because there's so much content now on all these different services that people
Cobra
will
Kai
move
was
on.
a little bit different because it started blowing up on YouTube Red.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm talking about The Witcher.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I was just saying like Cobra Kai was just a little bit different because it was already getting eyes, and Netflix saw that and we're like, we'll buy it, and then that was a smart move.
And that was smart because I could have watched it on YouTube, but me and my wife binged the first 2 seasons on Netflix because it was on there, and we're like, Wow, we were missing out.
Well,
Clearly.
and that's one of the other things that Netflix, it's hilarious for you, all right? What happened?
His phone dropped.
My phone just fell.
Okay.
Oh shit!
Okay. Yikes.
Holy crap!
Should I
Well, this is a
continue?
perfect
Yeah, I'll
time
continue.
for
Steven. Yeah.
for Steven to
Steven.
join in.
There we go. There he is.
Hey.
Wow.
Hey, what's up,
Yeah.
Steven?
What's up?
Steven, do you have all the time in the world?
Oh no!
What?
No
All right.
spoilers.
Careful.
No spoilers. No
Careful, no
spoilers.
spoilers.
I love making out of context spoilers.
Oh, I
That's the
know, I
best
know.
part.
When you said that to my GIF reaction, I was like, what GIF should I respond to? I mean, yeah. But anyway, Steven, did you like No Time to Die?
I did very much, and I've been weird on I've always been like a Bond fan. I always watch like the marathons and stuff, but I've never been like as into it, and so I never, I wasn't always familiar with like I knew the villains and everything, but I couldn't tell you anything about any story or overarching anything. Not that there was a whole lot of that.
Turn your mic up just a little bit.
More? How's that?
More.
More?
No. Little
Now
less.
you're hot.
Little
Now
less.
you're hot.
No, I'm hot. How's
Yeah,
that?
you're so hot.
So, I'm so hot right now.
There you go. That's
and
good.
so and like I fell asleep during Quantum of Solace, and I don't think I ever rewatched it. And I had never seen Spectre until last night.
Oh.
And
right.
so
It's a good thing
I
you
watched
watched
it. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
So
I think he's falling. I hate it. Keep
take a
going.
drink.
I'll fix it.
So I think it's really interesting because as someone who loves Bond and has always watched Bond, but like I feel like I'm outside of like the Bond
I'm with you on that.
thing.
Yeah. I've never been like huge on it, but I mean, I played GoldenEye like crazy.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly. I think it's really interesting how franchises like this, you see the discussion happen, and there's all this like, oh well, Casino Royale was great, Quantum of Solace was not, Skyfall was amazing, Spectre was not, and then like you go and watch them without that like fanboy hat on, and you're like, these are all good movies.
No, yeah.
Like these are all
Yes.
like especially when you're whatever. Especially when you're comparing to like I'm trying to think of other modern franchises and like the cinematic approach to the material. It's
I know what you're talking about.
It's on another level.
Mm-hmm.
And so and I don't necessarily mean that in terms of like another level of like it's 100 times better, so much as it is a different type of content, as Scorsese would say. It is cinema versus like, and so and this one especially. I mean, there were some camera work, and I mean, the music was amazing, but there was a lot of shots that were like absolutely gorgeous. But the first thing that I tweeted was I was watching the credits, and I had I was appreciating how, and I don't think this is a spoiler because it's being like marketed this way, and everyone knows it's Daniel Craig's last movie, that it concludes his Bond arc. It is a final chapter in the Bond story. Now I think there's a lot of different ways they could have gone and served as a final chapter. So we don't have to talk about what
when you're watching, you're like, okay, where's this going? And then when like the little twists happen, and you kind of go, okay, is it going to go this way? Is it going to go that way? You're like constantly going. And then when it happens, and then you get like the moments, and you just kind of, man, I got a little teary eyed where it's just like
too.
Because that's just the Bond.
And as you guys know,
is this the first time that we've had a last Bond movie?
Yeah.
Where
it was conscious of the fact that it was the last one when it was being made.
But because I don't think they've ever, like, whenever a Bond actor has done their last movie, I don't think it was ever like agreed upon going into the last movie that this is my last movie.
And then you have Sean Connery, where his last Bond movie was not his last Bond movie,
right?
And like,
well, we all know The Rock is his last Bond movie. I still want to believe that is true, that he was Jim. Yeah,
I had a moment sitting during the credits. What I tweeted was that I'm watching the credits, No Time to Die, appreciating how great it is to have a story with an end.
Yeah.
And there was a part of me that was like, I'm wondering, you tweet that out, and there's a part of me that's like, am I gonna get that, like, haha, look at this idiot, never haven't seen it, and I'm like, no, like that, the point is not that I've never seen a movie with an ending or that it's novel to me, but the fact that I'm watching a movie and that is my like first reaction says a lot about the atmosphere that the movie exists in, where every final chapter also, like how long after the conclusion of the third act did the credits roll? Who was it? Someone from IO9. Someone wrote an article recently about all the old movies, how like they would end, like it'd be some like old mystery movie, and like they'd solve the mystery and then the credits would roll. And it reminded me of that, where like there was no like, and here's what happened to this person, and here's what happened to this person, and ooh, are they setting them up for the next Bond? And here, like, there was not a like. I sat and watched all the way to the end of the credits, even though I knew there was no way there was a post-credit scene, because I wanted to see.
Well,
if they
because
were gonna
there's a thing that's at the end of every Bond movie.
But because of the movie, I was like, I wanted to see if it was going to say James Bond will return at the end, because there's something that is so cool, but also I was like, I could see them having a discussion about like, do we not do that on this one to make a point that no, we're not gonna, like, that is not that there was any question about like whether or not Craig was gonna come back, or if you're following the news on that. But anyway, but just the fact that that was the thing that struck me at all makes me really appreciate, like, even The Dark Knight Rises doesn't.
Nope.
It's not. It's a final chapter, and it concludes Batman's arc in all those ways. But even that one was like, but
leaves the door open.
And once again, that's like the spirit of Batman. So I don't want to deconstruct like how effective Nolan was at that. But the point is, there was still teases and sequels of like, they could have made a sequel to that one. Whereas, and I don't think it would destroy the spirit of what Nolan was doing. But with this, if you were like, let's make another Bond movie and bring Daniel Craig back to tell another chapter in this story about what happens next, even if it's way later in life or whatever, it's like, no, it would just like,
old man Bond.
Yeah,
I like it.
Well,
Bring back Pierce Brosnan. Let's make an old man Bond.
There you go.
It's funny because when you brought up the credit thing, Stephen, the first thing that popped in my head was Return of the Jedi, because I remember as a kid, I got really mad when I didn't see James Earl Jones's name at the end of either episode 4 or 5, but his name is in there at the end of episode 6, and that serves as like a finality to that part of the saga. It was like like even at that point, like and yes, of course, they've done the sequel trilogy. They didn't necessarily have to.
Yeah.
After they did that in 1983, they
well,
could.
And once again, you look at Return of the Jedi. They destroy the Death Star. They have a party. He sees the ghost. The end.
Right.
Yes, there is story that can and was and is being and will be told about what happens next, but they concluded the arcs, and then they didn't spend time out of the runtime of this movie teasing all of the things that will or won't happen in the future. The only story things that were included were the story elements that were necessary for this one. And that, like, even Return of the King, which is like, how are you going to make like Return of the King Part 2? Like the hobbits are going to Isengard again. And like the ending of Return of the King even was just this like, and
that's like 4 endings.
That's what the book is. And I get it. And I love the ending of the book even more, but yeah, you have that like, and here's what happens to this person here. And I appreciate it so much that they're like, no, this is Bond's story. This is the end of his story. We don't need to wrap up everybody else and set up what happens next or tie all those things in a bow, because those aren't relevant to the legacy of Daniel Craig's James Bond. And that is so respectful to the story and the artist and the character. And there are so many things that most movies do that take away a little bit at that make you wonder about what happened here, what happened there. And this allows you to just focus on and appreciate Daniel Craig from Casino, and also how the thing with Daniel Craig's Bond was always like, oh, they're making him into the classic Bond, and it was always getting closer and closer. And then
Spectre was kind of getting there. Yeah,
exactly. And then the fact that this concludes just kind of like, no, that is who Bond is, and it gets the classic Bond stuff, but it also gets the other stuff about him, and anyway. So I loved it. I liked it a lot.
Good.
That is my review.
Good. No.
And you guys are all wrong about Venom.
Oh, there it is.
No, I'm on your side. I'm on your side.
There, I knew he was going to do that. Yeah.
Look over here.
I just think that most of the negativity I've seen, I mean, obviously I think most people liked it, but most of the negativity I've seen towards it seems to be people that are mad that it didn't fix what they disliked about the first one. And most of the people that liked it, and most of the people that liked it,
Oh, good for you. And how was it?
are like, oh yeah, I liked the first one, and so I'm glad that they doubled down on the things that I liked about the first one. And so you can argue the logic and whatever about like what would have made it better for you, but it was what it was always going to be, which is a sequel to the wacky Venom movie that was the first one.
Bingo.
And if that's not your cup of tea, then that's not your cup of tea. But
Right, and like I said, hey, do you think I'm mad about the fact that it was making bank? No, I just went, okay, not for me.
I mean, to me, it was already referenced, so it's not a spoiler. But like, to me, this movie is defined...
you can say spoilers now.
Oh, okay. To me, the movie is defined by Carnage climbing up on the thing and just yelling, "Let there be carnage," no matter how unnatural the line is. And you know that the direction for that scene also is like, just say it. Like, if you're gonna say the line, you say, like, there was no like, and now we will let there be. No, he's like, no, you climb up there and you yell it. Like, and
It's
definitely
interesting.
And then you're the Leo meme from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood going.
He said it, and then you say roll credits, and then they roll credits.
And but that is everything you need to know about the movie is contained in like that moment. So like, yeah, sure, they could have developed characters more, but that's no longer the movie in which Carnage climbs up on the crane and goes, "Let there be carnage."
That's true.
That's not that movie.
I don't know about that.
I mean, it's like I wonder when they decided on the title though. Like, was it after they wrote
Yeah, I
that
was
line?
I was never big on the title. I always thought it just should have been
Well,
Carnage.
because you wanted it to be a different movie from the
No. I think it was because Let There Be Carnage was just a little too long of a subtitle.
But remember,
It's not the fact that I wouldn't want him to say that. I mean, he already said it at the post-credit scene of the first one. Cool.
Yeah.
We've been through
But-
this though with like
Yeah.
the marketing departments and titles. They need Venom. The word Venom had to be in the title.
Of
Because
course.
those-
Well, yeah.
like that there was no way.
Well, of
that
course you
couldn't-
have to have it, and you don't want it to be called Venom Carnage. Like
Right.
that's silly.
And you're not going to
So-
call it Venom v Carnage. You're not going to do that.
Dawn of the Symbiotes,
The age of Carnage.
I don't know. I like
Age of Carnage.
You know, the one that would have worked for me only because of the Green Jelly song would have been Carnage Rules.
maybe if they did do like Maximum Carnage, but then again, that's a whole different level.
That'd
That's
be
a whole
awesome.
different level.
Well,
Oh,
because
you-
then
oh,
you're going to
you-
be graded on how accurately you adapt.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing. It's just
It's
like
a good title. It's a good
it's
title. though.
it sounds cool, like Venom, Maximum Carnage. That sounds awesome, but at the same time, it kind of defeats what.
Well, and also, it's going to be full of like, well, in the comic, Maximum Carnage, this happened, and it
Yeah,
didn't happen in
exactly.
the movie. Therefore,
That's
the movie's
thing.
bad.
That's the thing.
It's like, well,
Exactly.
It'll fuck that up.
Exactly.
But even though it sounds better, I don't know. I think just Let There Be Carnage was just, to me, it just was like, it's a little too wordy. I think it just needs to be 2 word stops.
I just needed to be 30 minutes longer. That's all I need.
That's a 2-hour movie.
This
That's
is
a 2-hour
a
movie.
long 2-hour movie.
It
if
would
there
have
were
been
30
No,
minutes.
it was
No.
it was a
It
long
would
hour
have
and a
been.
half.
It would have been 30 more minutes of Eddie and Venom, which I think,
Which is the best part of the movie.
Right, you know, but 5 to 10 more minutes of that ruins the shtick, and then you're like, okay, so Eddie and
Well, what about the Venom and Eddie? Like when he looks in Cletus's jail cell, and then they figure that out. That was awesome. I was like, more of that. I want more of that. They're like, try to get Eddie back where he's supposed to be. You know, as Eddie Brock, like in breaking stuff
if
like
they
that.
were doing a Zodiac adaptation,
Yes.
or if they were doing a Venom versus Carnage movie in the style of Zodiac, then sure.
Yes.
But they weren't doing that. They were doing.
Yeah, I know, badly. And we
No,
even said it before. It's like Woody Harrelson,
Hey.
maybe not the best Cletus.
No.
But by the way, was I not the only one thinking that when Eddie's stories being published after he finds the bodies, and we see Daily Bugle on the computer. I'm like, Daily Bugle wasn't in the first movie, was it?
Nope.
Like,
well, this is where they're trying to connect all that.
right?
Yeah,
But remember,
well-
but it's also like, well, now Sony's done the handshake to where we can use Daily Bugle now, even though the mid-credit scene hasn't happened yet. And
Maybe on that Earth there is a Daily Bugle. It's just
I will go ahead and say this controversial bit of whatever that mid-credit scene did way more to interest me in that movie than its own trailer did.
and that's the sad part.
Well,
a lot of people feel that way. It's like
I
the
hate
mid-credit
that
scene.
people are talking about that
But
more than
it's also
no,
it was frustrating for me.
not the Venom movie. I'm talking about Far From Home.
he didn't
No
like
Way
the
Home.
Far From
No
Home
Way Home.
trailer.
The Far From Home trailer
Maybe the
was
No Way Home.
well,
Sorry,
No Way
Andrew.
Home.
the,
No Way
the
Home.
No Way Home trailer was 3 minutes of meh for me.
I appreciated
and this
the post-
credit scene was like, oh, now I'm interested.
I
did,
appreciate
okay,
the mid credit scene for what it introduced, but I find it there's not been very much conversation about like as a scene. It's like kind of terrible.
yeah.
Mhm.
It's
Oh,
like
yeah,
not.
it's
It's like they could have just
yeah.
put up a whiteboard and been like,
totally.
Venom is in the MCU now, and it would have been like the same.
yeah.
Like,
It is definitely
yeah,
it is
the
definitely a
whole
weird
thing.
way to go about how they did it. It's weird. Yeah.
like, and I appreciate also though that there's once again per the nature of this movie how they're just like, oh yeah, no, there was a flash of light and he's there now, and it's like how it's like, well, it's comic books.
See, what's weird about that is like, okay, so Venom was going to show Eddie like a little glimpse of what he's learned throughout the universe, and then all of a sudden, so it was just a coincidence that at the same time, as he's
Unclear.
sitting in a bed watching TV, that the multiverse goes to
Right.
shit.
They
Somewhere
want us
else-
to believe that it happened at the same time in the last episode of Loki.
Well, but
That's what I thought.
somewhere somebody farted and the same thing happened, and they're questioning whether or not their
And the
fart
thing is,
caused
too,
it.
like-
so it's just everyone's doing something.
Ed
Yeah,
even
that
asked,
happens,
like,
right?
"What did you do?" He's like, "I didn't do anything." So I think they're probably going to explain it. Probably this is
Although-
the same time that Doctor Strange is doing the magic trick.
I'm
He's
not-
doing the
Yeah.
spell.
I'm
Oh,
not deep
yeah, there you
in
go.
Venom mythos because, like, I know the Venom verse is like a whole thing now. But
Yeah.
I have seen those speculation on the fact that like the symbiote is a multi-dimensional entity and could have multi-dimensional memories
Well,
or
I mean-
understanding of the universe.
Well, that's why when he sees Peter on the TV screen, he's all this guy, and then he's just like, yeah, I
Well, like,
want.
did
Which might imply he knows a Spider-Man. Maybe if he can travel
Yeah.
multidimensionally, he probably knows a
Well,
Spider-Man.
does he?
Well, because other symbiotes have met other Spider-Man in
Just
other
don't bring back
dimensions
Topher
before.
Grace.
Probably.
Just
Oh,
don't-
I would love for Topher Grace to come back.
All,
Especially
all
if
I
you
know,
do that.
all I know is that now I'm trying to build the fact that I told Ray the No Way Home trailer actually did interest me in like, okay, it's Spider-Man, and they're basically building this multiversal version of the Sinister Six.
Yeah.
Because we got Molina's Doc Ock. We're gonna have Jamie Foxx's Electro. That pumpkin bomb looks like Willem Dafoe's pumpkin bomb.
and his laughs sounded like
Yeah.
that too. Yeah.
Right. And then we've got Venom now. So like I'm trying. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. There was I'm like, okay, so who's making 5 and 6?
Sandman.
Sandman.
Well,
Sandman
Sandman
was in a
kinda
tra-
you see something happen.
Do you see something that looks like Sandman in the trailer? Yeah.
I don't think Venom is one of the Sinister Six.
Yeah,
Um,
and the
Well, they say it's a lizard, right?
the lizard behind
Oh,
him. Yeah.
But
the
what
lizard.
I think, actually, I don't think Venom has as big of a role in the movie as people are assuming from this. I actually think Peter leaves New York because he like travels to another dimension or whatever, and New York needs the lethal protector to keep shit locked down in Spider-Man's absence.
Interesting.
And J. Jonah Jameson is going to be looking for a new hero to like pin against Spider-Man. I don't know, maybe that, and then he comes back and he's got to like retake the city from him, and that's what pits them against each other because he doesn't know who.
I'm also wondering if they're going to end the movie. I would assume it would be the ending, not the after credit. But I'm wondering if the symbiote's going to attach itself to Peter at the end of the movie, and they end it there. Because I'm thinking, because if he is seeing Peter on TV, and that's a new shot. That I'm trying to remember if they ever if that was something shot from a previous movie or they just did a digital
I heard
post.
It was a new shot or an alternate shot. Or
yeah,
something.
It looked kind of strange because I don't remember ever seeing that before in the movies. But so I think they might go that route because we don't know the future of Spider-Man in the MCU or what they're doing with him after this movie. Because with the whole rights thing with Sony and Marvel, we don't know. They might end it with the symbiote attaching itself, and then that's the big cliffhanger. Because they ended how do you? I don't think there's a way you can top revealing he's Spider-Man at the end of Far From Home. How do you top that? It's kind of hard, But I think what they're doing is, we're going to have all these, like you said, multi-dimensional Sinister Six. We're going to have supposedly Toby and Andrew. We're still waiting for confirmation.
See, and that's the thing right there is okay, so you're telling me multi-dimensional Sinister Six and Andrew and Toby. No, this movie's getting way too crowded.
Well, and that's also just the way that we're talking about it is very much in the same realm as the post-credit scene itself to me, where my brain, I find more and more when we start talking about these movies and the thing we're talking like No Time to Die, I'm it's so great to have a conclusion to this character story, and it takes them on a journey, and for this we're where do all these lore puzzle pieces fit into these it's what is this movie even? It's just all these puzzle pieces of I made a comic book splash page with all my Easter eggs, and it's
totally.
What's so crazy? There's so many different there's so many different people talking about what they think is going to happen. We don't know. We don't know nothing.
Not only do we not know, but it's also a situation where people are talking about what they think they know so much that they will invariably be disappointed by what actually happens.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's no way it will be almost impossible, I think, for it to
meet everyone's expectations.
No, yeah.
No, of course not, certainly. And I've been warning people. I'm guys, guys, be prepared for everybody to be in one scene at the end of the movie.
From the second somebody speculated, anywhere in the world, or tweeted or whatever, and said oh, if it's the multiverse, they should bring in Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire. From the second that existed in the ether, the movie was never going to meet anybody's expectations because it's not going to be Spider-Man 4. It's not going to be The Amazing Spider-Man 3. Probably it's also not going to be Spider-Man Homecoming 3, because it's juggling all those things. It's going to be, maybe it'll be good or whatever. It's going to be its own thing, but it's not going to check all those boxes that people that are pinning on it for what they are hoping to get out of it. And that's just me being cynical, but it's hard.
No, I think that last point is, it's basically the same way I feel about Civil War. The fact that it's not a Captain America movie, it's Avengers 2.5.
Yeah,
this is going to be that times 10.
It's Avengers 2.5, but without acknowledging or embracing the fact that it's Avengers 2.5.
Yep.
So as a result, it just kind of introduces.
It's still trying to be so hard to be like a Captain America movie. The Winter Soldier, Bucky. They're still trying to hold on to that, but it's
too much. Stark.
So as a result, the Captain America arc and the Tony arc don't really fully come around. It introduces a lot of stuff that is just kind of in limbo until they address it in Infinity War and Endgame. And so it's got an important, once again, as a lore puzzle piece, it's got all these things that are key in it. But as a movie, it's what is it even really all of the core questions of the movie of the Captain America Iron Man conflict. The movie doesn't have an opinion on who's right or wrong. It avoids casting judgment on whose approach to being a hero is better.
Actually, I'm gonna step in and say, but that was actually something I appreciated about the movie versus the comic, because I like the idea that it kind of presented it almost objectively in a way that was what side are you coming down on? Because actually, and Ray, you've actually read the comic now, so you know what I'm talking about. The comic makes it so almost mustache twirling how much Stark is in the wrong.
If you read the book and side with Stark, you're a monster.
Yeah,
right.
You have
the book tells you that.
Yeah,
but
I think
I think there's a difference between presenting a complex character story that cannot come down on one side or the other. You look at something I don't know, even The Prestige, for example. It's hard to be one character is all in the right and one character is all in the wrong. I don't know why I always went with that because it's
no. That's good because they both suck.
I like that, yeah.
And whereas I felt Civil War was more it abstained instead of being like, it didn't present a situation that was so complicated that they couldn't answer the question. It was that they knew that they were aware of the fact that they would make a lot of stans mad if they definitively painted one as the villain and one as not, or painted both as not villainous, or they wanted it to be open so that both could be interpreted purely heroic or purely villainous without causing fandom drama, basically.
I think you're right, because like the whole, and they use it for marketing purposes. Team Cap, Team Stark, right? Like that was the whole thing. So the idea was they were even trying to encourage. I don't
think the Team Cap, Team Stark conversation is any different after seeing the movie as it was before seeing the movie.
No,
you have new evidence to lean into it, but like philosophically speaking, I don't say like, you know what, I don't know anybody who saw it and was like, I'm Team Cap going in, and came out and was like, well, I really don't know now. It's just like everyone was kind of what they were, and the movie kind of served them what they wanted. And then,
even in Infinity War, when like Banner comes back and he's just like, we're not on talking terms anymore. You know, it's like he tells him, it's just the way that he says. That's my horrible Robert Downey Jr. impression.
I was wondering what that was.
Yeah, I know. I was trying something. I don't know. You know.
You know what?
But that's what he said.
I thought you said that was my. I thought you were impersonating Banner at first, so I was actually.
I was really like, how's that Mark Ruffalo?
So when you said RDJ, I was like, you know what? Still shitty, but not nearly as bad as I thought it was.
We're not on talking terms. Yeah, I can't. No. I have to work on it. I'll work on it. Don't worry.
No, I've had that argument. And Steven, thank you for pointing it out in terms of like breaking down in terms of like the lore versus the story, because I've had the argument with Brent Scott about the importance of Civil War on the rest of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Like, it's such a critical movie because otherwise Infinity War doesn't go the way it does.
Is the movie critical, or is the bullet points of what happens in the movie critical?
Exactly.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Could you watch a 5-minute YouTube video that sums it up?
Yes.
And now there's like some cool fight moments and stuff. I don't mean to totally like there are.
Yeah, that stairwell sequence with the Winter Soldier is fucking awesome.
Yeah, so like there are things that I appreciate and enjoy about it, but I don't think functionally like what it is not like essential viewing in the way that as a film, as opposed to just like a series of important things you need to know for a different movie.
Yes,
but that for me, that's kind of the MCU in general, because like when my dad was trying to finish up, I literally said, no, here's 3 movies. Like, I was like, Dad, just skip to Endgame. I'll tell you like either I can give you the bullet points you need from the 3 or 4 movies I'm telling you to skip, or honestly,
or the movie will just use exposition to explain what you missed.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. It's pretty much what I told my dad. I didn't tell him any bullet points. I was like, just skip these 3 movies. Go ahead and watch Endgame.
It's literally again, cinematic television. Last time on the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Yes.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, which is a valid form of entertainment that millions and millions of people enjoy thoroughly.
Absolutely.
And makes billions and billions of dollars. I get it.
People still think that I'm just blatantly insulting it when I call it cinematic television. I'm like, that's a you problem. I'm just telling you how they make it.
And that's why I always thought it was so important with like the Scorsese conversation to clarify that it is not a bludgeon or a criticism of the quality of the films. Now, whether he thinks, I'm sure he doesn't think that they're high quality, but his intent with the criticism was not to say, I think those movies are shit. His intent with the criticism was to say, like, no, we're at the Olympics, and like, I'm doing Palma Horse and they're doing Floor or whatever. I mean, it's a bad analogy because those are both similar events. But the point, if you watch Style is Substance, if anyone has seen that YouTube channel, it's pretty small, but he's done some really cool Snyder videos, and he did one recent. He has a couple really good Watchmen ones that are like an hour long, but the most recent one started off with a full breakdown of the Scorsese thing, and it included a bunch of clips that I hadn't seen before, which finally kind of clarified his stance on that, where he says, like, amusement parks are great, and people go there and get entertainment out of them. And he even talks about other movies that are like, there's lots of movies that are entertainment, that are theme park rides that are phenomenal. We don't need to be. His frustration is that he makes Goodfellas, and then Marvel makes Civil War, and then people are like, these are the same thing, and he's like, no, they're not. I'm not saying that they have an inferior product or that you shouldn't enjoy their product. I'm just saying I don't want what I am making to be considered the
An
same
amusement
art form, or
It's
that
not an
the,
amusement park.
or that the way that I craft it is the same as the way they craft it.
Basically,
There's not a
Russo
ride
brothers,
where you. Yeah.
right. Basically, Russo brothers, shut the hell up. Stop telling everybody that you're basing your movies off of what I did.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
if
I
you
know
watch
when they
Community-
started comparing. Yeah, I know.
No, but I mean that all makes sense. So if you watch Community and you see the episodes where it's like, oh, this is the episode based on this, and this is like every episode is. Cause I'm right with they did Community, right?
Yes, they did
Okay.
because I love Community. I
Right,
love
exactly.
that show
because
a
it's
lot.
very much that where like they capture genre so well in some of those
Yes, they
episodes where
do.
they do the western, they do the war movie, they do the whatever, but it's not actually a war movie. It's just a Community episode that feels kind of like a war movie.
Right.
Yeah. That's not to say that it's the problem with that, because I love that's not like I'm not watching Community be like, you didn't make an actual Saving Private Ryan as an episode of Community. How dare you? But it is
It's one of
important
the
to say
paintball
like
episodes, right?
yeah,
Because when they do
But-
the annual paintball episode.
one of the paintball episodes. But I think it is important though to say that like it is not the same thing though. Like just because they can capture the essence of that doesn't mean that you need to say like it is the same thing as Saving Private Ryan.
Right.
Well, guys,
So-
I'm going to bounce at this point because I'm looking at the clock, going, "This is a great time for me to bow out." And hold on, but to commemorate the end,
Ah, there it
there we
is.
go.
Go ahead and plug.
Of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast, the DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. And probably returning tomorrow night, we have Batman the Fan Ministry. We have shirts, and we are talking Joker's Favor, first appearance of Mr. J.
Harley Quinn.
Nice.
Just like
Harley's
the
first
cake,
appearance.
man.
Yes. Oh man.
I think this is the last
Nice.
episode I watched. So,
Yeah.
it's a good one.
If only we had known what that how momentous that
Yeah, I know.
introduction was.
But when we were kids, we were like,
we,
"Oh, he's got
we had
oh."
no idea.
No idea that
No idea.
that character was going to be around.
Was
for
it
what?
notable when she was? I've never known a time in my life where I didn't know Harley Quinn as a part of Batman lore. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
that's what's so weird. That's what's so weird. It's like
Yeah,
we were kids, and like just to me, I was still learning the Batman lore, and I was like, I didn't know if that was a character from the source material or not. And then finding
none
out,
of us
like,
did.
yeah. So, but then finding it out, it's like, oh, she's not been around.
Scott
that
is
long.
like, I could talk about this for so long, but I
Well,
just said I'm
that's
gonna
why
leave.
there's a YouTube show that you can watch on
That's
Saturday
why
nights.
we'll talk about that tomorrow.
Exactly. Here on this channel. So subscribe, like, buy the t-shirts, because I can pose heroically on your chest if you buy a t-shirt.
Yes.
So, guys, have
All right.
fun. I'll see you later.
Thank you,
Bye.
Scott.
Take it
See
easy.
ya.
See ya.
All right. All right. What were we talking about now?
I know we're getting
Just
into a.
waiting
we're
for my
getting
phone to fall again. Just patiently, just keep looking at it. Like, don't
do
you
you
do
have
it?
Do you have it like just standing on the monitor or?
Oh no, it's on a stand. I think that the I just think that it's falling apart. Like the actual base of it, I think that it's just coming undone, and I have to get a new one.
Because I'm actually doing the same thing. Like I got the. Are you using like the camo app?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
Ray, I've been meaning to ask since you've jumped on. Are you in your apartment that you moved out of? Because there's like nothing behind you.
No, this is the new one. This is
Okay,
the
so
new
you
place.
haven't moved much in because
No, I just haven't put anything up.
okay.
That's all. I just have.
Because there's like nothing behind, but at the same
But
time,
those are the
you
same
still-
blinds or the
Yeah, I
same
know.
style
It
No,
seems
blinds.
like
there's-
it was the same blinds.
Yeah,
I'm blocking out all my bookshelf, all my Funkos and books and graphic novels back there.
I was wondering about that because I was like, you know what, they're not going to think I've moved.
No,
Like,
no,
this
that's
is-
what, dude. When you came on, I was like, oh, is Ray still in his old apartment and he hasn't moved out yet, and he hasn't moved his recording stuff yet?
No, this is we're in the new 2-bedroom, 2-bath now. So like
Oh,
she's
okay.
literally on the other side of that wall. That's where the main like bedroom and everything is, and like the door is like over there. So no, this is the old setup I was in. I was in the living room.
Yeah.
And like there was a loud AC unit like right up here, and the TV was like right over there. And no, this is a totally different setup. But I know And like the light, like I moved the light is over here now instead of like blinding people like from the back. So
No, it was just funny because you had the blinds to the right of you.
all the
Like,
blinds, that's
Yeah.
I don't. That's just how it was. Like, okay, when I moved in, I was like, okay, what wall am I going to put the desk on? And it's like, well, okay, specifically for any recording and any time I'm here, I need to put it on the wall that is furthest away from where she's sleeping. So that was the decision, and the window just happens to be in the same place, the exact same place.
And it's
before.
blinds. I fucking hate blinds. I don't know, man. I got blinds too. I hate them because even like my ones to my balcony, man, like there's a couple of them that just like have fallen down and they broke off very easily. And I'm just like, can I just have curtains?
Yeah, I've got just enough like OCD that like there's always a vent under them.
Yes.
So they click against each other, or the string hanging down is like too long, so you have to wrap it up, or depending on the timing, you have to change them at different times of the day. Otherwise, you get a single ray coming through and hitting you in the eye.
Yep. Or if like when you open them up and you want to open up as much as you can, there's always that one fucking those two. There's actually two assholes that are like cling together, and you're like,
one in the living room is like that. The one in the living room is exactly like that.
They cling together, and you're like, come on. And then if you like go too hard, one of them's gonna break off. And it's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I hate like
and then someone comes over and doesn't know how to change them, and they like,
just someone comes over, it's like, don't touch it. Just you want them open? Let me open it. I'll do it. Whatever. No, if I have to, like,
or
I hate
having kids and having blinds.
Oh well. See,
oh my God, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine that.
Right there. That's no, not at all. But no, I prefer if I have to have blinds, I would at least prefer vertical as opposed to. I hate Venetian. Venetian blinds are stupid. Who invented those? I don't like them at all. Like they're just the whole because that's. Now it's just this, but it's horizontal and they're smaller. And when you try to raise them,
it's very necessary for film noir, though. It's probably what happened is they were like, "Can we make blinds that are horizontal so we can do a like bars on the windows motif for the shadows in this shot?"
That's
and then, like, because they were in the movies, people
and it became
like,
a market.
I need those in my house now because it's the kind of used in the movies.
I am now wondering how many movies have faked that just for that effect. Like we don't have blinds, but make a blind effect.
Yeah.
Like
like that. I'm sure there has. Did you guys see Jordan's Star Wars motion comic fan teaser?
I did not.
No, I did not. Let's see it.
I was wondering because that was one of the things I was really wanting to promote when it came to him coming on that. Yeah, and it's all premiering tomorrow. We don't have a specific time, but it's going to be sometime tomorrow. But
I hate all this crap's happening. All these videos I got to do. I'm like, damn it.
I get it.
It's irritating.
Yeah. But it's pretty damn cool. Like this is it right here.
Yeah.
And it's something new. It's not something that's already been done. That's what's so great about it. There it is. And it's actually got movement, not just.
I'm floating. I like floating.
Yeah.
I don't know what that creature is behind her. I'm like, what is that? And he's like, I don't know. I just made it up. I'm like,
it's
okay.
Cool. It's nice.
Like whatever. And then the ship thing. I think that was in the script, but I can't remember. He looks way better here than the movie. In the live action, it's not that great. And the tool. I was getting so frustrated because I had to keep refixing that trailer because my software just kept screwing it up.
Yeah, I remember when you posted it at first.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, I saw it and I retweeted it. I was like, awesome. And then you were like, I had to repost it again.
Yeah, it took me like an hour to figure out what the problem was. I don't know why it kept screwing up.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Nice. It's Star Wars, so that's what
because I've done some live action fan stuff, and that fan reached out and said he wanted to animate and just recreate the ones we've already done. I'm like, no, like tell a new one. And I wrote him a script in like 3 days and gave it to him. He's like, all right.
Nice.
So he's been working on it.
Awesome. That's good. That's awesome.
It's funny because this Tim guy in the comments says, "Have you guys ever tried writing a Batman story?" I'm actually doing that right now.
Yeah, I know. We talked about that at the beginning of the stream too. Also,
yeah.
Apparently, he's also doing a Batman motion comic. What's the title again?
Batman Amnesiac.
Oh,
it's a weird word. I was trying to find a word. I'm like, okay, I know what I want to tell in the story, but I can't. Like, I don't want to use a basic word. So I found it. I'm like, it's a weird. I had to even look up how to pronounce it.
It sounds like a Grant Morrison arc.
It does. and I actually wanted to bring this up when you mentioned that. Is there a Mad Hatter involved?
Okay, so I'll say this one thing. I won't tell you what it is or who it is or anything. I'm creating an original villain for this story.
Oh,
excellent.
Okay.
Excellent.
And I think it's going to be something to where I'm probably not going to show it in any marketing. I'm just going to wait till people see it to kind of see what it is in terms of the villain. And I say villain. And when you go, oh, and then you're gonna start thinking, well, wait, does that mean that this is gonna happen? And yes, this is gonna happen. Like I have ideas because this is something that at first, Bruce thinks I can take this on. No, you can't. No, you don't know. You don't know. You don't know what this is.
Yeah. No, it's okay. So it's interesting you say that because I just recently, I've been digging back into comics that I've been digging into comics that I've never read, and I just recently started Scott Snyder's Batman run in New 52. So I finished. I'm through the Court of Owls arc, where very much the same thing happened. He thought he could handle it. No, he couldn't.
Well, it's like a thing to where too. I have the Bat family involved. I in the script, Dick Grayson is not involved. He's in Bloodhaven. I don't know if he does pop up. I haven't finished it. But the Bat family's involved, but they quickly realize, this is not going to work. Like the way they think of approaching it, it won't work. It's actually going to end up hurting them in the long run because they think bring people together. Actually, no, that actually makes it worse. So I feel like that's going to be a thing, and I already know. Well, I can't say that. I already know how it's going to get resolved. I just can't. I'm not going to reveal it in terms of characters confirmed when I start promoting and talking about it and trying to get people to voice in it. I can't announce these people because if I announce them, people go, "Oh, okay." That kind of gives stuff away.
Yeah.
So I can't.
You don't want to get the think tank going because you know it'll happen.
Yeah, because it's like a thing to where like Bruce is in it clearly, Alfred's in it. Commissioner Gordon, Barbara Gordon is Batgirl, Tim Drake is Robin, Kate Kane is Batwoman. But other than that, I'm not saying anything else because I feel like at that point, I'm starting to tell you too much. And I don't want to do that because I feel like with nowadays, it's like if you start just saying, okay, here's the movie, then you just know everything because it's all being shown. I don't want to do that.
And that roster you just listed, that's like your base roster that you could list without going any further. Like if you were to if another Robin was in this, oh no, now if you said Jason Todd was in it, oh now we're thinking or whatever. Right?
Yeah, and it's like a thing to where like I name drop Dick Grayson so where's Nightwing? Because I don't want to say Dick because people go, oh, you said Dick because they're stupid kids. But but that's why whenever I do like videos and I talk about Dick Grayson, I say Dick Grayson. Like I make sure to make the full name because people are stupid.
Although I have found recently that I feel like I've read a bunch of stuff where they're just like, you know what, that's his name. We're just gonna call him that. And
maybe that's how I should just roll with it. But I in the script it says I think Kate says in the Batcave, where's Nightwing? And then I think Tim says he's in Bloodhaven, or I think Bruce says it. I can't remember because it's been a bit since I've looked at it. But like, I want to name drop stuff, but I'm not going to put everybody in it. Like that'd be ridiculous. Like I kind of want to keep it more simplified and just, and I'm worried as hell. And I was telling Dave earlier this, I'm like, people might kill me if the Batman dialogue is not good. Like if it's not good or if it doesn't feel like Batman, they're gonna kill me.
I mean, it's all subjective. So and I know people that
Not always.
subjective.
but as far I'm saying as far as like
I know, I'm just
people's
making-
appreciation of
I
dialogue, where
I
it's,
agree. I just have to call out every time you say it's your
Yes.
let there be carnage.
it
He's
very
screaming on top of the bell tower.
it very much it's all subjective.
Yeah.
No, but like you
You
know,
gotta make T-shirts.
there are people out there like I happen to really like the 30 or so issues of Tom King's Batman run that I read in Rebirth. I know people that hate it, absolutely despise it, and hate the writing and hate the dialogue and all of it.
I liked it. Yeah.
There are people like I'm about to read a Spider-Man arc that I know my co-host on Fans Without Borders detests, which is Brand New Day and One New and what is it? Brand New Day and what's the other one? One Fine Day or One New Day?
One day more. One last
One
day.
one more day.
One more time. One last time.
Right.
Another day. Die another day.
Yeah.
No time to die.
Right. well, because
we have more time.
Sorry.
Because what happened was like I finished Civil War. I read the whole thing, like 97 issues, tie-ins and all. And the issue, like the run that really hooked me was Amazing Spider-Man. Like because they leave you on a cliffhanger with his story, and I'm like, you can't just do that and then finish. So I had to keep going, and that took me into Back in Black. And then after that is, I think Brand New Day is after. I think one more day is after that, and then Brand New Day is like after that. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna keep going, right? But Brent hates it. He absolutely he's mentioned on multiple times on our show that he detests it, and I'm probably gonna read it and be like, I disagree with you. I actually
think
like
Scott
this.
says that's one of his favorites, if I recall correctly. I don't know if you've talked to him about it, but I believe he mentioned that it's one of his. Was it Scott that said that? It's got to be Scott.
Well, and there's a lot of speculation that the events of No Way Home are pretty much that, like following that, which is another reason why I want to read it, so I can have like a frame of reference in case they actually do go in that direction. Not expecting accuracy, because like I told somebody just the other day, like because someone was asking a question on Twitter about like when you watch a show, like a comic book TV show, do you watch for the story or do you watch for accuracy to the source material? And my thing is, if you're watching any of these shows or movies for comic accuracy, you should just stop and read the comic.
Exactly.
Because all of these shows and movies are Elseworlds because it's a different medium. You cannot expect like it. And I know someone, Sin City is such an exception to the rule. You're not going to do that with every one of these adaptations. There's got to be liberties taken, not just because it's a different medium, but also because it's a different audience. You're not appealing to an audience that's only Spider-Man fans or only Batman fans. You're appealing to people that you're trying to get to become new Spider-Man and Batman fans. They're going to take liberties with the story. So as far as adaptation goes, no, I don't watch them for accuracy. I watch them for the story that they're telling. So don't worry, man. You'll be fine.
Yeah, it's funny because I'm looking at the script now and I was actually wrong because he pointed out the whole thing about just call him Dick. In the script, I have Batman. Where's Dick? Busy in Bloodhaven. Like, so apparently, instinctively, back when I was writing this, I'm like, all right, I'm just going to say his name, just Dick. So I guess I'll keep it.
You just say it so straight faced and earnestly that you make the people that are going to giggle about it feel weird.
I know, because like,
With it, like they're going to laugh and be like, "What's so funny?" And like, Dick. It's like, what? I don't. It's a name. Why? Oh, you think it sounds? It's like the word for penis. Ah, so you're criticizing my writing because of what they named Dick Grayson years ago because you think it sounds like penis. That's real. I feel dumb for including that now. You're right. I should feel dumb for writing it that way, not you for finding humor in that in a name.
it's just one of those things where I'm just always like double and triple checking my dialogue because like it was mentioned earlier. I think Scott was mentioning earlier about how it's like there's people that come in and create the Bond story, and then people come in and do the dialogue, like they kind of help flesh it out. Yeah, I'm really good at if you say, okay, give me a story, I can give you a story. Dialogue, that's gonna take some time. Like it's not
dialogue is hard.
Dialogue is one of those things. I mean, a lot of people give shit to Iron Man 3, for instance, but what I like about Iron Man 3, the dialogue, because Shane Black has always been good with dialogue. In my opinion, I've always liked Shane Black's dialogue. When I watch Iron Man 3, I'm like, okay, I get your issues with it, but that dialogue is pretty fucking good because Shane Black knows how to do really good dialogue. Watch Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. My God, Jesus
I feel like
Christ.
Iron Man 3 is like the reverse problem of Civil War.
Yeah.
Where it is hated because of the note card version of what it does to lore, as opposed to what it is as a movie.
That's exactly why. Yes, you're absolutely right. And of course that flared up recently again because of Shang-Chi. The whole, but yeah, it's exactly right. It's a complete and Iron Man 3 is like a top tier MCU movie for me, and the dialogue is part of the reason.
Yeah,
but of course, come on.
I wanted it to be more Shane Black, but it was Shane Blacky enough, I think.
Come on, the Lethal Weapon, Dave. Come on.
Oh, Jesus Christ,
Lethal Weapon
man!
franchise.
Come on,
man.
Fucking! Oh man! I mean, that's the pinnacle of buddy cop right there.
Yes,
Christ.
that is
that is the template for a buddy cop movie. I mean, you go back and watch those movies. I mean, you could watch them at any time. And we're in October. We're getting into December. I'm gonna watch Lethal Weapon again because Shane Black likes Christmas. Apparently,
he does.
And there's, and I consider those Christmas movies for sure. And
along with Die Hard,
yes, especially Die Hard. Jeez, it is interesting. When I watch Die Hard when it's not around Christmas, it is a little weird. I still will watch it, of course, but there's something about it in that December month. It's absolutely fantastic. Same with the Lethal Weapon, though, at the same time. But yeah, like I said, there's just that crisp dialogue. He knows how to do it. You watch Nice Guys. You watch Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, and you see that the back and forth between the two main characters. He knows how to do. He crafts that so well. And I think that was totally injected when it came to Tony and that kid. I forgot the kid's name.
The potato gun kid.
Yeah. It was good dialogue. It just was like, and it was like it really deconstructed a little bit of Tony Stark, where it's like, oh, Tony Stark is not Iron Man all the time. Now he like crashed in this small little town. He's got to figure shit out, and he's got to try to get out of this and use his intellect to try to get out of this. And that's what I really like about. I mean, that's what I really like about that movie. The fact that they went for it. They didn't try to go for. I mean, yeah, the final act does have the bells and whistles as it kind of does, and it has its issues and everything. But I like Guy Pearce. I mean, I'm always been a Guy Pearce fan, even though, yeah, there's some things that people don't like about it. But I'm one of those people because I'm not an Iron Man purist, I guess you could say. I didn't mind the twist. It didn't bother me. With
Mandarin.
Yeah. I didn't mind the twist. I didn't mind it. It didn't bother me. I thought it was pretty cool.
It didn't bug me then, and they fixed it now. So
yeah.
I mean, it's
and then he's been incorporated, and he was incorporated in Shang-Chi, and I was like, all right, there, it's fine. It didn't bother me, but I get why people have issues with it. That's just. I don't have issues with it at all,
And I think once again, I'm going to just keep on harping on the same point over and over, as I usually do. But I think that's another, like, the theme of this vodka stream is including him in Shang-Chi, and the fact that people would see that and be like, oh, that like fixes Iron Man 3 now, is another great example of like, no, Iron Man 3 is still the same movie it always was. They just injected something into lore later on that, like, on your little reference card, you're like, oh, I can't be mad about that anymore because and it's like people aren't evaluating it as a
and that's precisely how they've taken it, Steven. They basically looked at it as like, okay, I can forgive Iron Man 3 now because Shang-Chi has fixed, and you're right.
They didn't release a special edition of Iron Man where it includes that as a part of, or Iron Man 3. Like, it's still the same movie, the same. It's now. That's not to say, like, obviously movies are connected, and so there's going to be some bleed over. Like, where you watch Star Wars, you're gonna be like, oh, well, this happens in the next movie, so I appreciate the parallelism here. So, like, there's definitely bleed over, but it is really interesting how, like, you even when the the Mandarin, All Hail the King. Is that what it was called? The one shot back when they were doing one shots.
Mhm.
When that came out and people were like, "Oh, well, this fixes Iron Man 3." Or whatever. It's like, well, no, it just adds more context that makes you look at the movie differently. But the movie, as a story, is still the same. If that fixes the movie for you, your problem wasn't with the movie. Your problem was with the lore or the presentation of the lore,
which is usually the case with that franchise.
Yeah,
generally speaking. and I want to take this opportunity to point this out because I'm noticing your shirt there, good sir, and I love that shirt.
Whose shirt?
Yours.
Jordan,
yes.
mine?
Jordan shirt.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I was like, mine?
Well, no, your shirt's awesome too, Dave.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
But it leads me to this because there was there was a lot of noise this week
left out
about like, well, I can't see his shirt.
I know. Steven, your lighting has been like, I know he's got like a he's got a green Freddy Krueger thing.
Sandman?
Sandman. There you
Sandman.
go.
Yes, Flip Marco. There you go.
It says it on the tag.
I went to Sandman immediately.
No, but like they all this stuff about like I read two things over the last day. Like, okay, they're doing an Agatha Harkness series in development, and then they're also like apparently developing a series for Monica Rambeau as well. And it's like, okay. And somebody had commented, someone had made another ridiculous comment about how Marvel is giving everybody a series, but we're still waiting on new Superman content. To which I responded, Superman and Lois' second season is filming right now. It's an awesome show. Just because you don't like the CW doesn't mean that you ignore. But here's my real reaction. My real reaction to it, Jordan, is, all right, cool. Agatha Harkness show. All right, fine. Monica Rambeau show. Where are the X-Men?
Okay, so that's a good question. So
the X-Men.
There you go.
Here, okay. As far as I know, Kevin Feige is trying to find a way to make it all fit because there's so much crap that's now being filled in the MCU. They're thinking multiverse is a way to go because there's rumors of supposed characters popping up in Multiverse of Madness that is supposed to give us our first idea of mutants. I don't know.
What are you talking about? Who? Sorry, I already know.
Everybody knows.
I know, everybody already
it's like the worst kept secret about what's happening.
I've always tried to be like, I'm not going to tell you. But
the thing is that it's like
there's
back in 2019
in the sump.
Let's just say another character called him Wheels. Go ahead.
Yes. Well, back in 2019 when Kevin Feige announced Phase 4, he said this is Phase 4. The next 2 years, obviously, all that pushed back due to COVID, but it's like that was his idea plus probably Phase 5 without the mutants or anything. We know Fantastic Four is coming. I'm guessing they're waiting as long as they can for a proper mutants film or something because like Fox was hit or miss and they did so much of it. It's like, you have to really
most of it.
Yeah, I think the thing is they have to reestablish and try to stay as far as away, like because Dark Phoenix came out 2019.
Dark Phoenix came out the same months after Endgame. Yes.
Yeah. So so it's not been that far away. And then New Mutants came out in 2020.
Right.
So
New Mutants
but nobody remembers that.
That's true. But I mean, in terms of like you don't want to announce a Mutants movie or anything like that. I don't think right now, and plus Kevin Feige has already said that I already have like this whole stuff mapped out. I'm not going to change it because we have the X-Men back. It just is what it is.
And I don't want him. Look, for all the issues, all kidding aside, all the stuff I've said about Kevin Feige, I've never knocked the man's hustle. Mm-hmm. Like he found a formula that worked brilliantly.
Absolutely.
Continue it. I'm not telling him to change any of what he does.
And I'm not, and I agree with you because
I got a secret guest backstage, Kevin Feige. And I'm just kidding.
I would laugh. Like he comes up, what the fuck are you guys talking about? So the thing is, like, I remember back when they did X-Men Apocalypse.
Oh God.
And the reason why I'm bringing this up, at the end of that movie, they showcased them in iconic looking.
Oh my God!
Suits.
Right?
Yes. So that happened. So that's already happened for Fox, and then they completely botched it with, of course, Dark Phoenix. They completely
got rid of it.
Yes, now that was stupid. That was I like Apocalypse and Dark Phoenix, but that decision was stupid.
I think what they're going to be doing, I think
Those
Feige is
costumes
going
are
to go the
beautiful.
direction of the original first, like the first run of the X-Men in terms of the original members, and build it up from there. I don't think we're going to see Wolverine for a long time. I think it's going to be your
probably
traditional. Yeah, and I feel like that's the way they should go because especially with the fact that everyone, I mean, if they didn't do 3 Wolverine movies with Hugh Jackman, it might be easier because he wasn't that established, but he did so good, especially in Logan. Like it was like,
oh my God.
It's like Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man. It's hard to recast or replace Hugh as Wolverine in terms of the modern audience.
You've also got literally hundreds of mutants, and you only get to introduce them to an audience that's been begging for them one time. And so like you have now a few years where you can like once the mutants teases start, or at least I anticipate once the mutant teases start coming, oh man, there's gonna be so many like I remember at the end of Ant-Man where he was like, I got a guy that climbs on walls, I got a guy that and like everyone was like, ah, like
that will be me with the first X-Men tease.
There's
like you made that noise. Ah!
I mean, I didn't, but like, but like people like lose their shit over that stuff, and so and so you could only have one period of time during which you can like enjoy that tease, and Feige is not going to miss out on the chance to be like, we're sending you to a special school, and then like never address it again, and then like, there's a guy in the Canadian wilderness, and then like never, and then like eventually.
Do not be surprised if the first tease is in Eternals. I feel like it might be in Eternals. We got Celestials. We have all these characters. I have a sneaking suspicion.
Well, isn't there like a kind of a connection to that or something like that?
Yeah. And so I think what they're doing is, I think with the plot of the movie in terms of they have 7 days before shit goes down, I feel that outcome. But then again, it's like, think back on the WandaVision theories. People thought WandaVision was going to end with the multiverse.
Well, obviously because of the Evan Peters thing and the fucking
not that. They were thinking like the hex going to explode or something, and then mutants are going to be born, or some sort of like it was going to the mutant gene was going to be reborn or something, or the multiverse was going to explode because it ties into Multiverse of Madness. So we all thought this stuff. So could be completely wrong. I feel like Eternals is going to wake up the X gene. I don't know. I feel like it's going to be a thing to where, or they're going to go the direction of Professor X has always been around. We just don't know because mutants are staying hidden because they try to do Inhumans, of course, with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. They try to do that Inhumans movie. Yeah. So I feel like in the Inhumans TV show, of course, they're never going to make that canon. They're going to completely, that never existed. So I feel like Inhumans don't exist in the MCU proper. They're just going to go with the mutant gene. Cause like, that's to me, I think more interesting. They might still go the route of, Black Bolt and all that kind of stuff, but I feel like they're going to focus more on mutants.
I would agree. And I read a smattering of like Inhumans and X-Men stuff, but like for me, like everybody, like it's funny. Steven was talking, or like Steven was talking about Iron Man purists earlier. And it's like, only since 2008. Have there been Iron Man purists?
Exactly.
Were there ever Iron Man purists before?
I know you never heard that before.
Ever.
So he wasn't that popular of a character back then. Before the movie, he wasn't.
No.
The only time it was mentioned was like in Seinfeld when George and Jerry talked about is he wearing undies underneath his costume, and Jerry's like, he's naked under there. That's it. That's the only time it was mentioned in pop culture. That's it.
Well,
that's the only time.
And so like through the, and I've had this discussion many times with people, just through the circumstances of only having your like C and D listers available in 2008. Okay, you build this Avengers plan, and that is the genius of the cinematic television model that Feige has built. And now Marvel Studios is this gigantic, massive, multi-billion-dollar brand to the point where when you bring the X-Men into it, now that you have the rights, you don't need to start with a roster like what Fox had. You can go we don't need to see Wolverine. I'm not saying that we have to see Wolverine because people are going to go see it just because it is Marvel Studios. Like that brand is going to speak for itself. It could be that roster could be all the originals, like you said, Cyclops, Beast, right? It could literally be Angel,
Iceman.
Right? Exactly. It could be that whole original roster. People will not care. They will see it because it is part of the MCU. I'm perfectly fine with that.
There will be a hashtag Where's Wolverine.
There will,
of course. That's the casual fan that is gonna be demanding for that kind of stuff. It's like,
yes,
you're gonna have to wait,
right? But you know, Stephen, the general audience will not care. The general audience is like, here, let's. But you're right. There will be that
comes in giant-sized X-Men number 2.
It's the same thing. What happened to Falcon and Winter Soldier? When people found out they're going to Madripoor, they're like, "Oh crap, Wolverine!" No, it's not happening.
Right. Didn't happen.
So me,
Omega Red. No, it's not happening.
So it's not that I'm bothered by these rumors, these scooper rumors about Agatha Harkness or Monica Rambeau getting their own show. I'm just impatient for the X-Men. That's all.
I think the Agatha Harkness thing, it seems like that's happening because Variety and Deadline reported on it. The only thing I find interesting is the flashback stuff with her character in terms of what happened to her when she was first, basically taken and saying you are a witch, and she proved that she was a witch. So I kind of feel like that would be interesting to see, but are they going to have it to where it's just what happens before she shows up in WandaVision? Like, I don't think we need to know that.
I think they're trying to capitalize on Catherine Hahn more than anything.
And if they don't call the show Agatha all along, it's a failure.
That's probably right there. The spark, the catalyst for even doing an Agatha Harkness show is literally Agatha all along.
Yeah, and the thing is too, there was a comment from someone saying Miss Marvel is Inhuman, so they're going to still exist in the MCU. Well, from what we're hearing, they're changing her origin. She's not an Inhuman. At least where her powers won't be the same, which they think. It's kind of silly. Yeah. It's kind of silly. But people are saying it's because her power is the same as Mr. Fantastic. I don't think that's the reason why. I feel like they're just like.
I can't wait for there to be Miss Marvel purists.
Of course, there will be. There will be. I'll say this though. I don't. Obviously, she's a new actress, so I really don't know her at all in terms of her work. But when I saw her when those set photos of her in the suit. That's Miss Marvel. At least to me, I was like, "That's a good damn looking suit."
No, they not my Miss Marvel.
No, yeah, they'll do that. Not my Miss Marvel.
Not my. By the way, I love the fact that Steven's been changing his color grade. What have you been doing?
There's an auto white balance or auto exposure setting on my camera that if I move off center, it screws it up, and so I've been trying to. And it's
I keep seeing it flickering. I'm like, is this like a effect?
I'm digging the blue that you have right now.
It was an auto
blue looks really cool, but because you had a kind of a brown, like the other Ray and Jordan have kind of a brownish background. You had that a little bit to match your hat, I guess. I don't know, but then all of a sudden it changed. You kept changing it, and I kept noticing every time. It just drew my eye. I was like, sorry.
I just think he's just trying to be mysterious. Just like,
no, I like it.
It feels like it's at 5,200K right now.
It's just really bugging me that I can't get the exposure to just stay static. And
I know you're like,
I just need to surrender and accept the fact that you know what, I can be a normal person and not dodging in and out of my exposure zone on this.
Hey, at least your camera's not falling.
Yeah, that's true.
Phone.
Yet my tripod was spinning beforehand, so
I really need to go. I need to find out what kind of tripod this is. I didn't buy just buy another one.
And so that's what I was saying earlier. Is I hate my cheap webcam that I've been using, but I can't afford a new one yet. So it's I have a tripod that I have with an iPhone stand attachment, and so I literally with my setup now was okay, this is a flat monitor. I've got this tripod right up behind the monitor, and I've got and they say don't plug it into a hub. Screw it, I have a hub because it's a Mac Mini. I only have 2 USB ports. I'm not going to sacrifice my mic just so that I can not have you interrupt the camera. But it's been fine so far. So yeah, this is a totally new thing.
I had the same thing. My tripod's right behind the laptop. It's right behind. And I'm I have to keep repositioning it and crap when I'm doing videos. I'm I got to get it just right.
Mm-hmm. Oh, dude, I was playing with angles. I was moving. I will not move the camera because there's just
to me. It's just this is way better quality than my webcam that would just sit. I mean, it's a nice webcam, but the quality just wasn't there, and the lighting was terrible.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, you get those little webcams. It's weird. Yeah, it's definitely weird. Like, and when I got the new camera, I'm like, oh, I can actually do stuff, and try to focus, manual focus. It's a whole new world when it comes to that. And even people are like, oh my god, it's a whole new. Yeah, no.
if my wife would have heard you, she would have started singing.
Yeah. One of the things that we actually haven't really touched on. Speaking of multiverse, yeah, I know it's that silly little rumor that came out.
There we go.
Yeah, I know.
It's true. It's true. 100%. I saw the movie. I already saw it cut. It's happening. Don't worry.
All right. So it was okay. So we got this rumor that the Flash movie is really gonna just kind of. You know what? It's funny because when I saw that and I was like, okay. How am I going to approach this? And all I did was quote tweet it with "What if?" Because
it was a good response.
Very much, it sounds very much like, okay, if we're going to start dipping back into previous DCEU movies and stuff's going to be changed, and because the fucking multiverse got all fucked up because whatever the hell Barry ends up doing, it's like, all right, it's just what if DCEU. That's kind of almost what Flashpoint was.
I guess I'm confused by the reaction to it a little bit because how is this news any different from like what they had already told us the movie is gonna
exactly
be?
Exactly because
this is what it always pitched.
Yes, it was always supposed to be like Flash pointy.
Yeah, so, but well, no. See, the problem isn't. Well, first, I have major issues with the source of this because the source of this is like, no, I will put it. I put all scoopers like in the same category in terms of like I have the largest grain of salt I can think of for anything that any of you say. Okay. So that already bothered me from the beginning, knowing where it came from. But aside from that, the problem that you have is there's two conflicting narratives that are coming out of this among the fans. The first is the narrative that we've heard for the last 2 years. Flashpoint is going to fix the DCEU, right? There's that narrative. And now there's the other narrative of the flush is going to erase all of Zack Snyder's work.
Bad nickname.
And it's like,
is it me or do some people think that it's actually going to erase it from our existence too? I'm like, hey, these movies still exist. We could still watch them. There's still a Zack Snyder trilogy.
I don't know what you guys are talking about because Wonder Woman 84 was Flashpoint. What are you talking about?
All right,
guys, we already saw it's all been changed. What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm. But I mean, like we saw Crisis of Infinite Earths. Like we've like there first of all, there already are alternate universes on different screens, and they've already had a crossover literally with them.
Correct.
A couple summers
but it's the
ago.
CW, Steven. It doesn't count. They hate the CW.
But then also, they literally fucking cast an alternate universe Supergirl. There is a character in this movie who is explicitly, and Batman. I mean, like there are multiple characters in this who are literally alternate versions of these characters from different universes, and so it's just weird to be like they're going to visit movies from alternate perspectives on existing movies, and it's like, okay, yes. Which I that's fine as news or whatever. I'm not like shitting on the existence of the story so much as the fact that the reaction to it is like, I think my biggest issue is that there's a lot of people who have an opinion on this movie that is based on things other than the movie or the news, and the reaction is just to twist whatever the news is to fit their kind of predetermined opinion about it.
Bingo.
Which is, I guess, like, fine if that's like what you want to do, but it's just weird when it's like, I don't know if they don't think that it's transparent or that people are more convinced this time than they were the last 100 times you said the same thing. Like, people feel the way they do about this movie, and that's just kind of how it is. And feigning outrage every time something that doesn't exactly align with what you want, as if you're like just hearing it for the first time, is just tiring and weird. And I find I'm like more and more withdrawn from like the concept of fandom the more this kind of stuff happens, because it's like, why is this like a construct we're invested in where like there's so many people who are like just waiting for any headline about the
Well-
Flash to happen, so they can be like, "How dare they?" And it's like, well, it
Yeah.
could literally be like they handed out donuts to children, and they'd be like, "How dare they?" Zack Snyder would never hand out donuts to children on his set, like, or whatever.
Well,
I mean, but like,
the way I was looking at it and talking, like even talking to people, it's like I'm like, all right, did Endgame or the What If episodes like retcon the actual
but also
MCU?
Zack said his movies are an Elseworlds story.
Yeah, exactly.
He says it's
That
not
too.
canon to these
Yeah.
movies, and the people who are mad that this is not Snyder canon are also mad that it's not Snyder canon. Like it's so weird that it's like, but like you don't want it to be Snyder canon, but you're mad that it's not Snyder canon. But you're mad that it's changing Snyder canon, but it's not Snyder canon, so it can't change Snyder
Well,
canon.
it's
because-
the
And by the way,
Right.
Warner Brothers has made no indication that they officially even know what the word canon is.
yeah. But at the same time, it's like I even had like a conversation. It's like, okay, so I shouldn't support the Flash movie because of the Ray Fisher thing, okay? But then we have actors that were part of Justice League that are in the movie, but they
One
get
of
a
whom
pass.
is black. One of whom, at least, is black.
Yeah, that. And then it's like, okay, so they are getting paid by them, but they get a pass, but the fans shouldn't support them because, okay, they're trying to like make their living and get future movies, but then the fans shouldn't support that too. I don't know. There's a lot of things that I can't understand about the whole situation when it comes to all of this. And then everybody goes like, oh, it's being retcon. It's being retcon. I'm like, all right, this is how multiverses work. If you look at what's happening on the other side when it comes to What If and Endgame, it's like when they did the whole time travel thing, it's like, did it screw up like the trajectory of what they're still trying to do?
Well, but and
didn't.
also
It
like
just
what is
created
the
branches.
DC what is Zack's DCEU story about?
Yeah,
Like
it's about Superman.
but I mean like on a larger like how does the story play out? It's literally two alternate alternate timelines.
Oh yeah, because of the nightmare.
Yeah, where
Yeah.
they are trying to change like Flash in BVS is like Bruce help me change the timeline, right? And then that's like in the future movies he's going to come back, and then even in Justice League he retcons it. And I get that, like, yes, those are all like according to Zack's plan, and so it's not a pure analogy of like to say like, so what's wrong with this movie doing it? But like as a like did Flash going back and undoing all of the character deaths mean that those deaths don't matter anymore? No, it's all a part of the story, even though like it didn't happen on paper in the timeline that did. It was just undone, and it still influences the story going forward. So to look at it as if like whatever, and this is why part of why I get frustrated with the MCU lore stuff, like I come on criticizing, is because when you get into too much of a mentality like that, where you look at it in terms of like what is the bullet point version of this movie, and that's how you evaluate it, then all of a sudden you're like, well, on paper, Superman is no longer wearing the black suit anymore, and therefore it means that story doesn't have any significance. It's like, no, it still has the same significance. It's just that whatever the story events are that had him take it off are like, I don't know. It's.
I mean,
And this isn't even me defending the Flash. It's just a poor way of evaluating a movie.
And to be clear, Steven, right there, your whole designation of the lore versus the story, that is precisely the problem. Because the reason that they are judging this the way that they are is because they are too focused on the lore and don't care about the story. And they claim to care about the story, but what they really care about is keep the lore the way they want it. Mm-hmm. And if you make any changes to the lore at all, that's a travesty or theft or whatever. So,
well, it's weird too, because to me, it almost seems like, okay, the way that they're going to move forward with some of these movies, and I think like Andy Muschietti, it's like how do you move forward with these movies? It's like, and preserve what has already been done. Multiverse. Okay, so if this is going to be a multiverse scenario where shit happens where, hey, in this multiverse, it's going to be Supergirl that's going to fight Zod and Fiora and whatever the fuck. which is what's sounding to be the case. Okay, cool. It's going to be Supergirl. All right. And then stuff's going to be changing and whatever. Okay, cool. So they're going to move forward with this multiverse. This technically preserves the Snyderverse over here, keeps it like, okay, if they're going to go that direction in this multiverse, guess what? This multiverse right over here, if they're going to continue this over here with, say, the Ayer cut or, any sequels or whatever the hell, or Ben Affleck's Batman trying to if he decides to come back and wants to do his movie that continues this, then it's like, okay, this is over here in the Snyderverse of this multiverse. Like, again, that's why I kept on saying people don't understand multiverses, because it's going back to Marvel, I'm kind of going like, did the what ifs movies that went back into the previous movies, did it screw up the timeline, the current timeline? No, it didn't. It didn't. Did Endgame screw up any of the timelines? No, it didn't. They
made sure not for it not to happen.
Exactly. So I'm like going, okay. When everybody's going like, oh, it's being retcon. I'm like, no, to me, it's being preserved in its own thing. And even Zach is like, it's an Elseworlds.
And once again, inherently, the nature of Zack Snyder's arc was always going to be that Flash was going to come back and cause a change in the events.
Yeah.
And no, that's not saying that this is the same thing or is changing it in the same way, but to say that as the notion that someone would alter the events and the story, the idea that destroys the story is inherently it is a part of the story that they want implemented. So it's fine if you don't agree with the direction that it's going, which you don't know yet because you haven't seen any specifics. You just know from rumors and et cetera about what it's going to do.
Yeah.
But you don't know that sure, if they change it from Flash going back to Warren Bruce, that Lois is going to die. And instead, Flash is like, don't forget to flush the toilet. That's sure.
How dare you say flush talking about the flush.
That's a bad story change, right? But there's no reason to assume that's going to be that way unless you are seeking reasons to be mad at this movie,
which they are.
And it's fun. Don't support it. It's fine. Take that energy, and if you're a definitive Snyder fan, hey, guess what? He's got two universes going on over here.
Yeah.
Take that energy, throw it over here for Rebel Moon and Army.
That's what's also funny because Zach, or not Zach, but the same people would differentiate between Zack Snyder's Justice League and Whedon's Justice League as those both exist, and they claim one is canon to the DCEU and one is canon to Zack Snyder. And the same people that are fighting for these are different things, it's a multiverse, are the same ones that are but this is going to retcon. How do you know it's retconning Zack Snyder's Justice League instead of retconning Whedon's Justice League? It's just
that's that. I mean, when people were passing around the Ezra Miller in glasses, and he's making a funny face at the camera, and it was oh yeah, that's the Justice League one. I'm like, when did the Justice League Ezra or Barry have glasses? If I remember correctly, Zack Snyder posted a Barry Allen with glasses, and it's what the fuck? I'm trying to understand why.
Or if it was him being goofy, but there's literally gifs of him on set with Zack Snyder goofing around.
I know that was literally a behind the scenes shot. It wasn't a shot from the Flash.
Isn't he the one? He was the one that gave Affleck the shiatsu in the Batman cut, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Behind the scenes.
Honestly, it I don't know. I don't mean to be ruin the fact that there's a conflict because what we're doing is talking here. But even reacting or arguing back again, it's bad faith argumentation. And so for us to even spend energy or time here's why those guys are wrong, is because they're not
there's truth. You're right. There's truth to
we could just talk about what potentially could happen.
People said the Earth is flat. Let's get all mad about that because we need to spend time to prove that one wrong instead of just.
No, I get that.
So to spin it in the more productive sense, I'll say that. All right, say that the source on this is, let's say he's actually right this time.
He's right a lot of times.
Yeah,
he's got a higher than 50% hit rate.
Yeah, I mean, I would always say like
It's better than a coin flip.
Yeah, it's better than.
I'd say it's a lot better than the coin flip. Also, but to be fair, he's better than the coin flip.
He's more reliable on trailer releases and stuff like that. With stuff like this, it's a little bit more tricky.
Well, because so much stuff like this is subject to the game of telephone of being what is an alternate universe and what is, and how much do we is it a lot of screen time or is it glimpsed in a monitor like.
Because he's saying this now, if it's true,
and does it get cut on the cutting room floor?
Exactly, because they just finished filming today. So
right, exactly. Yeah. So and that's probably the biggest grain of salt that I have with any of it is like, okay, we're almost a year away from this movie. Almost. We haven't even seen a trailer for it
next
yet.
Month.
This is too early for you to be telling me, this is what it's about.
Although what is interesting, speaking of Snyder canon, that like in the same week there is rumors of Feora being in the movie, which seem to be
true
more than just like total speculation. There's something there. I don't know how much there is, but there is some element of like there's reason to believe that she is.
Well, I guess he knows her. Andy knows her. Like did they work together? Or?
I don't know.
I think I heard that.
Yeah. But the fact that like that news comes out, and then also news that Manganiello is talking about Deathstroke again, and then I don't know what's up with this Adam movie rumor. Even if it would be the same guy from Zack Snyder's Justice League or not. I will say that, like,
and if it's not, that
would get backlash if they recast him.
Exactly.
Hang on,
and not just from fans, but like from.
That might. I wonder if that's crossed wires because I did see, the I don't know if you guys, I don't know if anybody here pays attention to the CW stuff anymore, but the Flash has started filming, and the first 5 episodes. Awesome, Jordan, thank you. But like the first 5 episodes of the Flash season 8 is a big, huge event called Armageddon. Which
Osric Chow
basically going to exactly. We saw there's a set photo of Osric Chow who is Ryan Choi from Crisis on Infinite Earths. He's wearing an old school Adam costume. So I wonder if that's cross. I don't know. I wonder if that's cross wires.
And it's crazy because
all I know is if they have the same actor that for this supposed Adam movie or whatever they do. I don't know what people are gonna say now. I mean, like it's just funny when like this shit keeps on going, and it's just
And I think Warner Brothers finally got, I'll say, quote unquote, smart about like tactically smart. Whether or not you agree with the direction or not is one thing, but in terms of like their strategy for forming a universe, is they realized that denying fans the things the type of things that they want is not fixing the problem and being like, oh, you want more Justice League? Well, here's Birds of Prey. I mean, I like Birds of Prey, but I mean, as an example of like just totally not in like the where the demands are. I think now that you've got the Flash and they've got Ezra, they've got Kiersey. They tried to get Ray, and I know that's like a complicated thing, but like the studio, there was a version of the movie that had him in it.
Muschietti's were on the side of Fisher.
But it is off. It is off-screen issues that resulted in him coming out of the movie, and so I don't agree with that, and he should be in it. But the studio was moving forward with a version of the movie that he was in until off-screen issues, right or wrong, had them take him out of the movie. Right. But the point is that he was in it, and then it's got Ezra, and now maybe Feora. But I mean, what they're doing is they are. Instead of ignoring or just outright rebooting, they are embracing the canon that came before and then building something new on top of that. And it's going to make a lot of people mad that want those storyboards to come to life. But also, this is the type of thing that makes me say, like, oh, you know what? This approach gives me the most confidence ever that they have the balls to just sign a check for Henry Cavill finally, for example. Right. Because if they're doing this, then they've got to know that if they announced Man of Steel 2 with Henry Cavill tomorrow, that would be a like the like Snyder fandom or the whatever fandom that whatever you want to call it, the like number of people involved in that are like Cavill stans. Who would immediately be like, oh, this is what I wanted. Yes, Zack Snyder's Justice League and all of that was a part of it, but really there's so many people that wanted more Affleck, more Cavill, more whatever, and maybe you're not giving it to them the way that they wanted it or asked for it, but you're giving them a version of it, and there's a lot of people that are going to say, that's good with me. And at that point you lose that. And the problem is right now you're putting them, all the people that would say, you know what, I'd be okay with Man of Steel 2 with Henry Cavill, even if Zach isn't involved, although he'd be guaranteed like an executive producer credit probably. But once you do that, then you take all the people that want that, and you like cut it in half or more. I'd say like 70% or whatever,
I think it'd be more,
or more of the people, because and then all that's left at that point is just the people that are like Zack Snyder directing everything or bust, is all that's going to be left on that side screaming. Whereas now you're like, anybody who cared about anything tangentially related to Snyder stuff before was like, give us more, and they were saying no, and now you like start to carve out chunks of that. Oh, here's more Affleck.
Right.
Here's more Ezra Miller. Here, like,
and I think that a big part of why it would be more than half is because I do feel like a lot of the among the rational parts of the fandom, Stephen, I feel like they feel the same way we are in terms of being completely burned out of this drama.
And what's the
just
best?
Wanting to find a way out of it.
Taking off your like fandom warrior hat and your like all getting out of all the fandom drama, like practically speaking, what's the best that we can like realistically hope for if you're someone that wants more of the Snyder stuff? From a like practical realistic perspective, Warner Brothers is moving forward in this current direction. There is momentum and it's an investment and everything behind this direction that takes a lot to stop. It would take even more for them to like revert to something else. It's not impossible because we saw it happen with Zack Snyder's Justice League, but like there is even more momentum in a direction than there was before Zack Snyder's Justice League came out. And then the other side, you've got Zack, who's doing Army of the Dead 2. He's doing Rebel Moon. He's got multiple spinoffs, presumably of both. And so when you say like, okay, what is a practical scenario to come for this, or like if I'm going to put my chips behind like the most likely outcome, the like highest percentage chance of happening and most equitable solution is embracing all of the canon that exists now and is building new stories that treat BVS and Man of Steel.
Well, that's what he was trying to. That's what he was trying to establish. He set the foundation.
Yeah,
and he was like, "Oh, these filmmakers can do whatever the hell they want."
People talk about like Zack Snyder is the blueprint. I mean, literally, that's what this is.
Yes, it's a blueprint of what he established.
I feel like Stephen, like because we talked before on a previous Vodka stream about like the difference in the definitions of the term Snyderverse. What we're talking about, this is my definition. Like in terms of like when I tell people, the people who come up with that fake ass term Hamadaverse.
No, God, I hate that. I hate that because it's like, stop giving credit to that motherfucker. He's not coming up with anything.
Because he's not apparently they think he's directing the Flash. Whatever.
Yeah. He's taken away from Andy Muschietti, who's a fucking talented director.
It comes from a lot of these people aren't familiar with just the production process in general, unless they're saying that like he's calling the shots in the same way that they tried to do with Zack for Justice League. But like that's not that's not the role that Hamada is even in.
No,
that would have Kevin that kind of micromanage.
He's not Kevin Feige.
Not Kevin Feige.
Right.
He is not an architect. Christ. He has not built anything.
But I mean, not in talent and not in role. I mean, he's not
right.
The job that he has at Warner Brothers does not put him in a position where he's required to make those kinds of creative decisions.
No,
he's like responsible for assembling a slate.
Basically.
Exactly,
and I get the Hamada burger verse. Why is that burger for some reason is like the new thing? I'm sorry. I got that a lot. I've gotten that a lot. Hamada burger.
I feel old, honestly, with which I think reminds me also that like why I dip out of most of these arguments.
Yeah,
is that you see something like Hamada burger be used or whatever, and you're like, oh, this is like a 14-year-old trying to argue with me about Batman on the internet. Yeah, dude. Sure.
Totally.
I know. Yeah. As soon as I saw burger attitude, I'm like, all right, what are we talking about?
That was
what are we talking about here?
But that was my whole thing is like, okay, guys, look, like the people that are like the Snyderverse is dead, and it's like, no, the blueprint that he started is what they have.
Yeah.
It's their starting point, and these other filmmakers are extrapolating from it.
And when you're making a Flash movie, you cannot ignore what happened in Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Well, the
What the
literal
Flash
quote. What I just looked it up. Andy said,
Yeah, there's no way that there's no way that Andy is ignoring that at all. You know, because that was Flash literally turning back time. If I can turn back time. Come on, Steven, type faster. Come on. Prove me
Jordan,
right.
you okay? Jordan, you good?
I'm trying to stay awake. I'm looking at my phone, just reading comments, trying to stay awake because at one point you guys were like talking, and I leaned up, and for some reason I leaned up, and my hand hit my desk, and it felt like my hand went through, like I didn't hold myself stable. I'm like,
I've done that before.
The desk is not breaking apart, and I had to like.
Don't worry.
And so like while you guys were like talking, I was like hitting, I was like tapping, like it's not breaking.
Yeah.
I didn't fall through it.
We'll wrap this up soon. Don't worry. We're going on almost 4 hours. So don't worry. We'll wrap this up soon. I just wanted to touch bases on this rumor soon.
Well, I'm glad you did, because you actually mentioned that like earlier. Like, we're going to definitely talk about this, guys. And 3.5 hours in,
I know.
Okay, let's talk about that rumor.
Yeah, because I hate the fact that it's all dwelled on something that's not concrete. You know.
Yeah. Well, but like, okay, so the whole thing about where this came from, that rumor is a part of his list of rumors on his Patreon, that stuff he just throws out there that he's heard. Yeah. And I've seen the list, I've scrolled through it, and a lot of it is stuff that obviously there's no idea if it's going to be confirmed, but a lot of it's like, okay, that sounds like anybody could have told him that. And he's just like, okay, I heard this, so throw it up there. So it's not like a thing where he made a separate post or said something on Twitter specifically about it. He just threw it up in the rumors tab saying, well, here's another thing, because there's tons of stuff in there about they might be doing this, DC might be doing this, Netflix might be doing this. It's like,
well, and anybody knows, especially with DC, when they're like, how many movies are they, in development that are just like never.
This is the same company that years ago at different cons around the time of BVS and Justice League, they were just like throwing out titles.
Well, like, and then at the same time too, it's like if they're gonna go back into DCU movies, it's like, what, are you gonna gather everybody in Suicide Squad to get in those costumes again?
Yeah,
it's like, is that gonna happen, or is there gonna be? I mean, I can understand the Man of Steel part, and I'm like, all right, cool. Especially when we saw what happened with the actress who plays Fiora, and the fact that she went to England or whatever, and Muschietti liked it. But then again, there's like that whole thing. It's like, oh, well, maybe they're fans. Who knows? It's all a weird thing. Hopefully that's the case. And it would be, it's like, if they go back into the movies, it's like they could do as much as they can without bringing the actors back. But then if they're going to be, is there going to be an interaction with this new timeline or with this new, whatever? And it's like, which actors are going to actually interact with Barry, who's doing this stuff, or whatever the fuck,
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing about the fact that we're hearing the rumors. Because
did you see that?
Smooth.
So smooth. I still spilled on myself, but
I did not see that.
Did not catch that.
Cheers.
Hey, at least you didn't spill it on your laptop.
I caught the glass.
It's like the rumors of because they asked the people over at CW, hey, can we get Ezra in Crisis?
Yeah.
So the thing is that the rumor that I heard and people have heard is that Grant, after finishing season 7 Flash, he went over and shot for the Flash movie that he's in it.
He's totally in it. He's totally in it. There's no way.
But also that's like an easy bet. Like if you're gonna make a bet,
it's like a thing to where it's like you can just throw stuff out. But that has more credibility because they've already met. And they're just going to show that scene again from Ezra's perspective. Like, no,
it's going to be.
They're actually going to shoot that with like a little bit of perspective and some blocking.
I give them okay. To be fair, Steven, that part of the episode actually looks visually different than the entire rest of the show. To be fair, but
actually, that episode when he's in the Speed Force. In that sequence is all shot very differently.
It's
kind of
very
weird.
differently, and that is one of the things that I have to give DC. I have to give them like a massive amount of credit because we never saw that coming. Like we said, like we talked about, we paid attention on DC TV Squadcast, like how many like we'd said for the last year and a half, we will not see a single DCEU actor crossover with this show. And when that happened, it was just like, well, we're all wrong. And he even says,
well, but it was not in the way, like at the time, nobody was saying like they'll use the multiverse. It was like, will Ben Affleck show up in Arrow? It's like,
yeah, well, it was, yeah, they were extrapolating, well, because there have been other, especially in Crisis, like you see like Doom Patrol or Swamp Thing and other stuff in there. But like when that happened, like he even says, the last line he says before he vanishes is, "I told Victor this was possible."
Yeah.
And so there was definitely an orchestration there where it's like, okay,
yeah,
we're setting
because
this up for whatever we're going to do with his
and
movie.
I think it does tie into Flashpoint in terms of what he's going through. He had no idea that everything was falling apart.
The episode is where he got his name, because literally Grant's like,
that's why I think they're gonna meet again in his movie, in terms of he's probably gonna search out that Barry because he accidentally ran into him that other time.
Right.
But the whole story behind it, I mean, it's like only like a handful of people knew about it. They got the Flash crew to come on set with Ezra and Grant, and they literally told them, your job is on the line. If you leak this is not going to be good for you, because they're trying so hard to keep this under wraps. I'm surprised it didn't leak.
Well, and it was the skeleton crew, because it was the Arrow crew. They had finished all of the principal photography for the whole thing,
and they were asked to come back. Yeah,
right. I think like, I don't know if it was Lee or Guggenheim, whoever called it, was like, hey, or no, they called Guggenheim, was like, hey, we know you just wrapped, but can you do this? And Guggenheim was like, yes. And so he called Grant first, asked him if he was cool with it, and Grant said yeah. And then they called Ezra, and then it was all done under the cover of darkness. That's why there's no, like, all the reveals and like the set photos didn't even show up until after the episode had aired, because everybody else thought that it was done. They didn't think.
Yeah, and the thing is too, is like, as soon as it aired, it's not even when the episode was over. Grant posted the photos immediately when the scene was done,
right?
Saying, and I'm like, come on, man, that's spoilers, but whatever. But it was awesome, and I think that it sets up, because I mean, when you talk about rumors, Daniel has been saying, a part of rumors, that Warner Brothers wants to have more CW crossover with the DCEU or whatever they're doing. I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing. It depends on how you look at it. But in terms of the two Flashes, it makes the most sense. Yeah. Past that, I don't know what. I mean, Superman and Lois, sure. Have Tyler Hoechlin show up somewhere. I don't know. That'd be cool, but like,
well, I don't know. Go to the MCU and look at, and of course they moved away from this. But back when I was more invested in that, I thought that like the peak MCU for me was watching Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. season 2, or was it season 1, where Sitwell is doing something, and then he's Sitwell's a side character for like several episodes, and then he's like, I've got to catch a boat or whatever, and goes off, and then literally like the next week or like that weekend, so that's like on a Tuesday or whatever, and then on Thursday I go and see Captain America, and he like beats Baltrack the Leaper, whatever his name is, and then like kicks open the door, and there's a bunch of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in there, including Sitwell, right, and then all that stuff goes
died
down.
In the movie.
Yeah, exactly. Who dies in the movie, and then after the movie, shit's going down, and all the Hydra stuff is going on, and on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. And there was such a seamless, like, beat to beat to beat, and nobody that's watching the movie lost anything. And anyone who's like, if you're watching the show and you didn't see or if you didn't see the movie, you might have missed out on something. But also that directional crossover is not as hard. You can't sit people down in the movie theater and be like, you better have done your homework. But if you're on TV, it's like, you probably saw the movie. And it's frustrating because like they never really did anything to that level.
Well,
again,
it was like when they had Lady Sif from Thor on the Shield.
That was cool to have, but I think that's if they have the crossover, you're not going to have Ezra Miller showing up on the Flash every week. You're going to have like what they're doing with Gotham, the Gotham PD show on HBO Max, where you take like a few side characters from the movie who it's like, oh, you're the TV actor that we have in the background of the Central City Police Department, and you're going to go on the Flash and talk about Ezra Miller, but Ezra Miller is not going to go.
But he's absolutely right. Like that was such a unique thing that I agree with him. I wish they hadn't gone away from that, because that was literally a case where shit that happened in the movie vastly affected the rest of the show. The show turns on a dime. The first season, Shield is like one way. Winter Soldier happens. The whole rest of the show is changed.
If I have any criticism of it, it applies to the general criticism of the MCU that maybe the first half of season 1 was a lot worse than it had to be, simply because they were waiting for the Winter Soldier to come out for it to get good. It was like intentionally not as good as it could have been because they were waiting. And like that is, if you want to criticize the shared universe model in general, the notion that you would have to say like, well, we got to save all the good stuff for later, and so but we've got 10 episodes to fill, so like let's just make some bad episodes to fill the time.
And it is that sharp of a turn too. He's right. The first half of that first season is not that
early
great.
On in that show, trying to convince people to watch the show, it's like, look, bear with it. I know it's a struggle to get through those first ones. I promise you the payoff is more than worth it once you get past. And everyone that made it past that point is like, yep, the show is like a core part of the MCU for me. And it was for me too, up until like I was like, oh, this no longer has anything to do with the movies.
Yeah, they kind of like steered away from it, right?
Well, it was after the Perlmutter exit.
Yes, which was that? I want to say it was after like the third, like after the second or third. Because the second season they were still, because I remember, and it wasn't nearly on the same level, but they did allude to Age of Ultron during the second season, like briefly, like in an episode, like Raina had a vision of an army of metal men attacking. And
yeah,
I think
they had a slight connection because they had. I think there was a character who mentioned Ultron by name after the events. That.
But you look at that level, like look at the missed opportunity with the snap, or what do they call it now? The blip. The blip.
I hate that.
Imagine if they were still maintaining that level of crossover and like half the characters get snapped away for.
Oh my goodness!
Like
right, and they're just your favorite characters is gone for like a year. And then they come back.
5 years, yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Well,
I think
I'm saying
it may have happened during a season break too, though. So you could have even ended the finale with them going away, and then then the premiere they come back or whatever. Who knows? But talk about crossover opportunity, and that was.
Dave,
and you don't even need to have characters cross over. You just have people get snapped. Like,
right. Exactly. No, Dave, you're right. It'd be 5 years, but I'm saying like for the audience.
Oh yeah,
you're waiting a year before your favorite comes back, and you don't know if they're going to come back because of you got to wait to see what happens in Endgame. Yeah,
they should have capitalized on that. Yeah,
totally. So I mean, and it's going to be interesting because you hear that plan, and so many of the people that we're talking about, so many of the DCEU diehards or whatnot hate the CW. So it's like you're literally talking about something that they absolutely do not want. And so I feel like a lot of the louder ones are just going to become even more toxic.
Of course.
Like when that happens, like they're going to hate, like I'm with you. I think Grant's in the movie. Mm-hmm. They're going to hate that.
Totally is.
It is going to make their skin crawl when they see him in that movie.
And I'm going to love it.
So am I.
It's going to be awesome. And the thing is, too,
that's why I hate spending time on this stuff. Because, like, at the end of the day, like that's how, like, why would, if you're going to love it, then why are you going to spend time being like upset that someone else?
Right. Well, we made the continuity stuff. I wonder if the two Flashes meeting again under different circumstances is going to affect the show. I don't know if it would, because I mean, and because they didn't mention
the show still be on. That's the see. I wonder.
I don't know because we have season 8 and we don't know. But I'm thinking like he never mentioned he met another Barry Allen after Crisis. He never mentioned it. I would like to think if he meets Ezra's version of the Flash again, that he would have to mention it.
Well, it's one of those problems with the shared universe, especially when you're crossing over with TV, and the reason that it's so tricky to execute is because imagine like the cluster it would introduce if he referenced that on a regular occasion, and then all of a sudden you end up with the Woody and Buzz in Sid's room where Woody's got Buzz's arm and he's like, "Oh, he's right over here, guys, I promise."
Oh, right.
Where you're not gonna get Ezra Miller to show up often enough, so you're like,
well,
how do we
I'm not
reference
saying
him
that. I'm just saying like
up?
It could be a story point to where he's like, I met another version of myself. in the multiverse, like because he's never met the only other time he's ever met himself was an evil version of himself from the future. But in terms of another version of himself on another Earth, that's not him, not his face.
It doesn't look like him. Yeah.
Jordan,
Yeah.
I'm not caught up on this season of The Flash. Do they still not know that that there's a new multiverse? They still don't know.
It's because I think what they're going to explain is that it's on a different frequency because they could detect it on a certain frequency. So I feel like it's on a new frequency that Oliver created. Okay.
Right.
I don't know. That's just my guess. I have no idea.
So in Grant, so in that Barry's mind,
that
Ezra's dead.
Yeah, essentially he probably thinks that everyone, because all he understood, I think all they understood was that their Earth was reborn due to crisis because of Oliver's sacrifice, and they don't know anything else.
Right.
So because all they know is everybody died and then everybody came back.
Right.
And then our lives have been changed. Crisis Earths have been merged in.
Right.
They don't know because like when they showed in part 5, they had Earth 2 with Stargirl. They have no idea.
They have no idea
because Earth 2 for them was another version of Wells, Jesse Quick.
Right.
They don't know that Earth 2 is now inhabiting a JSA. They have no clue.
And that was and of course the CW did that strategically, and that was something we were waiting to see if they were going to do that, because one of the problems they had was, because Supergirl was on CBS at first, they brought her over to the CW in season 2, and they're like, okay, well, she's on Earth 38, and it was all about, okay, the breach device, use that. So literally,
and that's the only way they could travel back and forth. And the thing is too, I remember specifically when Flash crossed over with Supergirl, it of course was just on her show.
Right.
But they showed on his show where he traveled and he ran faster than he's ever had. Then he instantly comes back after already being there.
He ran faster than he'd ever ran before.
Yeah.
Wait, did Henry Allen say that? Yeah.
Well, he ran as fast. Like it was like some tachyon device on his chest, and then he goes over there by accident, comes back, and he's like, and then he's like trying to figure out what happened. And like, you just came back, but for him, it's been days. He's been gone. But for them, he's like, a couple seconds. But he never mentioned it. He's like,
I just think it's funny especially for that show, Halford. It's like, how do I solve this? Like, well, Barry, you're gonna have to run.
You're gonna have to run
faster than you've ever run before.
Hold on, Barry. Let me take my glasses off. I'm not Reverse Flash. You gotta run faster.
Yeah.
But faster than
and so so they had to deal with I don't know however many couple of years of. Because even in what's still my favorite crossover, which is Crisis on Earth X, I think that's still my favorite.
That's good.
And it had a very organic reason for Kara coming to their Earth, for Barry and Iris's wedding. It totally made sense. But they were just and I think Guggenheim even told them, was like, okay, listen, if you guys, he told all the showrunners, look, if you want to. If there's anything you want to retcon, if there's anything you want to hit a reset button on, do it now with Crisis, because it's essentially what you have an avenue to do. And they didn't necessarily do it en masse. There are a few things that each of the shows decided to, but Arrow's probably the biggest one. Arrow was just like, screw it.
Screw it. Everybody you dead, you're back.
Everybody. They brought everybody.
You were a villain once, not anymore.
Right. They just they blew the whole thing up for the last episode.
Except Laurel Lance from Earth 1. Nope.
Which I was okay with that, because Earth 2, I ended up preferring Earth 2 Laurel a lot more than Earth 1.
I understand, because they wrote Earth 1 Laurel is crap, and they should not have, because she's an amazing character in the comics, and they completely butchered her.
I could not agree more with that, and so I was waiting all those seasons for her to get redeemed.
Yeah.
And so, but so it's I don't know if we're gonna. I mean, I'm fine with seeing more of it. I mean, I don't know. I think by the time it gets to that point, I know Supergirl's ending, because somebody earlier today was like, they were talking about all the DC fandom hashtags, and they noticed that Supergirl didn't have one. And I'm like, well, it's the last season. They're not going to promote the last season. Well, why didn't they give Sasha Calle one? And I'm like, well, because they probably don't want to confuse people at fandom with two Supergirls.
That makes sense.
She's going to have a hashtag after the show.
She's part of the Flash.
Because DC fandom was supposed to have a Supergirl panel last year when they did the first year of this, and it all fell apart because they just didn't do it. So this year they're like, well, we're doing a farewell thing for them, so we're gonna have all the cast. So that makes sense. You don't want to confuse people and going, oh, wait, what? 2 Supergirls? Like she's gonna be there.
Is it blonde or brunette? I don't know.
Obviously, she's gonna be there to promote the Flash movie, but they don't want to confuse people going a Supergirl hashtag when it's like, okay, it's yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So next year there'll be one.
Oh, she'll have.
Yeah.
Yes.
The movie's
by
not
then,
coming out till
hopefully,
November.
by then, hopefully, we'll know officially that she is getting a movie and they're filming it or whatever, and they are there to promote the movie.
Somebody actually told me like, oh, she's actually the daughter of Zod.
No, Feyre and Jor-El.
Yeah. No. Of
no.
Feora and Zod.
Fair.
I was like, what?
But she's got the House of El Crest, not
Right.
the House of.
Yeah, she has not the House.
That'd be a
of Zod.
twist. Yeah, she shows up and she rips it off and shows the true house.
Yeah.
It's Ultra
She's
Girl.
Well,
like,
I mean,
I feel so much better now.
Have we seen Krypton? We've seen Krypton.
I haven't seen Krypton.
Or first. No, not most of it. Part of
Yeah,
it.
I have not seen it actually.
It's good. I need to watch it because it's like actually way more.
Yeah,
Krypton was really good. No, Krypton
I just
was
couldn't
really
get
good,
past the
but,
Jeff Johns insert character.
Well, yes,
Oh,
that's
man.
exactly. Yeah, well, and it sucks because he was actually really good. Like his character was like a good character, but yeah, he puts on that tiger's hat and it's just like, I know who the fuck you are.
Yeah,
I know exactly who you are. But no, like they did something similar. It was the idea of like the houses of El and Zod actually did come together. Like there's some twisty genetics.
Oh right, yeah.
With respect to the two of them in terms of like the bloodline, because again, the show is about Cal's grandfather, Seg.
Yes.
You know, and you know we see
people,
and so there's a baby, and for a season you're like, is that Jor-El? And they're like, half the season they're like, no, and then later they're like, yeah, it is. So it's like a twisty sort of thing that they do. It's actually really well done, but yeah, no, and they. You want to talk about ending the show on like they didn't just end that show on a cliffhanger. They ended it on 3 cliffhangers.
That's what sucks about
it. One of those cliffhangers, I'm not even joking, and I will go ahead and say it because they're not rebirthing the show, unfortunately. One of those cliffhangers was literally the Omega symbol.
Oh man,
yeah,
I know. I remember hearing about that too.
Yeah, it sucked the way that show ended.
Fuck, man,
hated it.
We'll use the old ways.
We'll use the old ways. Anyways, you know what? We're at 4.5 hours. I think it's a good time to wrap it up because
go to bed.
I know. Jordan's like, God damn it!
I got so much shit to do.
What time zone are you in, Jordan?
It's 3:28 in the morning.
Oh, same here.
Yeah, fuck. He's Eastern time, like all you motherfuckers, and it's sad because it's only 12. It's only 12, and I'm like, oh god, because I've been up since 5 o'clock in the morning. It's like, shit. Yeah, so I'm with you guys. But anyways, let's go around the horn and let's plug ourselves. Jordan, thank you for showing up and talking about everything. And man, I mean, we can literally have a whole conversation about Metallica, and it was getting to that point. And I was like, oh, man, yeah, we could just talk Metallica like so much. That's what I love about talking with you, man. And you know what? It'd be awesome if like one of these days we can actually watch a concert together or something like that. If something happens with that. But anyway, go ahead and plug yourself. Plug your Star Wars motion comic, all that stuff.
Yeah, so tomorrow at some point, well, today, it's already today. The Duel will come out on my channel, Chainsaw Reacts everything, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, all that. But I'll be dropping it along with still continuing Trivium reactions, Squid Game. This is a lot. It's a lot. But thank you. And thank you so much, Phone, for falling twice, you piece of shit.
I think it was 3 times.
Oh, whatever.
All right. Steven.
Yeah, I am Steven Colbert. You can find me on Twitter at smcolbert. You can find all my writing at screenrant.com. And also snyderminute.com for BVS by the minute, Justice League by the minute, and Army of the Dead by the minute. I swear we have some episodes banked, but it's been.
I know. I was like, wait.
It's been a few rough or complicated months for each of us. Alternated, like we're taking turns having like our families go through stuff. So
Yeah, I get it.
But we're like working on getting some of that stuff out and getting going again. So it is not too distant future. Will be more episodes rolling out regularly again. So
Cool. All right. Ray.
At the Flightcast on Twitter, desperately trying to argue less with people and kind of failing at it, but getting a
I
little
know.
better.
Sometimes when I see that, I'm like,
Ray.
it's like you need that clip from the end of Lord of War, where it's like the lesson is never go to war, especially with yourself.
Yes, very much.
The
so.
look
Great-
away, the look back is especially with yourself.
Great movie, underrated. But yeah, at the Flightcast, also theflightcast.com, which is where my blog and my podcast, my weekly show, is located. Tomorrow I will probably be talking about the rumor stuff and just dealing with the whole where I'm at as a fan of all of this and just really trying to find some peace. Can we find some peace as a fandom with all of this shit?
dude,
please?
I mean, I was on a good one today too, where I was like, I was literally anybody who was like detracting everything. I'm like, hey, there's 2 other Snyderverses. Can you just throw this energy over there, please?
Right.
Please.
Exactly. Go to Netflix and shut up.
I'm to the point where I'm like, all right, guys. I mean, yes, I know how much we want the DC Snyderverse to be like restored and everything like that, but at the same time, I'm like, the man is doing great things over here.
Bly
Tanaka
is in the trailer for Army of Thieves, and in Army of the Dead, Dieter's locksmith shop is Gwendolyn's lock and safe.
Yes,
like you want to talk about like implications.
We literally have a Snyderverse movie that's coming out. It's a different Snyderverse, but still.
Go down the Army of the Dead rabbit hole. There's like you start thinking about what that stuff implies. Man, I'm like that trailer got me so hyped. That's another discussion. But like,
dude, we're gonna have a great discussion on the Vodka stream after that movie comes out. We're gonna have a fucking fun. Hopefully, we can get Snyder on here too.
No question. But yeah, I'll be talking about that on my show, The Flightcast, where that you can find on wherever you find podcasts, or like I said, at theflightcast.com. I also have the Patreon, which is where all of my not safe for work rants about fandom and everything are totally located, and also my reviews of the comics that I've been reading, the stuff I told you I'm about to read for Marvel. Totally going to review that. I just reviewed a Death in the Family. The Jim Starlin, Jim Aparo story. I'd never read that before. I had some interesting thoughts on that one that kind of weren't what I expected. But so I've got that. And of course, I also still do Fans Without Borders with Brent over on Squadcast Media, which Scott was plugging earlier as well. And we're bi-weekly, so we're going to be doing he and I have not talked about Venom Let There Be Carnage yet, and we will review it, which will be interesting because he hated the first movie. So
interesting.
It's going to be an interesting discussion for this one.
For sure. All right, guys, make sure you smash that thumbs up before you leave. We got the member. If you want to become a member, hit the join button. We got the Patreon, and we got the Film Junkie closet down below if you want to get shirts, even like the one I'm wearing right now. And to all you Dodger fans, I'm just saying, it's good. I don't want to get too cocky because I'm probably going to curse it, but still, Giants were on top of that shit tonight. Hey, just saying. They're a playoff ball crew. So are you, but still, you got shut out. All right, guys. We'll talk to you later.